They describe her as somebody who is people-friendly and a problem solver. The next important point is that, remember the role of Navin Patnaik, the Chief Minister of Odisha. He has described Droupadi Murmu as the daughter of Odisha. And when Droupadi Murmu had come here to Odisha, it was a formality for her to seek his support because he had already declared his support. Chief Minister Navin Patnaik, in whose cabinet actually Droupadi Murmu was once an MLA, invited her for having lunch at his residence. Navin Patnaik not only backed Droupadi Murmu, but he also solicited the support of other parties for Droupadi Murmu. So it is a very important day for the people of Odisha also.
Absolutely, as you rightly said, Rupashri, I'm sorry, I'm running short of time, but you rightly mentioned that she is the daughter of Odisha, as has been claimed by the Chief Minister of Odisha. On that note, let me also go across to Siddhant. Siddhant, if I may come across to you, what is the sentiment right now on ground zero? What are the celebrations looking like? As I can see, you are stationed inside Droupadi Murmu's residence, where many celebrations are taking place, and we've seen artists not just from Odisha but pan-India participate with full fervour. Take us through what the mood is like.
Well, that's right. Not just from Odisha, the artists from tribal community across the country have come here near Droupadi Murmu's residence. So this is not exactly Droupadi Murmu's residence, but this auditorium is right next to her residence. So these people have come here to catch a glimpse, to meet her. It's a proud moment, not just for tribals of Odisha, but for tribals across the country. These are the artists from Manipur's Lumkang tribal community. This is what I'm being told, and I hope I'm pronouncing the name rightly. We'll speak to their group leader. We'll try to understand. Sir, इधर आ जाइए थोड़ा. Sir, कहाँ से आप लोग आए हैं? आपका community का नाम Lumkang है.
We are Lumkang Naga tribe from Chanel district, Manipur.
Achha, you are from Manipur. Sir, how proud it feels when you get to know that the next president is going to be from the tribal community?
It is an honor that after a long time of India getting an independent, and at this stage we are having a tribal women president of India. And as a tribal from India, we are very proud.
Okay.
We are very proud.
So what all have been promised to you? Are you people going to meet the next president of India, or is there going to be any performances that are going to take place late in the evening?
As informed, we are coming here to perform traditional dance.
Traditional dance.
Dance, yes.
Okay.
And we will be very glad if we could meet personally, talk to her, have a photograph.
Okay.
And
but these young boys and girls are looking really beautiful in the traditional attire. What do you call this attire? इसको क्या बोलते हैं? What do you call this attire?
Sorry?
Totang attires.
Oh, this is called Totang attires.
Okay.
Thanksgiving dance.
Okay, you guys are going to perform the Thanksgiving dance. Okay, so there you see, not just the tribal community, the artists from the tribal community have come from the state of Odisha, but from Manipur, Nagaland, they all have come here, and I can see, like, so this one group is sitting right here. They also belong to one Adivasi. आप कहाँ से आए हैं? Where have you come from?
Actually, we are from Manipur.
You are also from Manipur.
Yeah, Manipur.
Okay,
And then we are representing the Kuki tribes.
What tribe?
The Kuki tribe.
Kuki tribes. So, back to the studios.
Right, Siddhant. So we can see, as you were mentioning, there are tribes not just from Odisha but across the country. We saw those tribes from Manipur as well. Clearly gives us a sense of what Droupadi Murmu's prospective victory means for the entire nation. Let's also try and translate the significance of this, how historic this moment is. And for that, I'm joined in by our panelists, Syed Zafar Islam, who's the national spokesperson for the BJP, Dr. Anshul Avijit, who's the spokesperson for the Congress Party, Shantanu Gupta, who's an author, and Dr. Geeta Bhatt, who's an academician. If I could begin with Syed Zafar Islam, Zafar, the numbers clearly seem stacked in Droupadi Murmu's favour. Would you agree that the highly possible victory of Droupadi Murmu is more about symbolism for the NDA, more than just numbers, or as some may put it, tokenism?
See, all this word symbolism, tokenism, I think we should put to bed, because these kind of discussions, only people who are immature can have this kind of a conversation. This decision of NDA under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister to choose the best possible candidate is someone who has been not only supported by the NDA but also across the party line. Every party has supported. That only suggests that we have chosen the right candidate. And let me tell you also, while all the parties have supported her candidature, because she is, for the first time, Adivasi is being given representation, a tribal is being given representation to the highest office of the country. More importantly, besides political parties and the people of this great country supporting her candidature, the people across the world. I have got several messages from people who are living in different parts of the world that India has made history by choosing the right candidate and giving representation to somebody who has always been seen as somebody who's marginalized, and today that section of the society is being given representation.
Right.
So it is the policy. It is the policy of the Bharatiya Janata Party under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister to give representation to every section of the society, and more importantly, the section which deserve to be given and deserve to be uplifted in the society. And that's when every decision you have to, if you just do a back testing, you will realize that those decisions have been taken only to support section of the society, and it is one of them.
I'd like to bring in Anshul on that. Anshul, there's a lot of talk about the BJP giving representation to the OBCs, to the Dalits, to the tribals now. But how crucial is this representation going to now translate as far as the reality on ground level is concerned?
No, what is about to be almost a certain victory is indeed historic, and I offer my congratulations in advance. There's no doubt about it. But you know, the question about symbolism and tokenism remains an extremely valid one, and it has been the central sort of narrative of our polity ever since the inception of sovereign India and the constitution itself. Now, what is tokenism versus real power versus real representation? The real representation will come, social justice will be realized when Dalits or a tribal become the Prime Minister of India, when they handed over real executive power. This is not to take away anything, Akanksha, from Madam Murmu and her achievements. I have the deepest admiration and respect for her. I admire her life. She's fought personal tragedy. She's achieved a lot. What I really like about her is the fact that she returned the two tenancy acts, the Chota Nagpur Tenancy Act and the Santhal Pargana Tenancy Act, because they thought they were against the interests of the tribals. But I do want to ask one quick question to my BJP friends here. I just want to ask them, all this talk about, they're dismissing the talk about tokenism and symbolism. Let me ask them, how many Dalits are in the cabinet of the Modi government? What are their ministries? How many joint secretaries they have under them? And how much funds do they have? I'm talking about cabinet ministers, not ministers of state, which don't get any files.
I just have 7 minutes left. On that note, Zafar, would you like to take that question now? Zafar, please go ahead and answer that.
I think the Congress spokesperson should do some introspection. I think I would request him to speak to some of his senior colleagues and do some back testing if he doesn't want to discuss with his colleagues. He will understand that, and he will get to know, or the feedback he will get if he reviews the policy of all the political parties. Then he will find out that it is BJP. It is BJP, again I am repeating, who has given the maximum representation to Dalit and marginalized section of the society. It is BJP who has the maximum number of Dalit representation, both in terms of MLAs and MPs. Even Dalit who
been given a
ticket to fight ticket to fight election in non-Dalit reserved seats as well, because we believe in giving representation, and that's why the representation has
all right,
been given.
Gentlemen, I'm running short of time. I would like to bring in my other panelists who are patiently awaiting their turn. Shantanu Gupta, at a time when we are talking about tokenism versus symbolism, the facts are on the wall, the writing's on the wall rather. There's been cross-voting from other parties as well. That includes the Congress. Considering this is one process where there is no party whip in the presidential election to ensure that MPs or MLAs vote for the candidate that is supported by the party. How do you view this cross-voting that's taken place?
I see multiple contrasts today. I think we see one side when the opposition is not able to put a candidate properly. Sharad Pawar, they tried with Sharad Pawar, he dropped. They tried with Farooq Abdullah, he dropped. They tried with Gopal Gandhi, they dropped. And then they have to put a candidate who had a huge BJP background, right? And on the other side, BJP puts such a candidate which is almost a victory of Indian democracy. When a country like United States not able to put a woman president in whatever history they have, they took ages to put a non-white president. In India, putting a tribal woman as a president, that's a victory of Indian constitution, Indian democracy. I think I see one more contrast today. Today I see a lot of Congress people on road because they're saying that how can ED dare to question the Madam Sonia Gandhi? And I also see BJP people on road. They say, okay, we are in if you come from our fold, even if you're from tribal, if you're from a Dalit, even if you're a woman, you can reach the highest office if you are capable. So I think these are the couple of contrasts that I'm easily and people of India are easily able to see today.
Right. Geeta Bhatt, if I could bring you in on this, I want you to answer how this is going to now translate for the vice presidential election, because just a while ago we've learned that the TMC is not going to back the opposition's vice presidential candidate, and that is Margaret Alva. Do you already see this now translating and spilling on to what's going to happen in the vice presidential election?
Well, Akansha, the audio is not very clear, but yes, first of all, I think it is a very momentous and memorable day in the democracy of India post-independence. And definitely all the other panelists have also said that this, across all these, politically ideological hues of India's spectrum, people from all kind of ideological backgrounds, they have come to support Madam Murmu for her presidential candidature, and that itself shows that this is something, because a country as diverse as India, so many of them coming together and standing with her, supporting her, because not only just because this is regarding social inclusion, but also about gender empowerment. Or two aspects which are very important on which the Modi government has been stressing on all its social welfare schemes, as well as in bringing women forth in most of the important positions where decisions are to be taken, whether it is in terms of giving regarding finance ministry, or in terms of any other so many other ministries. Well, we had seen Sushma Swaraj holding the position of as a external affairs minister. If you could just repeat the second part of your question, I couldn't get it.
No, I was wanting to know your reaction in terms of the fact that we've just learned about the TMC not backing the vice presidential candidate of the opposition party, and that is Margaret Alva. Do you think that now the kind of backing, or rather support, that we've seen with Droupadi Murmu today is also going to spill over for the vice presidential candidate as well?
Yes, definitely, Akansha, because you see, the vice presidential candidate also is someone who comes from a farmer's background, and coming from a village background, someone who achieved such great heights.
Right.
So all these journeys, this is something to which one identifies in spite of any kind of ideological orientation. So this itself is and especially the kind of support in the presidential election which has been seen by the opposition parties, I think TMC, which thought that it had, played a very master stroke.
Geeta, I'm running short of time. I'm going to take that question from Anshul to end my discussion. Anshul, the fact that TMC is not going to be supporting Margaret Alva, is that something that the Congress had expected despite the hostile dynamics between Jagdeep Dhankar and Mamta Banerjee? Do you view this as an understanding between the TMC and BJP, or a lack of consensus from parties like the TMC, as claimed by TMC just a while ago?
I do not know what is going on between. I really can't comment
No, but the
between
TMC
the
is
TMC or
just
the VAG.
no. The TMC has just held a press conference and where they have openly declared that their
Absolutely.
consensus was not valued.
Absolutely. The comments, Akanksha, have just come out. I do not have full appreciation of the facts at the moment. I do not know what their misgivings were, what the reasons why they held themselves back. Once they are shared, and we shall discuss them. And that's the whole point about opposition, that if there are problems, if there are misgivings, if there are concerns, they are discussed in an open forum. I think that one critical statement that came out over and above all this, Akanksha, is that opposition unity is not going to be affected by this. Because, the opposition is a complex entity. Sometimes there are these pulls and pressures which do happen. But ultimately, an ultimate statement on this can only be when one has better knowledge of the facts.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Having said that, many thanks to you, Dr. Anshul, and Geeta Bhatt, also Said Zafar Islam, and Shantanu Gupta for joining us on this discussion. And with that, it's a quick wrap. Up next is Plain Speak with Ridhima Bhatnagar.
Good evening. Thanks a lot for staying with us here at CNN News 18. You're watching Plain Speak. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. India is at the cusp of creating history. India is all set to get its first tribal president. Droupadi Murmu is on her way to score a victory against opposition's Yashwant Sinha. The NDA's presidential candidate has won support not only from NDA allies but surprise supporters like the Sena and the JMM as well. Droupadi Murmu has rich experience behind her, was the only governor to complete a full term in office in Jharkhand, which has had 10 governments in its 2 decades of existence. So if in 2017 was all about a Dalit president with Ramnath Kovind, 2022 is about the first tribal president and a second woman president of India after Pratibha Patil. Let me bring in my colleagues who've been tracking all these developments for us. I believe Siddhant is joining us. Rupashri also will be joining us in just a bit. Akash also will be joining us. They're all tracking developments, not just here in the national capital, but also the native village of Droupadi Murmu. Anshul and Siddhant are joining us already. Siddhant, talk to us about what is the kind of activity that you're seeing on the ground. It's a matter of hours before we have that confirmation that Droupadi Murmu is the 15th president of India. But talk to us about some of the voices that you've been picking up.
From Orissa have come to this auditorium to catch a glimpse of Droupadi Murmu, but the tribal community across India have come here because this one movement is a proud movement for them. And I've been speaking to Lumka community in Manipur, to one other community from Nagaland. They all have come here and they all are celebrating, and I could sense the enthusiasm, the energy in people. In fact, on my right, folk dance was going on a short while back, and those people, those artists have come from Santhal community.
Siddhant, I just apologize for interrupting. Just stay on with us. I believe there is activity happening from where Anshul is now joining us. Anshul, could you talk to us about what's happening around you?
So yes, the party has begun over here. The victory march has started. Initially, there was a plan that BJP President JP Nadda will be coming over here. But what we have been told that JP Nadda is likely to go to Droupadi Murmu's residence directly. And the march has started. I'll just try and show you the visuals. You can see in the visuals behind me the amount of people who are out here celebrating this. Initially, it was planned that JP Nadda would be on that jeep celebrating the victory of Droupadi Murmu. But now this march is being led by Delhi BJP President Adesh Gupta. He is being joined by Meenakshi Lekhi as well. And the victory march has started over here. Massive celebrations, massive dancing. The dhols, the DJs, all are out. The celebrations have started. In fact, Dr. Harshvardhan is also on that very van. They are making sure that their voices are being heard. That they are making sure that no leaf is unturned in informing the country that today is a massive historic day. And India is going to get the first woman tribal president today. A very historic day for India. This is a day that will be remembered for years and years. Students are going to read about this day. day in the history, and that is the reason why we are seeing such massive, massive victory protest that is being carried out by the BJP. All the Delhi BJP MPs are present over here. They are making sure that the message is propagated that this is a victory of the BJP and BJP-led NDA alliance. So yes, these are the visuals that we are bringing to you exclusively from the Delhi BJP. The march has started, the victory march has started, and in the next few minutes, this march will end at India Gate, from where all these people will then walk towards their home. But yes, a big victory march has started even before the official announcement has happened. This march has started over here at Delhi BJP. Approximately a 2-kilometer march is going to be taken out from here. Massive, massive support for the BJP. Only two things can be seen over here: the dancing people, the flag of India, and the flag of the BJP. Only these things can be seen over here. People are absolutely excited, elated, as we have been reporting for past many hours now. You can see the visuals over here. Meenakshi Lekhi, Dr. Harshvardhan, Adesh Gupta, all are present over here, showing the victory sign to the cameras, to the media persons who are present over here. They are showing that victory sign just to propagate the message that this is a victory of the BJP-led NDA. And in the next few minutes, we are, as the protest march has already started, we are at the GPO right now, and in the next few minutes, they are going to go at India Gate, where the celebration will continue. Now it remains to be seen as to how long is it going to take for the official confirmation. Droupadi Murmu being the first woman tribal president of India. That is what people are waiting for. But here, the BJP is absolutely confident. They are waiting for the results so that they could figure out as to by what margin have they won. What the NDA and the BJP has been telling us is that approximately 70% of votes are going to be voted in favor of Droupadi.
So the BJP there that has already begun the victory march here in the national capital ahead, of course, of this presidential results where history is in the making. As I said, you can see victory signs being shown, various BJP leaders there on the ground. My colleague Anshul is tracking all those developments as far as this victory march is concerned. We can already see the celebration as far as those visuals on our screens are concerned. Victory signs being shown, a lot of BJP leaders already there. How long is this victory march? Do you have any sense of from where to where is this moving, and what is the eventual plan as far as celebrations for the BJP is concerned?
So yes, this is a symbolic celebration that is being carried out over here. The march has just started from the Delhi BJP office and will be culminating at the Rajpath, which is approximately 2 kilometers away from here. So yes, for the next 2 kilometers, we are going to see these massive crowds on the roads of the celebrating the big victory that of Droupadi Murmu. How much telephone has been made of one of the points that the BJP and the NDA are very, very confident, and that is the message they want to put out, that since day one, BJP and the NDA have been saying that Droupadi Murmu is going to win by a historic margin, and that is why we are seeing such a big victory march already started even before half of the votes have been counted in the country. So yes, the BJP message is loud and clear that the victory is there. It's just a matter of time before history is created in India. India is going to get its first president.
So my colleague Anshul there getting us those visuals of the BJP's victory march here in the national capital. This as Droupadi Murmu is all set to become the 15th president of India. She will be the first tribal president of the country and only the second woman president after Pratibha Patil. The BJP in celebration mode ahead of those presidential elections. Remember, the NDA's candidate Droupadi Murmu was up against opposition's Yashwant Sinha, and as we pointed out that she had support not just of the allies of the NDA but surprise supporters from the likes of the Shiv Sena to JMM as well. What is going to be the task that is going to be cut out for Droupadi Murmu? More importantly, what is the math that the BJP has worked with while they announced this candidature of Droupadi Murmu? We'll continue that conversation with my colleagues. If Anshul is still with us, Anshul, of course, this is now being seen as ushering in a new chapter as far as India getting the first tribal president is concerned. Let's take our viewers a little back in time and talk to us about the rationale that the BJP has worked with while nominating Droupadi Murmu. victory march. My colleague Akash is also joining us, and he's joining us from Droupadi Murmu's residence here in the national capital. My colleague Siddhant is also joining us from outside Droupadi Murmu's residence here in the national capital. Akash, let me come to you first. As I said, it's a matter of time before we have the official confirmation of Droupadi Murmu becoming the first tribal president of the country. What is the mood at her residence in the national capital? Akash, can you hear me? We'll try and re-establish that connection with my colleague Akash. But Siddhant, if I can take that same question to you, you are joining us from outside Droupadi Murmu's residence in the national capital. What is the mood on the ground? What is the kind of activity that you're seeing around you? And more importantly, what is the plan as far as celebrations are concerned?
Underway, and in fact, celebrations are underway, and in fact, behind me you can see all these artists belong to tribal communities and have come from various states, are going outside this auditorium, and perhaps have been told that they are going to meet Droupadi Murmu. They are going to perform at Droupadi Murmu's residence, and you can see the enthusiasm. One can see the enthusiasm. कहाँ आप लोगों को जाने को बोला गया?
No, right now I don't know exactly.
You don't know?
Yeah.
So somebody has asked you to go to Droupadi Murmu's residence?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. So are you people going to perform?
Yes.
Okay. So there you see they have been instructed to go to Droupadi Murmu's residence. This is what I can understand for now. And they all have come, and these artists belong to tribal communities. I've met these artists from Manipur. I've met artists from Nagaland, and they all are proud. And there's there's a sense of honor, and and they're thanking BJP and Prime Minister Modi for giving tribal president to the country. And this is indeed a historic moment, not just for the tribal community or for the state of Orissa, but for the entire country. Because I've spoken to women here, women artists. They were performing, and they said that we never even had imagined this, that India will ever get a tribal president, that too from our community, that is Santhal community. Now this route goes to Droupadi Murmu's residence, and on this very way, there's a possibility of some performances taking place. This is what I can understand right now. In fact, these artists, these common people, in fact, with these artists, there are many common people also. And there you see, they are being instructed. And they all have gathered here to welcome Prime Minister. Even they are going to welcome the Prime Minister also. There you see that is Droupadi Murmu's residence. Would ask my video journalist to pan and give a sense to viewers. Fine, you can see the security has been beefed up. The extra forces have been brought in right before the Prime Minister's arrival. And in fact, we have been told that the time Droupadi Murmu will be declared as a winner, then Prime Minister will come. And behind me you can see these artists marching towards Droupadi Murmu's residence. Unprecedented scenes.
Okay.
Unprecedented scenes at Droupadi Murmu's residence.
And it's a huge breakthrough moment as far as the tribal community is concerned. The messaging that has been sent out by the BJP is you can have humble beginnings and backgrounds, but if you work hard, then the sky is the limit. You can become the next president of the country as well. I believe my colleague Akash is now back with us, and he in fact is joining us from inside Droupadi Murmu's residence. Akash, can you just show us around what is the kind of activity on the ground? What are the kind of preparations that are taking place to welcome India's first tribal president?
Well, Ridhima, first of all, everyone is waiting for the final announcement now, but showing you the preparations, let me tell you that there you see the stage with one seat, and we're expecting this seat is of Droupadi Murmu only. I'll ask my camera person to pan the camera a bit, where you can see the red carpet. And this red carpet, we have been told that this is the same place from where Droupadi Murmu will be coming, and will be coming to this particular stage. Also, then there are seats where you can see the media personals and security personals as of now, but we are learning that senior BJP leaders or senior leaders will be coming to congratulate Droupadi Murmu, would be sitting here. Further, this is the stage for all the cultural programs. We are told that some cultural programs would be there as well. Also, if I can ask my camera person to show you the visual, there you see some senior BJP leaders. Leaders have started coming in, and in some time from now, we are expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with JP Nadda and all other senior leaders, because initially there was a plan that JP Nadda would be leading the Vijay Julus that was being carried out by Delhi BJP from Pant Marg to Rajpath, but later the plan got changed, and now we are learning that JP Nadda would be reaching here at this particular place only. Further, everyone is waiting for the final announcement, because since morning we are seeing that how preparations are going, and in fact Karyakartas are very much excited because they are pretty sure that Droupadi Murmu is going to win. And in fact, we have seen in the latest rounds, be it the 10 states counting or the vote count of MPs. So we have seen that how Droupadi Murmu was leading, but now we are still waiting for the official announcement, because we have been told that only after the official announcement we can expect Prime Minister Narendra Modi here, and for that preparations are going on in fact, and there you can see some other canopies as well, some media deployment there as well. And in some time from now, Ridhima, we are expecting the formal announcement, and also after that Prime Minister Modi would be visiting this particular place.
Akash, I'll request you to stay on with us. The stage is set. We will have the formal announcement shortly, where we will witness history. You will have India's first tribal president. Let me quickly go back to my colleague Anshul, who's tracking that victory march and the celebration that the BJP has already started. Anshul, could you show us around what is happening, the excitement on the ground, and if you could get us some voices as well?
From the ground as of now, thousands of people have now flocked of central Delhi. They are celebrating this big historic day that is happening over here today. We saw flower petals being thrown on these marchers, and in the next few march is going to come to an end. I'll just try and get in a word from a few of the people who have come here to celebrate this historic day today. भाई साहब, आज आप आए हैं यहाँ पे, एक बहुत ऐतिहासिक दिन है, देश को पहली आदिवासी राष्ट्रपति मिल रही है, इसका कितना बड़ा सम्मान है?
देखिए, आज सौभाग्य का दिन है महिला और जो गरीब से एक महिला ने, और आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और इंडिया की सरकार और समस्त, मैं उन सभी का अभिनंदन करता हूँ जिन लोगों ने वोट दिया है, और सारे सांसद, सारे विधायकों का अभिनंदन करता हूं कि एक आदिवासी महिला को अपना वोट देकर के और शीर्ष पदों पे, राष्ट्रपति के पदों पे।
कितना प्राउड फील होता है कि एक महिला आज देश की प्रधानमंत्री प्रेसिडेंट बनने वाली है, कितना प्राउड फील होता है और कितनी एक्साइटमेंट है आज के दिन?
एक महिला होने से मैं अपने अंदर ही ये चीज महसूस कर रही हूँ कि हमारा जो ये देश है और जो हमारे प्रधान सेवक है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, उनकी जितनी भी योजना है और जितना भी काम है वो हर जाति के लिए, हर वर्ग के लिए, हर पुरुष के लिए, युवा के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए है। और मैं इस बात की भी गर्व महसूस करती हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पूरी जो है वो हर वर्ग के लोगों के लिए काम करती है, और मैं उसको अपना एक अंश मानती हूँ। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मैं अपना एक अंश मानती हूँ, मैं उससे बहुत प्राउड।
आप भी आए हैं सर, कितना गर्व महसूस होता है देश को आज पहले?
Anshul, we'll continue to come back to you and get all those voices, but we're now getting an update as far as the counting is concerned. We're now understanding third round of counting is on as far as various states are concerned. Odisha counting is ending, and then Punjab will begin shortly. We're also understanding in the next 15 minutes the returning officer will brief the media, and after that votes in the last 10 states will be counted as well. Our political editor Maria Shakil now joining us with more details. So Maria, just talk to us about how many states left, and at last count, what is the updated number that we had for Droupadi Murmu?
So the first round, it was about the MPs who cast their vote in Parliament of India, the Parliament House on 18. The second round was about the states. That's the reason why these ballot boxes are being opened in alphabetical order. So Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, that was the order. Even as we speak, the voting for the state of Orissa, that is the Legislative Assembly of Orissa, is about to get over, and then Punjab will be counted. After that, 10 more states will be left. So in all, 30 states and one ballot box of the Parliament of India. That is the overall counting that is happening. The returning officer of the presidential polls is the Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha. He will be addressing the media in another 10 minutes to give us the estimate after the third round, and then 10 more states will be left for counting. So when the announcement happens in another 10 minutes, Droupadi Murmu would have safely crossed 5 lakh votes and would have been declared the president in waiting.
Maria, thanks a lot for getting us those details. We'll of course continue to come back to you. So as Maria was pointing out, a matter of time before we have that official announcement of Droupadi Murmu becoming the 15th president of India and the first tribal president as well. I'll request my colleagues also to stay on with us. I want to bring in our guest joining us this evening as well. We have BJP spokesperson RP Singh, we have Sulaiman Mohammad Khan, Congress spokesperson, we have Varun Singh, political analyst, and Naveen Chomal, political analyst as well. Good to have all of you on the broadcast with us. RP Singh, let me begin with you first. We're already seeing the BJP begin its victory march. Celebrations have broken out not just here in the national capital but across the country. How significant and historic is the moment that we're all about to witness in a short while from now? RP Singh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the question was to someone else. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's one of the very historic movement of the country in the democratic process when a woman from a tribal background is going to be the president of the country. Even America has not achieved something like this. They still don't have a woman as a president of the country. So, but it's a big achievement, and then it will go long way in the Indian history and in the history of the democracy worldwide.
It will indeed be a milestone when minutes from now we will have that official announcement of the first tribal president for India, and what a journey that Droupadi Murmu really has had. But Sulaiman Mohammad, let me bring you in as well. We've said this from the start, it really was a no contest simply because the NDA's candidate had the numbers from the beginning. But it just wasn't about the numbers as far as the NDA allies were concerned. They were party after party as far as the surprise supporters as well, right? From the Shiv Sena to the likes of JMM. Today, looking back, does the opposition feel it probably was a missed opportunity?
No, not at all. Not at all. You know, election of to the position of the President of India is not generally, or any election. You know, there has to be a fight every time there is an election. For the sake of democracy, we have to put up a fight. We put a candidate as Yashwant Sinha ji as our candidate, opposition's candidate, and this has happened in the past as well. Different political parties who are either in NDA or UPA, this has happened. That some political party choose the other way around, although they were part of the ruling government.
That's the reason that I asked you this, Sulaiman, that, you know, was there consensus as far as the opposition was concerned? And the reason that I'm asking you this is because after you had the announcement of Droupadi Murmu, you had the TMC Supremo, Mamata Banerjee, saying that if we knew about Droupadi Murmu earlier, things would have been different. So I'm trying to understand, was the consensus as far as Yashwant Sinha's candidature was concerned?
He was a consensus candidate. Everyone consented in the opposition. Most of the opposition party consented. We had a press conference. But, you know, this has happened in the past. This is not the first time that there has always been a contest, and there has always been situations like this you know, parties from different blocks who form, I think, 2 blocks. Some parties vote for the other group, or some MLAs even vote for some other candidate which is not actually supported by, you know, the group you are right now having. Because in every election we have seen, the presidential election, there are 2. One is the ruling party candidate and one is the opposition candidate. So what has happened this time has happened before as well. Like in 2007 or 2012, when Pranab Mukherjee ji contested the election for the post of president, Shiv Sena, although was with NDA, but voted for Pranab da. So this has happened. This is not the new thing.
Okay.
And the important thing is now, because Droupadi Murmu ji is all set to become the president, as you have told us just moments ago, and we are watching on the news channel. Now she'll have, we hope, and she has a task on her hand.
Yeah, I'll talk about her task at hand, but, you know, I just want to take a moment because it is very historic on many levels. As I said, India's first tribal president. It's taken us a long time to even see a day like this. Varun saying, how important and symbolic does it then become as far as representation of the tribals are concerned? As I said when I started, if you go back to the previous president, if it was Dalit representation then, it is representation of the tribals today. And as I said, it's taken a long time for India to even see a moment like this.
Absolutely. And I wouldn't like to use the word symbolism because I think she's one of the most deserving candidates. And when we look back at her history, first woman from her community to go out, study, become a clerk, then a teacher and an MLA and a minister. Such a brilliant achievement and such a brilliant past she has. And you know, a few moments ago on your channel itself, the best thing that the BJP could have done with this is has connected all the tribal from the northeast to the eastern part of the country and even to the western. The biggest achievement that the BJP or the NDA has achieved from this is that they have managed to talk a lot about the Northeast, which was for a very long time. You know, she might be from Orissa, but look at the people who have come to celebrate her victory. They are from Manipur, they are from Nagaland, they are from all these Northeastern states, which for a very long time has been felt ignored. But finally, these people who always were on the boundaries now are finding them in mainstream. And obviously, this is I hate to use this word again and again, but it's such a brilliant masterstroke. And you know, talking about opposition, the opposition unity on since day one has been faltering, and now with the vice president candidate also, we can clearly see that when Mamata Banerjee's TMC says that they will abstain, on your channel itself, RPG was there, and I don't know what was his stand then, but I had clearly said that directly, indirectly, Mamata Banerjee might support Jagdeep Ji, who's the NDA candidate, and by abstaining, the opposition, it's
a larger message when you abstain that is now being sent out. But we'll talk about that in just a bit. I want to bring in Naveen also in the conversation. And Naveen, you're from Odisha today. As I said, it is going to be, the first Odia president that we're going to see as well. How big is it a day for people of Odisha to see somebody who's worked so hard, has had humble beginning and background, has worked tirelessly, and one common element that we've heard from, whoever you speak to from Odisha, they've said that she is the most approachable, kind-hearted person. If you meet her once, she'll never forget your name. And that's the kind of connect people have with her on the ground. How do you feel today?
Definitely, it's a matter of pride, not just for Orissa, but the entire nation. And as my other panelist was rightly saying, she's a woman who's got a caliber. And definitely she's got a grace, she's got a humbleness, and she's got a character. She has been getting involved in the people, interacting with them, and absolutely down to the earth. But give me just 30 seconds. I would like to share a very important point to you. Let us go a couple of centuries back, and from there to a few thousand years back. Bharat has been a country of diversity, but diversity had a very close sense of unity also. So while a certain section used to live in the cities with the kings and the rulers, but each village used to be a self-sufficient unit. We used to have 12 balutidar and 18 pagar jati, and from there it used to be the forest region. So even the tribal people were connected with the mainstream politics, and they were playing a different role in what you say, maintaining the society.
Okay.
But unfortunately, in recent few years, or say a couple of hundred years, we could not be in touch with the tribals. But this time, the government has done a very good thing. They have given this particular honor to the lady from the tribal community, a Santal community, and she is such a, what you say, highly respectable lady.
Yeah, absolutely. It is history in making. It is a milestone that we will all witness in a short while from now. I'll just request all of our guests to stay on with us. We're getting some updates also now coming in, and this is as far as the vice president election is concerned. After the TMC decided to abstain from the VP election, Congress's Adhir Ranjan has now hit out at Mamata Banerjee, gone on to say Mamata Banerjee has become a dalal of BJP. By abstaining from voting, TMC is helping Dhankar as a candidate. This pact has taken place in Darjeeling, he says, where in one side Himanta Biswa Sarma was there as well. My colleague Kamalika is now joining us with more details. Kamalika, this was expected to blow up. The TMC not deciding to support Margaret Alva but rather than abstaining is raising a lot of questions. We'll talk about that in just a bit. But first, take us through the Congress's reaction. Kamalika, can you hear me? Okay, we'll try and re-establish that connection with her. But as we said, this was on expected lines. This was expected to blow up as well. But first, let me take in a reaction from our guests who continue to be with us as well. Suleiman, let me take in a reaction from you. The Congress today feeling betrayed that Mamata Banerjee decided to abstain as far as the VP election is concerned?
Yeah, it's quite surprising because we have decided to both the president and president election together, and the Congress party has contested the president election and gathered as many votes as possible from its members of the parliament and the assemblies and legislative councils for the president election. Now, as the vice president election day is approaching, Mamata Banerjee should not have done this, and I think this is quite very difficult to understand why she has done this, because at this moment the country is going through. We all need to stand guard for the safeguard of the constitution and the democracy. The new president and the vice president will have to stand guard, because right now there is a daylight murder of the democracy each passing day. We have seen in Maharashtra, we have seen how FIRs have been registered.
No, Suleiman, so you can continue raising those issues that, there is death of democracy, so on and so forth. Then that's all the more reason for the opposition actually to come together, but we're actually seeing the opposite takes place here. Let me take in a quick reaction from RP Singh as well. RP Singh, the allegation coming in at this point is that there seems to be some sort of backroom deal between the TMC and the BJP, which has led to Mamata Banerjee abstaining from voting.
Well, Mamata Banerjee made her point earlier also clear during the presidential election that had she known that Droupadi Murmu will be the candidate, she would have not supported Sana Saab. So, her line has been clear on that account, but as opposition to decide, they keep blaming on us that we are trying to bring wedge between the opposition. It's not that way. It's up to them to decide, and who is leading the opposition. That's the bigger problem. Is Mamata Banerjee leading the opposition, or Sonia Gandhi ji leading the opposition, or Sharad Pawar ji leading the opposition, or KCR leading the opposition? There are many faces today who want to lead the opposition. So obviously there is a wedge between all the leaders, and there's a race between who will lead the opposition. So let them decide. But yes, we appreciate the support extended by Mamata Banerjee, and this, I mean, you should not read much more than this, that she's supporting a good candidate.
Shouldn't read much more than that, says the BJP. Varun Singh, let me bring you back in. This again brings us to the larger question as far as a united opposition is concerned. Mamata Banerjee has been one of those who wants to lead the campaign to 2024 to get the forces against the BJP. But look what's happening both at the VP presidential election level and the presidential election level as well. That's going to raise a lot of questions as far as the work that still needs to be done within the opposition parties, because this becomes very embarrassing.
Let me tell you a small thing. On the day of voting, Yashwant Sinha wrote a letter to some of his ex-BJP compatriots saying that please vote from your conscience. I think Mamata Banerjee read it better, and she decided to go with her conscience and abstain. Her statement is pretty clear. TMC's statement is pretty clear that the opposition, when they decided on Margaret Alva's candidature for vice president, they didn't consult the TMC. And it is clear from day one that opposition is a divided house. I'm telling you, it is such a big victory for the BJP right now for 2024 that when in the entire opposition, the entire left, entire center, and parties from south, north, everywhere were coming together to show the BJP that we are united. And now, just the vice president, the president elections, I don't understand Mr. Congress spokesperson. His own party MLA from Odisha came out speaking loudly that he has voted for Droupadi Murmu in the presidential election. His NCP MLA from Gujarat came out saying, boss, I have voted for NDA candidate. So the opposition has been a divided house since day one, and this just reflects that the opposition over here cannot be united. They do not have a common minimum program. And talking about Maharashtra and again and again, let me tell you, there have been many instances when the MVA was ruling and many FIRs were done. People had been in jail for 40 days without anything. So please, let's not talk about, democracy being killed. Every political party has tried to do that. But here the question is about opposition, and opposition is a divided house, and it is visible to everyone who can see and who can just understand basics of politics.
Yeah. But I want to quickly go back to the moment that we are all waiting to witness, which is going to be of Droupadi Murmu becoming, the first tribal president of India. And Suleiman Mohammad Khan, I want to bring you back in the conversation. The sense that many are getting, and this is for our viewers to see as well, two very stark pictures that are for everybody to see. One sec. Let me just complete my question. On one hand, you have the NDA's presidential candidate, a woman who had humble beginnings and a background, worked her way up, and then, one sec, let me just complete it, sir. I am giving you a fair chance, who worked her way up and is all set to become the first tribal president of the country. Compare that to the vandalism and protest that we saw all through the day by Congress workers on the ground, simply because, one second, simply because the Gandhis were summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. The question being raised, are Gandhis above the party?
Now, let me reply to you. First, Mr. Varun has been saying that there have been FIRs. Even if his version is correct, he is saying that Congress has done wrong. What BJP is doing wrong, that is right. Now, such a stupid argument he has done. One. And the way these FIRs, sedition, which has now been stated by the Supreme Court,
said all the parties have been doing it.
No, now
wrong
just complete, please.
No, you just
what
can't
you have
make
said
false
that wrong.
statements.
If you have done wrong, BJP will also do wrong.
No, I didn't say that. I said all political parties are doing wrong. What are you speaking?
No.
I said all political parties are doing wrong.
Let him speak then. I didn't speak in between. I have not spoken when he was speaking. I was just trying to say, no, the celebration of the election of Droupadi Murmu, we also celebrate. We also give congratulations to her when she'll be elected and for the impressive victory. But on the other hand, Mr. Narendra Modi is actually Adivasi Virodhi. He's against the Adivasis. Why I'm saying this? Because the Forest Right Act 2006 passed by the UPA government, a new set of rules have been set in, which will be placed in which will be passed very soon, which says that 2006 Act says...
Suleiman Mohammad, I asked you about what we saw today and the impression that is being sent out to the viewers and for everybody else to see. It is a stark picture. So I'm trying to understand, doesn't this then become counterproductive as far as the Congress party is concerned? But I'll request all our guests to stay on with us. I'll request our colleagues also to stay on with us. We will keep tracking all these developments. We're just slipping into a very short break. We're coming back and continuing this conversation.
5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a three-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කරේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil Hachanaye. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
$1058 votes with a value of 261,062. इसी को हिंदी में बता दे रहा हूं मैं कि तीसरे चरण की काउंटिंग में हमने इंक्लूड किया था कर्नाटका, केरला, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, मणिपुर, मेघालय, मिजोरम, नागालैंड, उड़ीसा और पंजाब। इस चरण में जो टोटल वैलिड वोट्स हैं उनकी संख्या है 1333 और इनकी टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ वैलिड वोट्स है 1,65,664। इसमें मुर्मू जी को मिले हैं 812 वोट जिनकी वैल्यू है 94,478 और श्री सिन्हा को मिले हैं 521 वोट जिनकी वैल्यू है 71,186। इस तरह से अब तक का जो कुल टोटल बनता है 3,219 वैलिड वोट्स जिनकी वैल्यू है 8,38,839। श्रीमती मुर्मू जी को मिले हैं इसमें 2,161 वोट जिनकी वैल्यू है 5,77,777 और सिन्हा जी को मिले हैं 1,058 वोट जिनकी वैल्यू है 2,61,062।
almost crossed 50% mark. That's it.
You can calculate yourself. I'll come back to you after this.
So those were the latest numbers that were coming in, and if I understand the numbers correctly, Droupadi Murmu in fact has crossed the 5 lakh mark. So this is going to be history in the making, with India now going to see its first tribal president and the second woman president after Pratibha Patil. Our guests continue to be with us. BJP spokesperson RP Singh, political analyst Varun Singh and political analyst Naveen Chomal continue to be with us. So the latest numbers, RP Singh, they're coming in, have crossed that 5 lakh mark for Droupadi Murmu, which means you are going to, of course, have that official announcement shortly as well, to see her now becoming the first tribal president of India. As I said, if with the case of Ramnath Kovind, it was about Dalits, today it's about the tribal community coming to the mainstream. How crucial do you think this day is as far as India's history that is being written?
Well, it was for the best scientist India has ever produced, and was Mr. Kalam, the best scientist we had. I mean, the BJP picked, India picked Kalam Sahab also at one given time. But that point aside, the bigger question is that almost 17 MLAs and almost more than 100 17 MPs and more than 100 MLAs have cross-voted. But one question which Congress spokesperson avoided, and that is about Sonia Gandhi and all the ruckus which was created by the congressman today when Sonia Gandhi went for the ED interrogation. She thinks she is privileged. Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are privileged. Kharge Sahab, Malkarjun Kharge Sahab went few days back, I mean some year back, or Mr. Pawan Bansal also was questioned by ED in the same case. At that time, no congressman came on road. The Congress is still living in that mindset of monarchism. That's the problem with the Congress. And they are not understanding that they are losing state after state and elections after election because of that mindset of monarchism. So that's what, because he missed on that point. But coming back to today's issue of Droupadi Murmu ji, we all should rejoice this. We should all be very happy about this. The complete country is happy about this, and then is the first tribal woman president of the country. And this will send message worldwide to all democracies and all nations worldwide. Yes, India is the vibrant democracy of the world.
Varun Singh, let me bring you in as well. Before we get into the politics of how many MLAs and MPs really have cross-voted, let's just take in a moment as far as how historic this is with Droupadi Murmu becoming the first tribal president, because once that 5 lakh mark is crossed, it's official that Droupadi Murmu will take on as the president of India. How significant do you think today's day is? Because as I said, and at the cost of sounding repetitive, it has taken us a very long time. 75 years of independence is also what we are celebrating. And at this stage, we are seeing such a milestone.
You know, to be honest, it is such a milestone, and yet, yes, we have come a bit late, but there's this saying in Hindi, "Der aaye par durust aaye." So I would clearly, you know, it makes me feel so happy that a community that we all have been talking about is always on the sidelines today has come in the mainstream. And look at what stage, what level, at the topmost position in this country. What a brilliant message by the government right now, and by all those people who have voted for her. And you know, the kind of votes she has received. A journalist asked Mr. PC Modi, you know, has she crossed 50% marks? It's common sense. She has more than 310,000 votes compared to Yashwant Sinha, and she's right now our president-elect, and it would be announced in few moments. And on 25th, when she is sworn in as the president by the Chief Justice, you know, it is gonna set history for not only this country, but for almost all the countries in Asia and Europe, and even if I talk about America and all this entire world, because no one of such a caliber, and especially from a community that is so marginalized, has reached this stage. And such a beautiful message to the world that in India, and especially to all those political workers who always feel neglected, when such a beautiful example that a woman who stayed loyal to a party when it didn't even have any foothold in Orissa, and she went goes on to become the president. What a brilliant message for loyalty, what a brilliant message for every person in this country right now.
You know, Varun, taking on from what you were saying, till few moments ago it was about Droupadi Murmu creating history. That is already official and done now. She has swept round 3, officially becomes President of India. Now the larger issue will be what will be the task for Madam President Droupadi Murmu once she officially takes oath as the President of the country. Yes, it is huge as far as the symbolism of a tribal becoming the first tribal president of the country. But the task will also be at hand to go beyond that symbolism and tokenism.
Absolutely, but you have to see a bit in her history. She runs schools for kids. She knows what she wants to do. She has always, in Jharkhand, when 2 bills by the government of BJP were moved, she stopped them because she didn't find them to be in favor of the farmers or in the favor of Adivasis. She stopped them. It was by the party which made her governor, but yet she stopped them. So she knows she's not going to be a rubber stamp. She's someone who knows the value of the position, the chair where she sits, and she knows that she has to work for the community from where she has come up. She's going to work for the entire nation. But let me tell you, it is such a brilliant message, and she's going to work. She has proven in the past where she stood against her own government, her own party in Jharkhand, where she stopped.
Varun, I apologize for interrupting. We're getting a big piece of update also now coming in, and these are big details that we're picking up as far as cross-voting is concerned. Now we're understanding 17 MPs cross-voted and a whopping 104 MLAs also cross-voted, which means they voted in favor of Droupadi Murmu. Where does this then leave the opposition's unity? As we've been saying, party after party supported Droupadi Murmu, and then look at the numbers of cross-voting. Maria Shakil, our political editor, is now joining us. Maria, this is exactly what you were pointing out, that the story will be in the percentage of the votes and the cross-voting details as well.
Yes, that's right. And this is the vote of conscience, as they say. This was about not being on the wrong side of history. Droupadi Murmu was all set to be the first tribal president from the word go. She was the president in waiting the moment she was announced as the NDA nominee. And hence, it's interesting to look at the pattern. A number of opposition rule states, a number of tribal states which have a significant tribal population like Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand. In all these states, there is a high percentage of MLAs who have cross-voted for Droupadi Murmu. Just look at these numbers. 6 in Chhattisgarh, again, a state which is ruled by the Congress party. Jharkhand, where JMM backed the candidacy of Droupadi Murmu, but it looks like clearly that Congress, which is in alliance with JMM in the state of Jharkhand, 6 Congress MLAs have also cross-voted for Droupadi Murmu. Let's move ahead. Look at the state of Maharashtra. Shiv Sena backed Droupadi Murmu. The Uddhav Thackeray faction also backed Droupadi Murmu. But in the state of Maharashtra, 16 MLAs, we are being told, has backed Droupadi Murmu. They have cross-voted in favor of the first tribal president. Again, a state of Maharashtra has a significant tribal population. Now shifting focus to a state which goes to polls later this year, that is the state of Gujarat. In the state of Gujarat, 10 MLAs have cross-voted for Droupadi Murmu. So far, with 10 states remaining, 104 MLAs cross-voted for Droupadi Murmu. So the clear and safe estimate so far is that Droupadi Murmu is set to win more than 65% votes out of the total electoral college. As we have been saying, as far as the members of parliament is concerned, 17 MPs so far. But overall, in the 20 states which have been counted, the electoral college of 20 states, when we are looking at, what we can safely say is 104 MLAs. In fact, the highest number of cross-voting which has happened in the state of Assam, where 22 MLAs have cross-voted for Droupadi Murmu.
Maria, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll, of course, continue to come back to you. RP Singh of the BJP and Varun also continues to be with us. RP Singh, let me take in a quick word from you. Look at the numbers that we're putting out as far as cross-voting is concerned. As of now, 17 MPs and 104 MLAs. Do you think this has been a vote of conscience?
Well, obviously, vote of conscience for the presidential candidate, and a candidate who is like among us, who represent the core of India. That's why people have cross-voted, and then people have voted as per the conscience. I mean, although Mr. Sinha appealed for the conscious vote, and then people probably took it other way around and voted for Droupadi Murmu ji. But again, I'm again repeating that is a message, big message for the democracy today, although it took almost 75 years. But yes, we have reached a place where this message has gone worldwide today, that a tribal woman can be the president of this country, can hold the highest post in this country.
Yeah.
That's the biggest,
well,
the big message.
That,
and
of course, is a message, and nobody can take away.
Another second, and
sure.
another second. All the credit goes to Prime Minister Modi and the team Modi who took a call on this, and the party President Nadda ji who took a call on this and presented Droupadi Murmu ji to the nation.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, no denying the fact that this is now history in the making, with Droupadi Murmu all set to become the first tribal president of India. But at the same time, we also have to talk about what this means as far as the so-called opposition unity is concerned, Varun. And this is exactly what we were saying. First, you had Mamata Banerjee saying that if we knew about Droupadi Murmu, maybe things would have been different. Then we saw what got played out as far as the VP election is concerned. And just look at the numbers, and this is not even the final tally. So far, 104 MLAs have already cross-voted. This is going to be very, very complicated, for the loss of a better word, as of now, as far as the opposition is concerned.
You know, opposition has been ripped apart, to be honest. When I see 16 MLAs from Maharashtra, apart from the Shiv and the smaller parties that are already supporting the NDA, have voted, I can see the faces of the MLAs who have cross-voted, and I can tell you, I don't want to get caught in this, but I can tell you that most of them are from those parties who now want to present a joint opposition and want Margaret Alva to come in. The opposition stands bare naked over here, and they have been exposed brilliantly by whatever you call it, as a master stroke or whatever stroke that it was, by the BJP and the NDA. The opposition doesn't have any chance in vice presidential elections. Mamata Banerjee knew it extremely well. The kind of support that the presidential candidate from NDA was garnering.
Varun, we've all been saying that one, it was a no contest because the NDA always had the numbers. And despite the fact that we continue to see party after party supporting Droupadi Murmu, then would it have been sensible, one would say, for the opposition to drop their candidate and have a popular support for Droupadi Murmu? Wouldn't that have worked better for the optics for the opposition as well?
No, that would have not worked for the opposition for a very simple reason, because, whatever said and done, an election, if they let it go as it is, it would act against them. Because a party, opposition party, especially when so many opposition parties had been beating the drum for almost a year that they are going to contest against Narendra Modi, more than, any VP or president, it was against Narendra Modi and his government that the opposition wanted to put a candidate. They have a candidate, and they cannot just run away from the elections midway, because as rightly pointed out by the Congress spokesperson earlier, every election and battle has to be fought, and it was just a battle that they had to fight. They couldn't run away. The opposition had to do it. They did it, and they failed miserably, which sends out a very positive message to the BJP that in 2024 they need to, and they would better know which are the people who might come and support them and might become NDA alliances in future. So gives a brilliant message to NDA too and Mr. Modi.
Okay, I'm going to give the final word to RP Singh. RP Singh, as we said, we've spoken about the politics as far as the candidature was concerned, but now that it's official that Droupadi Murmu will be the next president, what is that one message that you want to leave this show with today before she officially takes over as the next president?
One very simple message is that democracy is maturing in India. Democracy under Prime Minister Modi is maturing in India. And then we have shown to the world that we are truly democratic. We take care of each and every section of society. And as far as opposition goes, I still request them that don't just do things for heck of it. Last few days have been on this pattern itself. I mean, whether it's the tooth of the lion or whether it is the expunged dictionary expunged words dictionary, or the routine letter which was issued for not doing protest in the parliament. I mean, although they protested even today and yesterday also. So, I mean, don't do it for just heck of it. Come out with something more concrete and better. I mean, let's be better and vibrant opposition.
Let's celebrate what a democracy essentially represents. I will unfortunately have to leave that conversation there, but as we said, this is absolutely historic. With the halfway mark already crossed, Droupadi Murmu, it's official, will become the first tribal president of India. This will be our top focus right through the evening here on CNN News 18. It's a wrap from my side. The Right Stand is up next.
Good evening, hello and welcome to The Right Stand. I'm Anusha Soni. Droupadi Murmu, having crossed 5 lakh vote value mark, now stands officially confirmed as the 15th President of India. It's a matter of only official announcement now. Now, the choice of Murmu and her backing by various opposition parties like JMM, JDU and the cross-voting that has happened, it has only exposed the ideological deficit of the opposition party. While the journey of Droupadi Murmu from a village in Orissa to India's top constitutional office deserves accolade and celebration, but the politically suave and emphatic statement by the BJP cannot be ignored. After making massive gains in the earlier elections and winning the Dalit vote bank, with this choice, the BJP makes it amply clear that the outreach to the tribals will not just be a lip service. Tonight on the broadcast, we celebrate the journey of a Santal woman to the top constitutional office of our country and discuss whether this choice is yet another reflection of BJP's sustained efforts to rewrite the political grammar in the country. First, let's tell you more about the numbers which have come out. Just a few seconds ago, we had the officer who had come out and read out the numbers. That's how this stand. Droupadi Murmu crossing the 5,70,000 mark. It's 5,70,000. 7,077. Yashwant Sinha at over 2,61,062. The lead is massive, over 65% of vote. Not to forget the cross-voting that has happened. It has happened from multiple states. You name it and it's there, whether it's Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, any state with substantial chunk of tribal population, especially Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand, where in Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand you do have the Congress government either in power or in alliance. The cross-voting only reflects how divided the opposition house really is right now. Well, this show today deserves to celebrate the journey of Droupadi Murmu. Let's also get you some breaking news which is coming in right now, and these are the latest numbers under cross-voting. Yashwant Sinha, we are hearing, has conceded defeat. That's the word really coming in. Yashwant Sinha, the opposition candidate, had officially conceded defeat. Prime Minister to reach Murmu's house very, very shortly. The last chunk of votes from the remaining states are yet to be counted, but Droupadi Murmu, having crossed that 5 lakh figure, that magic figure, it's only a matter of official announcement that's yet to happen. And that's the reason you have the veteran leader, Yashwant Sinha, who was fielded by the opposition party as the opposition candidate. He has yielded. He has conceded his defeat. That's the word coming in. Big development as we await the final numbers to come out. So far, with the announcement that has come, it is abundantly clear that Droupadi Murmu, having crossed the 5 lakh vote value mark, now stands officially confirmed as the 15th President of India. That's the tweet on your screen right now. Yashwant Sinha making that statement. Joining us on the broadcast are my colleague Pallavi and Rupashri, getting us more details on that story. Pallavi, first to you. Yashwant Sinha conceding defeat.
Yes, Yashwant Sinha conceding defeat, and look at the margin of victory for Droupadi Murmu. And more interestingly, Anusha, the fact that there seems to be a cross-voting, which means that even political parties which had made the commitment to vote for Yashwant Sinha did not end up voting en masse for him. He concedes defeat, but look at the last line of the greeting to Droupadi Murmu, saying, I hope you do it without any pressure and I hope you do it without any fear. This has also been a point of criticism of Yashwant Sinha during the campaign time. the kind of language he used, the kind of attacks he would make, and he had actually gone ahead and called her a rubber stamp who's going to work under pressure of the Prime Minister. One is usually very generous, one is usually very graceful. I think this comment of Yashwant Sinha could, in fact, possibly invoke a little bit of a controversy, but the fact remains is that when officially he has congratulated her and conceded defeat, it's also an acknowledgement of the fact that it was not exactly an equal battle he fought against her.
Yeah, I'm also cutting across to my colleague Rupashri Nanda. Rupashri, all day across we have seen celebrations in her home state, also in Delhi, especially the people from the Santhal community and the entire tribal population of the country very keenly looks at this development. It's almost official. We're waiting for that announcement to happen.
Well, absolutely. In fact, as I have been reporting since yesterday itself, all the posters that were put out in Rangpur actually said that declaration of a victory is a mere formality, and announcement that she has already won were already put out. However, people were cautious. Like for instance, her brother is there in the inside this residence. He's been waiting for the results, closely watching, but he's still cautious. Does not want to completely say anything without an official confirmation of those results. Now, as far as the Santhal community is concerned, let me tell you that yes, it is a moment of affirmation for the Santhal community, political affirmation for the Santhal community, a leap in self-belief, and Droupadi Murmu becoming the president has actually triggered a lot of hope in the poorest of the poor community here in Mayurbhanj. It is not a small matter at all. As I was reporting earlier, also the village that she comes from, both Uparbeda and Paharpur, those are very traditional villages. You can today, unlike in Punjab for instance, you can see houses that still have mud walls and thatched roofs, paintings on the walls, poor roads, bad electricity, not sufficient water, irrigation, completely dependent on irrigation, that too on one crop, dependent on forests. So that is the kind of community that we are talking about, and this is not just the tribal community, it is also the non-tribal community in the same village. In these particular two villages, for instance, there had been massive celebrations organized by both the communities, non-tribal and tribal, where a tribal community came out in huge numbers to sing and dance and also to feast on food that they like, especially rice and chicken, for instance. And that sort of celebration has continued throughout the evening. However, in Rangpur, the celebrations are nearly over because, like I said, they had been anticipating this moment long ago, and after the burst of crackers, distribution of sweets and the play of colors on each other's cheeks, that moment has subsided. The buzz over here is that Droupadi Murmu is going to come to Rangpur, and the buzz is that Prime Minister Modi is also going to come over here. Last point, very, very important moment for the people of Odisha, for the state of Odisha. For the first time, a woman tribal leader, that too from a back of the beyond state like Odisha, goes on to become the president of the country. Not a small matter, which is why Chief Minister Navin Patnaik has also extended his support, not just extended his support, but also campaigned for Droupadi Murmu, invited her over for lunch when Droupadi Murmu solicited his support, even though it was already given. And Droupadi Murmu calls Navin Patnaik his Rakhi brother. So they do share a bond. So yes, a very important moment for the people of Odisha, for the Santhal community, for every child who is learning in these hinterlands and dreams of making it big. It is very important.
All right, so those are the developments coming in. Now we are only waiting for that official announcement, but Droupadi Murmu has already got more than 5 lakh votes. The latest development is, you can see on the screen, Mr. JP Nadda has reached. Prime Minister is already en route to Droupadi Murmu's residence. Madam President Murmu, that's what she is, as we celebrate her spectacular journey from a village in Orissa to India's top constitutional office. This is also an assertion by the BJP of a very smart choice and a well-deserving choice that they have made. And the expression of the choice, the celebration that should ensue, have been going on since the last few days. And today, of course, is the day when the top political leadership of the BJP has left no stone unturned to make that mark that Droupadi Murmu is going to be the next president and the choice of the BJP. The cross-voting in the opposition rank only tells us how divided the House really is. Look at the states and the MPs and the MLAs that have cross-voted. You have Jharkhand, where about 10 MLAs have cross-voted. You also have states like Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, and many others where cross-voting has taken place. Those are the live visuals on your screen right now. We continue to track these live developments coming from the ground. We are expecting the Prime Minister also to reach at the residence in just few minutes from now. But those are the live visuals. Droupadi Murmu The last round of counting is still underway because there are some states which are still left. So we'll have to wait for that procedure to get over, and only then officially the announcement would be made. But there's a halfway mark, and that halfway mark has been breached by Droupadi Murmu, the choice of the BJP. And not to forget that the opposition candidate, Yashwant Sinha, has already conceded his defeat. My colleague Siddhant from outside the residence of Droupadi Murmu is joining us on the broadcast. Siddhant, take us through what is happening there.
Well, yes, we are outside Droupadi Murmu's residence right now, and just a short while back, BJP party president JP Nadda has gone inside the residence. In fact, since evening, the other central ministers have been camping at Droupadi Murmu's residence, taking stock of the situation, especially the preparations that are currently underway. Celebrations are also happening, and you know, from G. Krishan Reddy to CT Ravi of Bharatiya Janata Party, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat was also here late in the evening. So, you know, the central ministers have been given a charge to take stock of the stock of the celebrations, preparations that are currently underway. And in fact, we have been told now that as she has become the president-elect now, so Prime Minister is likely to reach, Prime Minister is reaching her residence shortly. And this is perhaps the reason that the security has been beefed up. The entire area has been cordoned off. And in fact, you know, nobody is allowed to go beyond that barricade, and you can see the chaos, the last minute chaos right before the arrival of the Prime Minister is quite visible here. And you know, the people are being asked to come on one side of the road. So arrangements are underway. Prime Minister coming here will send out a strong message, as it's not just a victory, it's a huge victory, going by the reports that other colleagues are filing. Now the cross voting that have taken place in Parliament and in various other states clearly establishes one thing, that the BJP's pick was the right choice, and Droupadi Murmu was the right choice, and you know, this was indeed a master stroke, and now you know, the master stroke is giving results, and this is perhaps the reason that, you know, for next 24 hours, for next in fact 48 hours, there is going to be celebration all across the country, especially Bharatiya Janata Party is going to celebrate this day on a large scale. This is what we have been told. Back to you.
All right, my colleague Akash is also with us on the broadcast. Akash, tell us about what you see on the ground, what kind of celebrations ensue.
So, Anusha, let me first of all show you the visuals. There you see the visuals of dance and all the cultural activities that are happening here at this point in time. Initially, we were not seeing these activities inside the house, but now they have come inside and they are celebrating because, you know, India is going to get its first tribal women president, and that's the reason why the people are celebrating. The people are from different states, and what we are given to understand that at this point in time, you know, several BJP leaders are in fact reaching this particular spot. We have seen just JP Nadda has reached, and in some time from now we are also expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to be here. But before that, I'm showing you the visuals directly from this particular place. You can see all the cultural activities, and this is the kind of enthusiasm that I'm showing you in people. They are celebrating, and also you know, while talking about the political leaders, we have seen that how all of them are tweeting and you know, somewhere congratulating Droupadi Murmu, and we are also hearing about cross voting. But at this point in time, this celebration is very much important. This is an important day. This is a crucial day for the democracy, and you are seeing the visuals of this celebration directly from the residence of Droupadi Murmu, the 15th President of India. There you see the all cultural activities. There people are from various states, from Orissa, from Rajasthan, and from other states as well, and they are somewhere celebrating. This is the kind of celebration that you are seeing. You see this kind of dance. I tried to talk to some people as well as how, you know, what kind of feelings they have at this point in time, what are the sentiments, but you know, before that, I'm showing you the visuals directly. You can see these visuals where people are dancing, people are celebrating, and somewhere are very happy with this particular choice when India is going to get its 15th president. Anusha.
Absolutely, Akash, and you rightly described the colors which are visible on the screen. This is the heart and soul of the country, the tribal culture which forms a major part of India's ethos. 8.6% of all Indians, which roughly makes us about 10.42 crore numerically, are notified to be scheduled tribe. They form about 11.3% of the rural population, protected under the 6th schedule of the Constitution, and of course, a very important community. Cutting across back to my colleague Akash, who will continue to tell us what exactly is happening on the ground. Akash, tell us more about what kind of celebrations are happening. Who are the other key top leaders of the BJP who are expected to reach?
Well, Anusha, I have one lady. I'll try to talk to her. Ma'am, कहाँ से आई हैं? क्या नाम है आपका?
हाँ जी, नमस्ते. मैं पूर्णिमा बंसक असम से आई हूँ.
आप मुझे बताइए कितनी खुशी है आज ट्राइबल प्रेसिडेंट मिलने वाली है इंडिया को और आप लोग सेलिब्रेट भी कर रहे हैं.
हम लोग खुशी बयान कर नहीं पाते हैं, लेकिन बहुत खुश है हम लोग. जनजाति का ये राष्ट्रप्रधान है हम लोग का. मोस्ट माने हार्डली उनको स्वागतम है.
महिला होने के नाते भी एक अलग तरीके से खुशी होगी क्योंकि महिला राष्ट्रपति हैं. इससे पहले हमने प्रतिभा सिंह पाटिल देखी अभी द्रौपदी मुर्मू है, ये ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी से भी आती हैं. एक अलग तरीके की खुशी है महिला होने के नाते भी.
हाँ, बहुत ज्यादा है. और ये सरकार को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ कि एक महिला को पहले भी प्रतिभा पाटिल जी भी हुआ था, लेकिन अभी जो द्रौपदी मुर्मू उनको होने से बहुत अच्छा है. और आदिवासी भी, ज्यादातर आदिवासी और जनजाति है. हम लोग मैं एक जनजाति होके बहुत प्राउड फील कर रही हूँ.
आपका नाम क्या है सर?
हरेंद्र दास. मैं असम से आया हूँ.
अच्छा.
हम लोग का ये बोरो तिवा और कार्बी लेके आए हूँ कार्यक्रम करने के लिए.
आप मुझे बताइए क्या कुछ एक्सपेक्टेशंस है? हालांकि राष्ट्रपति पद के लिए बहुत ज्यादा लोग एक्सपेक्ट करते नहीं हैं, लेकिन आप बताइए क्योंकि बैकवर्ड कम्युनिटी से भी आती है, महिला भी है, क्या कुछ उम्मीद आप लगा रहे हैं कि राष्ट्रपति हमारी बनी है? क्या कुछ आगे देख रहे हैं, राह क्या देख रहे हैं आगे?
हम लोग का आसाम से बहुत अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन महिला आजकल जो जमाना है उसके लिए बहुत अच्छा है. ठीक है.
मौजूदा समय में कहा जाता है कि ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी जो है वो एक तरह से कहें कि वंचित रहती है बहुत सारे फायदों से, बहुत सारे राइट्स से. आपको लगता है कि अब स्थिति सुधरेगी क्योंकि एक सर्वोच्च पद पर ऐसी महिला बैठी है जो खुद उस कम्युनिटी से आती है?
नहीं, ठीक है चलेगा. हम लोग का असम में ट्राइबल है, ठीक है चलेगा.
Alright, so Anusha, these are the sentiments. People are happy about this particular choice of the BJP, and finally when Droupadi Murmu...
Those are the live shots of Mr. JP Nadda, the BJP president, coming out of Droupadi Murmu's residence. Top office bearers of the BJP. Prime Minister Modi is also expected in just few minutes from now. It is being reported that he's en route to the residence of Droupadi Murmu. Celebrations, as we've been showing you on the screen, the live visuals that my colleague Akash and Siddhant are getting for you. Celebrations have been going on all day throughout, and they have only gotten better with the day, and officially the announcement is awaited, but that magical figure has been reached. Congratulations are pouring in from different people. You have the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, who has tweeted out and congratulated Droupadi Murmu. You also have Mamata Banerjee from the TMC, the Chief Minister of Bengal, congratulating. Those are the live shots that we are getting from the residence of Droupadi Murmu. In some time now, we will also have the Prime Minister reaching here. As the celebrations continue, let me once again cut across to my colleague Siddhant, who's outside the residence of Madam President. Siddhant, coming back to you, in how much time can we expect the Prime Minister to reach there?
Well, in a short while from now, the arrangements are almost over. Before the arrangements required before the Prime Minister arrival, the entire area, this square, has been cordoned off, and in fact, you know, we media personnel have also been asked to stay away from that site where Prime Minister's vehicle. And there you see Prime Minister has arrived. The first visuals of Prime Minister's convoy getting inside Droupadi Murmu's residence, and there you see this is the Prime Minister convoy going by the format and profile of the convoy, and there you see the Prime Minister's vehicle getting inside Droupadi Murmu's residence, and Prime Minister is finally here right after the declaration by the Rajya Sabha Secretariat that Droupadi Murmu has won. And there you see Prime Minister Narendra Modi sitting in the front seat of the vehicle, and the convoy is
those are the
visuals
on your screen. My colleague Siddhant is getting us these live visuals from the spot. We are the first to get you all these visuals, reporting all the developments. Prime Minister has reached at the residence of President-elect.
Droupadi Murmu. She is soon going to be officially announced. The final phase of counting is still underway, but the Prime Minister has reached there. The fact that Prime Minister himself has personally gone only shows the political assertion that BJP has made on its choice of the president. The cross-voting by the opposition party is only a compliment coming in from the opponents. It only goes on to show that this was a smart choice, and one of the key reasons that this was a smart choice, that this is a very, very well-deserving lady who has become now the President of India. In just few moments from now, we'll have the official announcement. The Prime Minister there, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on your screen, he is at the residence. Well, what we're also expecting is that top leaders of the BJP, Mr. JP Nadda, we have seen Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has also extended his wishes. There you have Mr. JP Nadda welcoming the Prime Minister, and Prime Minister Modi is all set to meet the newly elected President of India, Droupadi Murmu, the first tribal president in 75 years of independence. A huge outreach, much beyond lip service, to the tribal community, to the Janjatis, to the scheduled tribes of this country, which have historically remained at the back seat when it came to political and cultural rights in this country. But this is clearly an assertion that those rights are going to be on the table, and this is a political choice that the BJP has made, and also made it abundantly clear that Droupadi Murmu has the backing of the top leaders of the BJP, including the Prime Minister himself. There you have it, the visuals on your screen. Prime Minister congratulating President to be Droupadi Murmu at her residence. Those visuals on your screen right now, it's a historic moment. In 75 years of independence, it took 75 years for a tribal to become a president. And look at the choice that the BJP has made. You have Mr. JP Nadda, the Prime Minister himself, who have reached at the residence to congratulate the president to be. And she has a stellar record. Whether you look at her personal journey, the personal struggles that she has gone through, or her splendid record as the governor in the state of Jharkhand, known with a stellar administrative experience. She is also a choice which reflects much, much more than just being, one of the choice made by the opposition party, which was Yashwant Sinha, and he has already conceded defeat. This is a choice that reflects an outreach to the Adivasi community, to the tribal community, which have been neglected for the time immemorial, earlier under the British era and then in independent India as well. Prime Minister himself has gone there, and all day along we have seen those visuals of celebration coming in from the BJP office, from the residence of Droupadi Murmu. Especially the women from the Santhal tribe are celebrating. And the live shots that we're getting, once again playing out those visuals, Prime Minister congratulating the President-to-be. We take this moment to also look back at the journey of Droupadi Murmu, who started her journey from a small village in Orissa, went to school. Maria Shakil, my colleague and our political editor, joining us on the broadcast. Maria, it's so wonderful to witness this historic moment.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's a great moment for journalists who have tracked politics to see this image. India's first tribal president, the second woman president. There are several firsts to Droupadi Murmu. She signifies the idea of aspirational India. Her life has been full of inspiration. Someone who has given that hope that if you are born in a family with humble background, and if you have the determination to really rise and make things work for yourself, then you can have a story to say. Absolutely. Today, Droupadi Murmu is signifying that hope that in today's India, a tribal can become a president. She signifies that 10.43 crore tribal population of India. She represents that. And Anusha, it's also a story that India in its 75th year of independence is getting a tribal president. Those who are marginalized communities, she is part of that. This is an example of mainstreaming them. Yes. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi, when he said Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, this is an example of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas unfolding on our television screens. Absolutely. Prime Minister Narendra Modi being the first to congratulate Droupadi Murmu at her temporary residence before she moves to Raisina Hill. We can see also BJP President JP Nadda, who in fact, after the BJP Parliamentary Board meeting 2 weeks ago, had made, a month ago I would say, had made that announcement at the BJP headquarters that she is the NDA nominee. And in the last 3 weeks, what we saw unfold was something I would say was expected.
Yeah.
Not every politician can really afford to be on the wrong side of history. So that is the reason why we are seeing massive cross-voting that has happened already. 17 MPs have cross-voted. Over 104 MLAs have cross-voted.
Yeah.
Interesting stories are emerging from states which are ruled by the Congress or states which have an alliance partner with the Congress party. For example, the state of Jharkhand, several MLAs have cross-voted. The state of Chhattisgarh, a Congress-ruled state. These are the states which have a significant tribal population. Again, the state of Gujarat, which goes to polls later this year. There 10 MLAs have cross-voted. Maharashtra has a significant tribal population. There again, over 16 MLAs have cross-voted. When I look at those images, I can say safely I'm extremely proud to be an Indian today, to look at those images, to say that India has the first tribal president, and she is also a woman.
Yes.
The Modi government can also say today that they signify hope, that they signify that their policies are about women, that they have given that hope to a woman. And also I would say, as we track her journey as a member of the Santhal community, you know, Anusha, she has had several milestones, both professional and personal, and Droupadi Murmu signifies that hope.
And Maria, you know, I share that sentiment with you of how overwhelming it is to witness this historical moment, and we are playing those visuals again and again. The fact that Prime Minister is the first to go there and congratulate her, this is much, much beyond what you call a master stroke or a suave political move. This is about giving the due to a community, a due to a woman who has struggled all her life and made her mark.
Yes, that's right. And that's what I'm saying, Anusha. We are seeing a great moment in India's journey. And what a day it has been. 21st of July will always be remembered for India's first tribal president. The newest occupant of Raisina Hill is a tribal and a woman. And it could not have been a better year because it is the 75th year of India's independence. So when, you know, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, as the government celebrates, they have reasons to say that this is truly a year in which India has achieved another first. You know, the Modi government has given India its first tribal president, and a president who has won clearly with over 65% votes so far. The counting for the remaining 10 states is still underway. So we can expect the cross-voting, the percentage of cross-voting and the number of MLAs who have cross-voted, that to go up significantly again. But congratulatory messages coming from all party leaders. And as expected, as we have been saying, Droupadi Murmu's candidature was not about numbers. From the word go, from the moment her name was announced, she was a precedent in waiting. The NDA had the numbers to ensure Droupadi Murmu sails through to the Raisina Hill. But what they wanted was to have a bigger percentage, to send a message that her candidature could be bigger than her predecessors, that is of Ramnath Kovind. And again, what we have been discussing, Anusha, could 2022 have been 1977 when Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy was the only president, in fact, in India's you know, presidential election history to have reached the Raisina Hill with going completely unopposed. Then Morarji Desai had proposed his name, and Indira Gandhi had backed him. Could that year have been this time around? Perhaps the leaders in opposition who stood against Droupadi Murmu have chosen to be on the wrong side of history.
And those who have cross-voted do not want to be on the wrong side of history, as Mario is pointing out. My colleague Mario Shakil, with all those details and perspective on this big development. It's a historic day, a historic moment for our country. Look at those visuals on your screen. Prime Minister was the first to congratulate Droupadi Murmu. In 75 years, we have the first tribal president for
for our country. 75 years of independence. Joining us on the broadcast are also our guests, Sanju Verma, who's the national spokesperson of the BJP. We're also expecting Shama Mohammed, who's the national spokesperson of the Congress Party, to join us in just a few moments from now. Manojit Mandal, the spokesperson of TMC, is also with us on the broadcast. We also have Mr. Sanjay Kumar, who's the professor of CSDS. Pratim Ranjan Bose, who's a political analyst, is also joining us on the broadcast. I want to open the discussion with thoughts from all of you. It's a historic moment. First of all, Sanju, coming to you, your thoughts on this historic moment as a woman. I think all of us are very, very happy.
You know, Anusha, I think Maria Shakil, your colleague, she actually encapsulated this historic moment so beautifully by saying that, you know, most of the people who voted for Droupadi Murmu have chosen to be on the right side of history, including, 104 MLAs and the 17 odd MPs who are not part of the BJP and yet chose to vote for her and not for Yashwant Sinha. I don't want to belittle this historic moment, but I have to say this. She's a woman that makes me doubly happier. She's broken many glass ceilings. But keeping the gender card aside, Anusha, as you were pointing out a few minutes back, this is a lady who has had a brilliant track record. She joined politics only in 1997. Prior to that, she was a teacher at the Aurobindo Integrity School. She served as the head of the Nagar Panchayat at Rairangpur. She was a councillor of Rairangpur. She became an MLA of Rairangpur. Then she served as a minister in the Odisha cabinet, holding portfolios like transport, animal husbandry, fisheries. Then she became the first lady governor of Jharkhand in 2015.
Yes.
And I will just quickly take 10 seconds to tell you that people like, Tejasvi Yadav or Ajay Kumar or others from the opposition who said she will be a puppet, she will be a murti, she will be a dummy. I just want to tell them one thing. Raghuvar Das was the chief minister of Jharkhand many years back, and at that time, Droupadi Murmu, was there serving as the governor, and she refused to pass 2 bills despite being persuaded and cajoled by Raghuvar Das, the BJP chief minister. Those 2 bills, those 2 amendments were the Chota Nagpur Tenancy Amendment Bill of 1908 and the Santhal Pargana Amendment Bill of 1949.
Well, Sanju, as you rightly said, she has a stellar record, and women like her should be celebrated. She deserves to be our president, and the fact that she comes from such humble background and has made it to the top constitutional office is only a matter of celebration. Shama is also with us on the broadcast. Shama, thank you so much for joining us. Is the Congress party on the wrong side of history?
I fail to understand such insinuated questions on the wrong side of history. First and foremost, let me congratulate Droupadi Murmu ji. Being a woman, for me personally, it is a great thing to see a woman president once again. And let's not forget, India was given the first woman president by the Congress party. If you recall, it's Pratibha Patil. Mr. R.K. Narayan, again coming from a lower class society, became the president. So there have been a lot of firsts by the Congress party. So this insinuated as an anchor, you should learn to put in the question right way. Is the Congress party on the wrong side of history? Who gave the first speaker to India? Woman speaker Meera Kumar, the Congress party. So please ask the right question.
Well,
is the
Shama, thank you so much for that
lesson.
lesson.
Want to be a BJP
let's also
you
talk.
Put your name as a BJP
Shama, I think you and I are better individuals. And we can do better than get into a political mudslinging match. And today, on this wonderful day, I do not want to get into it, and I'm not going to respond to any of the provocations. But Shama, with due respect to you, do you also want to respond on the cross-voting that has happened from multiple states and from many states which are Congress rule states as well, say like Jharkhand, where you're in alliance, or a state like Chhattisgarh as well?
So Jharkhand, like you said, we are in alliance. All right. Now, something I think you don't know as a reporters, it's a secret ballot. Nobody knows who has cross-voted, which party has cross-voted. All right. So let me also teach you some new things which you don't know, because you're an immature reporter who asked me such questions.
I take objection, Shama, to those constant personal attacks being made on me. It shows more about you as a person and less about me as an individual. I'm not going to respond to them, but I'm not going to allow you to speak to me like that.
Yeah, so
I'm not going to allow you to speak to me like that.
And the second thing is
right.
preferential
I think you're a
voting.
very well-read, respected woman and a national spokesperson of the Congress party. You deserve all the respect as a guest. Do not speak to me like that.
Let me finish.
Please go ahead, madam. Please go ahead.
During Dr. Abdul Kalam's time, there's something called preferential voting also, as you know, in a presidential election. So what happens is these new MPs and MLAs, they don't know what is preference 1, preference 2, and there had been problems during that time. So we don't know what has happened as of now, and we will find out what has happened. As of now, we really don't know what has happened. So one cannot say that, you know what, there has been cross voting, definitely, because when we see the number of votes, we all know that nobody can hide that fact, there has been. But who has done the cross voting? We don't know. We don't know if these new MPs and MLAs made a mistake in their preferential voting, you know, which has happened before. So it's nothing new. It's about the way I mean, Miss Murmu has become the president. It's a great day for India, and nothing. We are all happy about it. But definitely, there has been an opposition candidate, and whoever has voted, and there's been a whip for all congressmen also to vote for this particular candidate. You know, there is something. So that, of course, look into it. What is the reason behind it?
I briefly want to bring in Sanju Verma, who wanted to respond. Sanju, please respond, and then I'll go to other guests.
You know, Anusha, I do not want to get into any bickering today because, as you rightly said, this is a historic moment. I just reinforce two things. You know, the point that I was making, you know, towards the end of my initial comment, I'll just reinforce that. Droupadi Murmu's term as the 9th governor of Jharkhand coincided partially with the term of Raghuvar Das from the BJP, who was then the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. People said, oh, Droupadi Murmu is going to be Raghuvar Das and BJP's puppet. She will certainly pass amendments to the Chota Nagpur Tenancy Act of 1908 and the Santal Pargana Tenancy Act of 1949, which would have actually, you know, spelled disaster for the tenancy rights of forest dwellers. So Droupadi Murmu stood up to the BJP. She stood up to Raghuvar Das. She said, I will not pass the amendments to the Chota Nagpur Act. I will not pass amendment to the Santal Pargana, you know, Tenancy Act because I will not allow forest dwellers and their rights to be usurped. And I will quickly, you know, just end by saying one thing. As your colleague Maria was saying, as of now, Droupadi Murmu has you know, taken 65% of the overall vote. But that number, to my mind, Anusha, will, by the end of the counting, end at 73 or 74%.
Well, let's wait and see, Sanju, what happens, as Shama was rightly pointing out.
10
seconds.
Because don't forget that out of, you know, 748 MPs who voted, 15, the votes were declared invalid, which leaves you with 733 MPs. Out of 733 MPs, can you believe 540 voted for her, which is a strike rate?
No, Sanju, you're right in pointing out those numbers, but, you know, clearly the cross voting has happened in favor of Droupadi Murmu, so that a lot of opposition MLAs have voted in favor of her, and this would include the Congress and the other political parties as well. I also want to bring in Sanjay into this discussion. Sanjay, a historic moment. Translate for us, what is the political grammar that BJP is writing? What is the assertion that they have made with this very deserving choice of Droupadi Murmu?
We have been talking about whether this is going to shift the tribal vote in BJP's favor or not. But I think the larger message is that BJP is demonstrating that BJP is the party which cares for the socially, economically poor sections of backward sections of the society. Remember when the cabinet expansion had happened few months ago, BJP made it a point to mention that how many people from the lower sections of the society, socially, economically, have been inducted into the cabinet. This is another demonstration BJP's commitment for uplifting the people belonging to the socio-economic deprived sections of the society. So having a tribal woman as the president of this country, BJP has once again demonstrated that it is not only on the paper, but BJP is trying to demonstrate that in action. BJP has brought that in action, that this is the party which is committed for social justice. There are other parties which claims for being the champion of social justice, but BJP being in power has been able to demonstrate that they are the real champion for working for the social justice, the issues of social justice, people belonging to the lower sections of the society.
Okay, let me quickly check if Pratim Ranjan Bose is also with us on the broadcast. Mr. Bose, coming to you, help us understand the choice of the opposition party was an ex-BJP, a veteran leader. But did it also in some way dilute the ideological assertion that the opposition parties have been making? I mean, their own veterans like a Sharad Pawar or Mr. Farooq Abdullah were not interested. What do you have to say about the choice of the opposition party?
I mean, it is visible. It is definitely visible. It was more, what is rather more important is that look what is happening from president election to vice president election. See how things are progressing and what is happening with the opposition house, the principal opposition Congress. Where does it stand? Jaswant Sinha came from BJP past, of course, but came from Trinamool stable, and he became the consensus candidate of the opposition eventually. Now Trinamool has not gone with Congress. So where does it take us to? The whole opposition is not only divided, it's disarray, that is one sense, but Congress is getting loner and loner.
It's only fair that I bring in Shama Mohammed to respond to this. Shama, please respond to what Mr. Bose is saying, that Congress is becoming loner and loner. And also, what are your thoughts on the choice that the opposition candidate, Mr. Yashwant Sinha, he was at the end of the day an ex-BJP leader?
Yeah, so let me just get back to what Mr. Sanjay said. He said that there is this particular person who is doing, Mr. Modi or the Bharatiya Janata Party is doing a lot for the Adivasis. And of course, this is a very good decision, but it's a symbolic decision. I'll tell you why. Yes. There are around 104 million Adivasis in our country, and in our finance budget, we give them around 9%, 8 to 9%. The last couple of years, the percentage has gone down to 5%, and the Adivasis have lost 114,000 crores due to allocation. So that is what we need to see. What is happening to the Adivasis at the ground level? How much of money has been cut? It's just like a defense budget, which they keep, chest thumping about how they are nationalists. But as you all know, in 2018, the defense budget was 1.6% of the finance budget. So this is what is happening. So you can do symbolic things, and it's a good, again.
I'm sorry, Shama, I'm interrupting you there. Those are the live visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi coming out of the residence of President-to-be Madam President Murmu's residence. Droupadi Murmu has herself come out as the Prime Minister is leaving. I think there's going to be a picture. You also have BJP President Mr. JP Nadda. What a wonderful historic moment this is. It has taken 75 years for us to have a tribal president from the tribal community. She's also a woman, the second woman president, and it's a history of many, many firsts that Droupadi Murmu etches today. And no wonder you have the Prime Minister, the top leaders of the BJP and political leaders across party lines wishing her the best for the journey ahead. The journey of a Santal woman from a village in Orissa to the top constitutional office of the country. The visuals of the Prime Minister going out of the residence of Droupadi Murmu as he goes outside and he's all set to leave. It has been a stellar journey, as most experts have been talking about. She served as the governor of Jharkhand, was very instrumental in asserting the rights of tribals, the Adivasis, land acquisition, various other policies. A wonderful record as an administrator, has grown from the ground as a corporator, as a person who has had multiple posts at the local administration, then in MLA, then served in the party for a very long time. The visuals of the Prime Minister leaving the residence, the private residence of President-to-be Droupadi Murmu. The celebrations have been underway. You can still hear the wonderful music playing behind. It's the tribal music, the heritage and ethos of the country, which have been preserved by the various communities, the various scheduled tribes, the tribal communities in our country. Well, coming back to the discussion and going back once again to our guest who continue to be with us on the broadcast. Shama, I'll come back to you and let you finish your point. But it's only fair I also bring in Manojit Mandal of the TMC into the discussion. He's been patiently waiting. Manojit, it's a historic day. But TMC, do you think there is a lot of cross-voting that has happened, I believe, from the state of Bengal as well? How do you see these developments?
Well, I really wonder why did you bring me now? I mean, I've been waiting for 40 minutes. But I have no complaints. This is a historic day. My party has been given a last chance by your channel, but we are not going to complain. We hope that, sincerely hope that Madam President lives up to the expectations of not just the tribal population, but the entire country. Our, Supremo has already congratulated her. Everything is in the public domain. But the BJP is, I think, highly politicizing the whole issue, continuously bringing up what should I say, it's a narrative of glorious condescension that look, we have made tribal a president. But the fact remains that if you look at the records for the last 5-6 years, the maximum number of atrocities have been actually perpetrated against the Dalits. I mean, look at what is happening in UP, what is happening in
do you want to share some facts and figures as well when you make that assertion, Manuji?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Don't have to. You have not given me much time to do that.
No, all yours. Please go ahead. I'm not going to interrupt you.
Some other time, you go to the NCRB data. Look at how Dalit women were raped in UP, despite the fact that we did have a Dalit president in the center. I mean, look around everywhere. I mean, why go to Gujarat, go to Madhya Pradesh. Now they are ruling there. I mean, I do not have to say that. Even in the state of Odisha, where Madam President is coming, I mean, these things are just lip services. I mean, can some of us remember readily the name of the social justice minister in this country? Who is the social justice minister in this country? Who will have more
Manuji,
power to actually...
I think I've given you a fair time. Please allow me one question that I want to ask you. Please allow me one question, an interjection, and then you can further go ahead. Somewhere the opposition was stammering. We've seen a huge amount of cross-voting that has happened because, of course, the whip is not applicable. TMC as a party, as the dominant party in the state of West Bengal, has always made an effort to reach out to the Adivasi community, to the disgruntled community, to make sure they have cultural and political rights in the country. Let's presume this is a symbolic gesture, as you're saying, for the sake of the argument. Shouldn't you have supported this symbolic gesture? Is there a rethink somewhere? That's what I want to understand.
I think, Mamta, this statement is there for all of you to see. She was not even consulted, right? She is, I think, one of the senior-most politicians, one of the senior-most, national politicians in the country who worked with Rajnath Singh Ji, who worked with L.K. Advani. I think I do not have to talk about her check or history as a politician. Was she consulted? She made it absolutely clear. Had we been consulted beforehand, we would have definitely considered.
And very briefly, do you also briefly want to comment about the stand that the TMC has taken as far as the vice president elections are concerned?
I think our national general secretary, Mr. Abhishek Banerjee, who is, I think, rising like a star in Indian politics, he has made it amply clear in the press conference that, again, in this part of the story, we were not really consulted. Only after the meeting held by the opposition leaders, Mamta Ji was being contacted. That's what is there in the public domain. I mean, these things don't happen overnight.
Yes.
But Anusha, don't make this untrue representation that you have given enough time to my party. This complaint will be there, but I'm not going to complain.
No, Manojit, I'll come back to you. I'll give you another minute. Let me bring in Sanju Verma as well into the discussion. Sanju, the allegation that the political opponents are putting on you is that you're politicizing this choice too much.
Anusha, we've been debating this issue now for the last 20-odd minutes.
Yeah.
I don't think I spoke ill of Yashwant Sinha. I don't think I spoke ill of anybody from the Congress or the TMC. I was focusing on the historic moment of the first tribal leader and the second woman to occupy Raisina Hill. But now that the opposition has decided to politicize it, I will take 30 seconds and just tell you, this whole narrative by the TMC that Mamata Banerjee was not consulted, excuse me, everybody from the opposition was consulted. YSR Congress decided to support Droupadi Murmu. Hemant Soren decided to support Droupadi Murmu. AIADMK decided to support Droupadi Murmu. Biju Janata Dal decided to support Droupadi Murmu, including, every faction of the Shiv Sena decided to support Droupadi Murmu. So please, the point I'm trying to make is Droupadi Murmu has come out as not a polarizing figure, but as a figure that has united various sections of the opposition. And Anusha, she will go down in history to be the president to have garnered more than 73% of the electoral college vote. Because till now, the highest has been 67%. And I think that
and Sanju, and she will also go down in history if you look at her tenure as a
that the Modi government always talks about. Sabka Saath for us is not just a slogan.
She was a very assertive governor. She has a stellar administrative experience. And that also tells us that she will be a president who will guard our constitutional
and we
values.
are walking the talk on Sabka Saath.
I also want to briefly bring in Mr. Sanjay Kumar. I'm short of time. Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Droupadi Murmu clearly is not a polarizing figure. That is why we have seen so much of cross-voting that has happened. Going forward, beyond symbolism, what is the kind of statement which is being made, and how do you see this journey ahead, not just for Droupadi Murmu and the choice, but for BJP as a political party as well?
I think it would be too early to make any judgment about how the tenure of Droupadi Murmu is going to be as the president. Enough has been talked about how she performed as the governor when she was the governor of Jharkhand. I think it's too early. Let's not speculate whether she is going to wear a rubber stamp or how she is going to protect the constitution. I think we should wait and watch. We should look at her track record, and we should expect that she would be the watchdog of our constitution.
Absolutely. Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Mr. Pratim Ranjan Bose, Manojit Mandal, Dr. Shama Mohammed, and also we had from the BJP, Sanju Verma. Thank you all for joining us on the broadcast on this historic day. It's a day to celebrate. Yes, there are political differences, different political parties in this thriving, vibrant democracy. But after 75 years, we have a tribal president. And this is the defining image of the day. Droupadi Murmu, after crossing that magical figure of over 5 lakh votes that she's got into the Electoral College, will be sworn in by the Chief Justice of India as the next president, the 15th president of the independent India. We leave you with these images. Thank you for watching.
For Uddhav Thackeray, it's now purely about existence. सरकार गई, अभी party and symbol भी चला जाएगा.
Question the fact that recruitment is happening based on caste and religion, that is actually completely deviating from what the point is, and you could actually be misleading the youth.
So is there acknowledgement from the court that some of the comments that they made on the 1st of July may have had a role in the subsequent events where the death and rape threats to Nupur Sharma increased manifold?
Governments of the day in Haryana have failed to really control this menace. A criminal can kill in a broad daylight with nothing happening against him, and even if there is an action, the cop's life won't be back.
Get the Congress to power first. This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a Chief Minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a three-cornered parliamentary contest. He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil hacha nahi hai. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next president?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Rupa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Pakna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
A team है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement, but they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly also interfere with radio and GPS signals. Consequences such as signal outages can be seen through today because of this rare event. There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them.
ABVP workers have taken out a protest march outside the State Secretariat in the issue where NEET aspirants had to go through a harrowing and humiliating experience where girl students were asked to remove their innerwear before entering into the exam center in Kollam. Water cannons were also used on these ABVP workers. There is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the State Secretariat.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. India has created history today. India has got its first ever tribal woman president in Droupadi Murmu. The Prime Minister, one of the first to call on the new president-elect, presenting her with a bouquet of flowers. This goes way beyond symbolism, ladies and gentlemen. It's a story of inspiration. It is also a story of aspiration. Droupadi Murmu today represents tens of millions of Adivasis, tribals, underprivileged, people who come from very poor and humble backgrounds. Her story, her life story is an inspiration for anyone across this country who is not born into privilege. It's a message that if she can do it, then so can you. These are images of the Home Minister also calling on the new president-elect just moments ago. This is a moment of elation, not just for the BJP or the NDA government. This is a moment of elation for all of us as Indians. Like I said, it goes beyond the symbolism because it's not just about electing the first tribal woman president of India. It was a landslide victory. She defeated her opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha by sweeping more than 70% of the Electoral College votes. Remember, here is a lady who is not born in privilege, who has come from the back of the beyond, literally, in Mayurbhanj district in Odisha, and is today occupying the highest constitutional post in this country. She has become the first citizen of this country. And it is this remarkable story that we need to celebrate as Indians, cutting across political divides. But first, the story of the day. All right, it indeed is a historic day. The counting is still not over. Remember, at the end of the third round of vote counting in the Electoral College, this is where Droupadi Murmu's count stands at. It's 5,77,777. 5 lakh was the magic figure. Remember, it's an Electoral College of a little over 10 lakhs. And the moment you cross the halfway mark of 5 lakh plus, then you have a simple majority, and that is what Droupadi Murmu has. By the end of the count, there are 10 more states left to be counted. By the end of this count, she will well have won almost 70% of this vote. Yashwant Sinha just getting 2,61,000. He was one of the first. In fact, he conceded defeat and also congratulated Droupadi Murmu. So she is now officially the next, that is the 15th president of the Republic of India. I also want to bring you up to speed with a side story that's happened in this election. There has been a significant number of cross voters. At least 17 members of parliament cutting across opposition ranks have voted for Droupadi Murmu. In the MLAs count, it's much larger. As of the third round of counting, 104 MLAs have cross-voted. That includes 22 MLAs from Assam, 19 MLAs from Madhya Pradesh, 16 MLAs from Maharashtra, 10 MLAs from Haryana, another 10 MLAs from Jharkhand. So clearly, there was something about this candidature that prompted many an MLA from the opposition ranks to break ranks with the opposition candidate and vote for Droupadi Murmu. What may that be, and where does this story go? Like I said at the top, it's a story of more than symbolism. It's a story of inspiration to tens of millions in this country who are not born into privilege, that if Droupadi Murmu can aspire to and become the first citizen of this country, occupy the highest constitutional post in this country, then so can the tens of millions of this country. Let me now go across to our special panel that's joining us tonight here on Brass Tacks. Nalin Kohli is BJP National Spokesperson. Supriya Srinath, Congress National Spokesperson, also in charge of Congress's social media. Rashid Kidwai, author and journalist. Abhijit Majumdar is consulting editor with First Post. Let me start with Nalin Kohli. I said right at the top, the story goes beyond just symbolism. It's about aspiration, hope, and perhaps most importantly, a reflection of a new India where you don't have to be born into privilege, but through hard work, you can aspire to and can reach the highest office in the land.
I think, Zaka, that's a fair assessment and comment that you made. It's also a comment on the politics of entitlement. In terms of, I am so-and-so, I'm born into a certain family, so I shall certainly have the right to do so-and-so. That is over. This is New India, where anyone and everyone can aspire on the basis of their achievements, make it to the highest post in the land. Droupadi Murmu ji is an inspiring story of someone who was born not in a privileged family. She is the first Adivasi or tribal president of India. That she's a lady makes it doubly important. She worked from the grassroots as a councillor to an MLA to a minister in Odisha, discharged her responsibilities in a manner that earned her laurels. Finally, she was governor of Jharkhand, and today she's the president of India. It's a day of celebration. Of course, the opposition chose not to support her, but that is a democracy. It's their right. I think now that we have the president, we should move on beyond the comments that were rather regrettable during the campaign, which in a sense should not have taken place when it is when we are talking of the first citizen of the country. However, be that as it may, it's a day of celebration for all Indians, irrespective of their political leanings, irrespective of their political ideologies, irrespective of where they are from. We should celebrate and look at it as India in its 75th year, what Prime Minister Modi proposed and the BJP and NDA put forth for everyone has been achieved, and we have an historic moment. History has been made.
Okay. I want to ask Supriya Srinath, did the opposition miss a trick? I'll get into the cross-voting in a moment, but did the opposition miss a trick in as much as this was not just another election? The fact that India is getting its first tribal woman president of this country, it goes beyond politics. Should the opposition have sensed that mood amongst legislators themselves? And I believe that the numbers of cross-voting is a reflection of that leadership. So various opposition parties, not just the Congress, various opposition parties were simply not able to sense the historic nature of this election.
So first up, like my leader has, I would like to congratulate our President-elect, Srimati Droupadi Murmu ji, and it is indeed a big day for India in its 75th year of independence that we will have a first tribal woman president. But I'm presuming that she's going to be a lot more than just that one identity. And the reason why I say so is because symbolism in politics takes you this far and no further. We've had just demitting office Shri Kovind ji, who was a Dalit president. Are Dalits any better off in India than they were 5 years back, especially in states ruled by the BJP? The atrocities and the crimes against Dalits have actually gone up in India in the last 8 years. So I'm just saying politics of symbolism is important. It must be good, but I don't think it serves a purpose beyond a point. As far as the opposition missing an opportunity is concerned, I think, Zaka, I'm going to be very candid here. I think this was not a fight between Srimati Droupadi Murmu ji, who comes from a certain background, or Yashwant Sinha ji, who comes from another. I do think this was a fight between two ideologies, two very opposing ideologies, two ideologies that have a very different idea of the country that we live in. There is one ideology that stands for some things, and we are diametrically opposite to that. We believe that this country should be united. We believe this country should talk about the poor first. We believe that this country should talk about the rights of the poor first. I mean, Droupadi Murmu ji is going to be my president as well. And on your show and your platform, I do want to make a clarion call to her. And I want to say, Madam President, please ensure that what the government is trying to do with the lives and livelihood of tribals in the name of amending the Forest Act of 2006 does not go through. You owe it to your tribals, brothers and sisters, because you know their plight better perhaps than most other people will. I do want to implore my president and say, when a tribal woman is burnt in Madhya Pradesh, the government cannot look the other way. Because if we are talking and celebrating her tribal origins, we need to talk more about
fair enough.
Other things than
We'll
just
get into the
symbolism.
legislative agenda. I'm sure we have another 5 years for that. But I want to ask you, you said, you know, symbolism can only get you thus far. But Supriya, in politics, doesn't symbolism play a huge role? And in fact, many would say that all politics has some amount of symbolism in it. When K.R. Narayanan became the first Dalit president of India, it was symbolic, but it was important, wasn't it? When UPA was in power and you chose Pratibha Patil as the first woman president of India, it was symbolic, but it was important. It was also historic, wasn't it?
So I was candid enough to not deny it. I said I'm going to be candid, and I will say symbolism is important. But symbolism takes you thus far and no further. And the reason why I say this is because these symbolic gestures are good. They perhaps even need to be done. But are they going to affect the governance of this country? Are they going to make tribals and the way corporates are actually out there taking away their land and livelihood and facilitated by the government? That's all that I'm asking, because I think I want to go back 5 years when Mr. Kovind was elected, and I remember that day very distinctly. I will just say I was a journalist then. We thought it was a great thing that had happened. But look at the atrocities against Dalit people today. Look at how they are denied simple, basic ease of living.
Let me go to Rashid.
That's what the symbolism is all about.
For me, the thing that stood out is earlier in the day today, when the results were coming out, we went to our colleague who's reporting from Mayurbhanj, which is the native district of Droupadi Murmu, and she spoke with a young schoolgirl, a tribal schoolgirl, must be about 12 or 15 years of age. And she said something very stark. To me, that captures the essence of this election. She said, if Droupadi Murmu, coming from my same place, can today be in the highest office in this land, then that's an inspiration for all of us. She's sending out a message that so can I, and so can millions like me, who are just like her, who may not be born into a wealthy family, who may not be born into privilege, but if she can do it, then so can I. And I think that sums up why this election is historic. And to that extent, Rashid, do you believe that in the 75th year of independence, maybe we should have thought beyond political lines, maybe the opposition should have come together with the government and said, okay, there is a historicity in this candidature, therefore we are suspending our political differences and we will back this candidate?
Zaka, first of all, I mean, we all should congratulate her, and it's indeed a historical day. But I'm not too sure about this thing that opposition giving a walkover, because in democracy is all about numbers. There is no concept of consensus in democracy. It's a misnomer. See, we have had 16 presidential elections, and barring one in Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy's case, every time there was a contest. I am, as a citizen, I'm little, I was disappointed when, independents were debarred from contesting. I mean, now only people who can get, 50 proposals and seconders, etc., only they can contest. But that's to weed out the, non-serious players in the presidential election. But this is not a big, and there so many people have come from modest background. You look at Gyani Jal Singh, who was a carpenter, of course K.R. Narayanan you had mentioned. So there's several people have come, and they have made APJ Kalam also one can name in that category, and they have done very well for the country, for society, for nation, and I'm sure President Murmu would take it to another level.
No, so if you look at, for example, the number of cross voters, and I want to ask Abhijit Majumdar this, there's got to be an explanation for why 104 MLAs, and this, by the way, mind you, there are 10 more states to be counted. So this is just at the end of the third round of counting, where 20 states have been counted, or 19 states have been counted, and there are 104 MLAs and 17 MPs who have cross-voted. Now, it's one thing to say all politicians are thugs, you know, they would have done it for money or whatever. You know, I don't want to get into that. Fact is, I think leaderships of political parties, leaderships of opposition parties in this instance, have missed a trick. And the trick is this, that they were not able to sense how people were willing to look beyond their political affiliations to vote for this candidate, because they sensed, individual MLAs sensed, that there is a historic nature in this election, there's a historic nature in this candidate, and therefore they're willing to break ranks with their own parties.
Zaka, Droupadi Murmu ji as presidential candidate this time was politically unputdownable. You know, most people who cross-voted realized that you know, they would do their own careers a bit, disservice. They realized the historic nature of this entire election and the candidature, and which is why they couldn't vote against Droupadi Murmu. They voted with Droupadi Murmu. I am a great admirer of Rashid Bhai's political acumen, understanding. But I want to say something. Democracy, yes, democracy is about numbers, not about consensus. I understand, you know, we all understand that. But there are times, I'm just talking cold politics here. Opposition sometimes, you know, in cases like a Balakot attack, for instance, or a Uri surgical strike, if opposition had actually sided with the government, it would have, it would not have lost credibility and appeal in the eyes of this 1.4 billion citizenry. You know, it missed a trick. Even this time, you know, they were anyway going to lose. There was no harm in just being a little magnanimous, you know, having a consensus about Droupadi Murmu ji. As about whether this is symbolic and, you know, how symbolic, how powerful the message, you know, I have, for a brief part of my childhood, very early childhood, I've lived, my father was posted, so I lived in a tiny place called Khuti. Khuti has now grown into a town and all that. At that time, there were hardly any pakka ghar hi bahut kam the. So he was working in PSU. And it's a completely tribal area. And if I'm not wrong, Birsa Munda is from there. Now, I have seen with my eyes the kind of struggle, the kind of life that tribals, especially tribal women, you know, they would walk from, walk for miles to just get drinking water. There was somebody called Bharali who would bring drinking water from miles away to, to that small town, then some villages around it. There were others like her. So for, people, probably some of us don't understand the power of the message that Droupadi Murmu ji is, being the president of India, the prime minister standing for her at events, the armed forces saluting her as their commander-in-chief. You know, that is something else. One should understand it's a very, very powerful decision.
Imagery.
It's a very, very powerful, call it symbolism, but what this does is, this tells that person, that little boy or girl in some remotest part of India, that I can someday be there.
Yeah.
And I can work my way up. It's a very powerful message. It is not something to be taken very lightly. It's not just another presidential election.
No, no, I absolutely agree. And to say that symbolism will only take you thus far, well, point taken, but then symbolism is a big part of politics. Let me get Nalin Kohli to respond to that, and then I'll come back to you, Supriya. Nalin Kohli, what the opposition is saying, you heard what Supriya is saying, that A, it's symbolic. They're using the comparable example of, we just had a Dalit president, Ramnath Kovind, but how much has the plight of Dalits improved in the last 5 years? Nalin.
Well, how much did the plight of Dalits then improve under K.R. Narayanan ji? Well, this is the Congress party's opposition to find fault with everything. I mean, to put it bluntly, how many people died during COVID of starvation? I can recall decade after decade, people dying of starvation. And mostly they used to be Dalits and underprivileged people, whether they were tribals. Have you ever heard a story like that, Zaka? You've covered it long enough. And if Supriya will just go back to her old days of not being a political spokesperson, she'll recall it too. She won't have selective amnesia on that. The point is that the government of today, which is Prime Minister Modi's government and which is the government of all Indians, whether the Congress likes it or doesn't like it, is a fact that this government gave food grains to 80 crore people at the time when everyone needed it. So therefore, it's not about symbolism, it's about work. It's about dignity. When toilets are built or if a gas connection is given, and 7 to 8 crore of those women who have the Ujjwala gas connections, they buy the second cylinder, the third cylinder. Because there's dignity, they don't have to burn firewood, burn their eyes or trouble their health. They are Dalits. They are underprivileged. They are poor people. They are tribals. So it's not symbolism, it's work. And therefore to run down Droupadi Murmu ji and say, no, I am expecting you to rise above symbolism. She doesn't need anybody's advice because she rose beyond it when she served. From a councillor to an MLA, from an MLA to a minister to a governor, she did it. It wasn't symbolism. You don't win elections on symbolism. You win elections with work. And that's something, of course, that's how we function. That's how we believe in it. The opposition party wishes not to believe in it. It's their choice. And in honesty,
so Supriya, I know it's not a comparable example because one was a direct election. This is an indirect election. But why is there a historic nature of an Obama being the first black president of the U.S.? Because it is symbolism. It is the symbolism of being the first black man to occupy that office. Therefore, I mean, if you were to look at a similar story of a person coming from a deeply underprivileged class of our country, in a remote part of our country, to rise through the sheer dint of her hard work to get to the highest office in this land is no less a story, symbolic or otherwise.
I thought I started off the show with saying this is a huge day. So I'm not disputing the symbolism. What I'm disputing is the selective claims of the BJP. Just for your reference, and I want to say some things which are very pertinent to this debate. Every 15 minutes, there's a crime against Dalit in this country has gone up steeply under your government. 45 lakh people in this country died due to no treatment, no oxygen available due to COVID. You have not been able to dispute those numbers. And Ujjwala, sir, 5 crore women have not been able to refill those cylinders. Let's not get there. As far as this election, Zaka, was concerned, I started off by saying it's an election to India's highest office, but it is an election where there are two competing ideologies. There is one ideology which believes that if you come from minorities, if you come from a certain, other linguistic group, you are not as Indian. And there is another that believes, no, all of us are Indians and we have equal say on the high table. And I would want to point out one thing here. It's all very good that we talk about symbolism. We should have a Dalit president. We should indeed have a tribal woman president. How many Dalit chief ministers does the BJP have in 17 of its states? How many Dalit chiefs of the RSS have been elected so far? You know what the number has been selected so far? The number is a huge zero for both those answers. You know how many Dalit presidents has the BJP had? One. Caught, of course, accepting bribe. You know how many Dalit chief ministers has the Congress party had? Several. At least 6 that come to my mind. 3 Dalit presidents of the Indian National Congress. We made the first Dalit president. We got the first Dalit woman speaker. The first leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha is a Dalit. who's Mr. Khadge. So let's not, I mean, let's move beyond symbolism. Put people in positions of executive power. Are you going to make one chief minister who's a Dalit in the 17 states that you are
I want to,
will you do that?
Rashid, I want to take the point. Rashid, I want to take the point that you made that there's no concept of consensus. It is a contest at the end of the day, and in a contest, somebody wins, somebody loses. But even in that context, pray explain why today Mamata Banerjee has said that her party is not going to be backing either Mr. Dhankar or Margaret Alva. That one of the principal opposition parties in this country is saying we are going to abstain in a vice presidential election. And this is what, the number 2 opposition party in parliament? I mean, what is going on? I mean, yes, I take your point about it being a contest, but this is not a contest.
Yeah. No, Zaka, you have raised a very valid point. See, that tells you the story of, why opposition is such a disarray. You see that Mr. Yashwant Sinha was nobody's candidate as such. He didn't come from Congress, and, Trinamool was very indifferent. And so, therefore, the outcome really reflects that. And we must also remember that whip is not, political parties cannot enforce whip in presidential election, nor can they take disciplinary action against those who have, cross-voted as such. So we must know this. And to say this kind of thing that about, Balakot, the opposition should have sided with the government. I mean, there are 17 crore votes that the opposition got in that election. Are we questioning that? So you see, our elections are not a singular issue based. There are a lot of things are there, and people pick and choose, and they should have a right to choose and vote.
No, but Rashid, no. I think the point that Abhijit was also trying to make is, don't there come moments in politics where you have to go past the political divide? I can think of, for example,
what happened in K.R. Narayanan's election? Let us go back. It's not so. What happened in K.R. Narayanan's election? You please respond. He came from very modest background. His story was very inspirational.
He was the first Dalit president of this country. Why did they choose
you
to
cannot marshal such arguments.
I mean, these are questions that will be asked.
Okay, Abhijit.
Why did Pratibha Patil get opposed?
Abhijit, respond. When the Congress put up the first Dalit president, the first woman president, it's not like the BJP, which was in opposition at that time, backed that candidate.
No, I'm saying that Congress has the full right to sort of put up and just do give a tit for tat to the BJP. I was just questioning the political, whether Congress gains politically by this or doesn't. That's all. I mean, Congress is completely in its right to put up whoever. I mean, it's unfortunate that they've put up a candidate like Yashwant Sinha.
That's diametrically
no, one second. Supriya, let him finish, please. Yeah,
you may have an issue with that.
Yeah, let him finish, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Unfortunate that, in front of Droupadi Murmu, there is Yashwant Sinha, who's pretty embittered. He has been abusive on Twitter and social media, and I don't know. Frankly, there was no contest. It was evident to everybody. You can see it from the cross voting. So my point is not about what Congress can, what Congress can't. The point is that it could have taken a higher ground by saying that, okay.
As Rashid said, Yashwant Sinha was no one's first choice. I think there was this whole sort of mahal that was built around Sharad Pawar. Mr. Pawar, for whatever reason, either health reasons or maybe he realizes the numbers were not there, he decided not to contest. I think then somebody else proposed Farooq Abdullah's name. Again, Farooq Abdullah's name did not fly. So Mr. Sinha at best was the third best choice. But be that as it may, I want to ask Supriya this. When Mamata Banerjee says, and we've all seen, it's public knowledge, it's in the public domain, the kind of run-ins she's had with Jagdeep Dhankar, and yet she says, I'm not going to vote against him, I'm not going to vote for him. And Margaret Alva, you may feel is an important candidate, she's a minority candidate, a woman candidate, and you have one of the most vocal, in fact, the only woman chief minister in the country right now, saying, I'm not going to back her either. So where then is this opposition unity that you cite?
So Zaka, just very quickly, I do not hold a brief for the Trinamool Congress, and I think somebody from the Trinamool should have been present here to answer that very question, because it baffles me as well. But I don't hold a brief for them, and I cannot answer that question. As far as the opposition unity is concerned, and I know everybody is too quick to point out how fragile that is, please understand, an election of a president or a vice president is very different from what general elections 2024 will look like. There are huge issues plaguing this country, issues that we are raising every day. And I do not know what the reasons for the TMC to abstain from that vote is concerned. I can only say that we do not miss one opportunity, and we will never be intimidated, irrespective of who tries to intimidate us. And that is why we are the International Congress. That's all that I will say. I don't think I hold a brief for TMC.
No.
And I'm not
I think you're missing the essence of what I was trying to ask. That in 2021 in Bengal, I know there was an attempt to try and form some kind of a rainbow coalition of opposition parties. That didn't come through. So eventually the Congress and the left allied. And, you know, the results are there for everyone to see. So clearly, Mamata Banerjee there was protecting her turf. In this case, I'm not sure what it is, because it's bizarre that the second largest opposition bloc in parliament is not supporting the opposition candidate for vice president. Yes, the numbers are stacked up against you, no doubt about it, just like the numbers were stacked up in the presidential election. But why is that? Why is the second largest opposition party not backing the opposition candidate? It baffles me. And then to say that opposition unity is intact and it's different for the 24 election, different for this election, I think if anything, it's going to splinter further. Anyway, I want to go.
How do you expect me to answer a question for what the Trinamool is doing?
No, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you to answer on behalf of the Trinamool. All I'm asking you is, all I'm questioning is this presupposition that you've made that the 24 election everybody will come together, but this election they won't. But anyway, yes, Nalin.
Zaka, I wish to make a comment because I've been hearing patiently. So I just probably, from my perspective, look at it that there are two models in the country. Because, you know, we've been speaking about how proud, and Supriya, of course, as her party spokesperson, is entitled to be fully proud of her party, believe in its ideology, and she should, like I would for mine. There are two models in the country. There is a model that's based that we believe this is how it should be, a top-down, look at everybody and say, we've figured it out, we are going to do it that way. And another one which says, this is what our plan is, we are implementing it on the ground and letting you decide in the next elections. We have seen the 14 election, we've seen the 19 election. That's the Modi model. You deliver, let the beneficiaries decide.
All right, Nalin, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but the final vote count is coming through, so I want to go live to those pictures that Rajya Sabha Secretary General is addressing.
11 a.m. today, the 21st of July 2022, in room number 63, Parliament House, New Delhi. The ballot box used in the Parliament House was first opened, followed by that of states where members of parliament had cast their votes. The ballot papers of members of legislative assemblies who voted at Parliament House were also segregated and kept separately. Thereafter, counting of votes cast by members of parliament commenced, followed by the states in alphabetical order. During scrutiny, the valid and invalid ballot papers were separated and the value of first preference votes polled in favor of each candidate was determined. 4754 votes were polled, out of which 4,701 were valid and 53 were invalid. The quota sufficient to get a candidate elected was determined by dividing the total number of first preference votes secured by both the candidates by 2 and then adding 1 to the quotient. The said quota was 5,28,491. Srimati Droupadi Murmu had secured 2,824 first preference votes, value of which is 6,76,803. 2,824 first preference votes, the value of which is 6,76,803. 1,877 first preference votes were secured by Shri Yashwant Sinha, value of which is 3,80,000 177. As the first preference vote secured by Srimati Droupadi Murmu was greater than the requisite quota, I, in my capacity as returning officer, declared that Srimati Droupadi Murmu has been duly elected to the office of the President of India. Now, I will be forwarding to the Election Commission of India Form 7 under Rule 35(1)(c), which is the return of election to the office of the President of India, and also a declaration of result of election under Section 11 of the Presidential and Vice Presidential Election Act 1952, read with Rule 35 of the Presidential and Vice Presidential Elections Rules 1974. Election Commission of India would then prepare the certificate of election of Shri Droupadi Murmu as the President of India, jointly signed by Honorable Chief Election Commissioner of India Shri Rajiv Kumar and Honorable Election Commissioner Shri Anup Chandra Pandey. Overall, the 16th presidential election was conducted in a free, fair and orderly manner in Parliament House and across all state capitals in the country. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the candidates and their authorized representatives for their cooperation, which facilitated early completion of the proceedings. I would also like to convey my humble congratulations to Srimati Droupadi Murmu.
Right, so the Rajya Sabha Secretary General confirming the final tally: 6,76,803 Electoral College votes to Droupadi Murmu and 3,80,177 to Yashwant Sinha. So it's an emphatic victory for Droupadi Murmu. Almost 60% of the vote, 65% of the vote has gone to Droupadi Murmu, and that is an indication of just how many people have voted, not just from within the NDA fold, but from outside the NDA fold, perhaps recognizing the historic nature of this candidacy and of this candidate, and that's why she has polled these record numbers: 6,76,803 and 3,80,177 to Yashwant Sinha. Nalin Kohli, again, like I said, the numbers are staggering in and of itself. It also is an indication of how many people from non-NDA parties have voted in favor of the NDA candidate.
So, ultimately, it was a candidature that had merit in it. I mean, of course, we have the numbers with us. It could have been unanimous, but that's okay. It doesn't matter if the Congress and other parties didn't. We would just hope that instead of imploring and giving a directive to the President of India that this is our agenda, so that through the President they can run their political agenda, they would focus in not running her down anymore and stop referring to her as an evil philosophy. So once we move beyond that, I'm sure Indian democracy will prosper.
Do you want to respond to that? I mean, there were unneeded comments, comments like a rubber stamp. One of your fellow colleagues, Supriya, said that she represents an evil philosophy. I mean, running down of a candidate whose very candidature had a certain historicity to it, that didn't help your case either.
No. And Zaka, I would want to correct you on air because the news agency has had to issue a corrigendum. So I would just implore, please do not resort to any WhatsApp forwards on this. ANI that misquoted him has come on record to say Dr. Ajoy Kumar was misquoted. He never said she represents an evil philosophy. He was talking about what the BJP represents. First up, I want to clarify that. Please do not go back to saying those things. I only want to say she's going to be my president as well. Why will I not implore her? Why will I not seek her to actually put an end to, impacting lives and livelihoods of tribals, Adivasis and Dalits all across in forests in India, which the BJP is hell-bent on doing? Why will I not ask my president to look into how a woman is being burnt alive in Madhya Pradesh ruled by the BJP? a tribal woman. I will do that. I have every business to. And I just want to go back to this whole point that, you know, the Congress could have thought about coming on board. No, the Congress could not have. Just like you did not think that K.R. Narayanan should have been India's unanimously elected first Dalit president. Just like you did not think that Srimati Pratibha Patilji should have been unanimously elected India's first female president. What a powerful symbolism that would have been. But
Okay.
you did not choose to because you were competing with an ideology that we stand for, and this is what democracy is all about. I mean, why are we shying away
Fair
from
enough.
contests?
Fair
That's all
enough.
that I will say.
Fair enough. I mean, like all the panelists have said, opposition was well within its right to put up a candidate. There are two things. One, could you have put up a better fight, maybe a better candidate? And two, given that the NDA chose this candidate whose election has a historic nature to it, could there have been an attempt to try and see if political divides could have been bridged? But anyway, be that as it may, I want to show two images, if I may, please. Today there were two defining images, and because we live in the world of electronic media and live television pictures, Rashid, please weigh in on this. The Congress party today hit the streets in a way that, frankly, we haven't seen in the last many weeks and months. Perhaps the last time was when Rahul Gandhi was called for ED questioning, but today they hit the streets for Sonia Gandhi being called for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. Later in the evening, the BJP hit the streets to celebrate the election of Droupadi Murmu as India's first tribal president. Just talk to us through the contrasting nature of these two pictures, and for me, this encapsulates the politics of our times, and perhaps why, you know, one set of politics seems to be able to capture the imagination of the people of this country better than the other.
Yes, Akash, so there is one picture is of, you know, of victory and the other one is of survival. Because remember, the Congress is fighting a very grim battle of survival actually. And the protests, what Congress had planned has more to do with the way Enforcement Directorate has been functioning, where a process becomes a kind of punishment. We do not know whether Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi are accused or they are witnesses. So these are the things that would prompt any political party and any person. Zaka, we have discussed this, you know, as by the government admission by the minister in parliament, there were, you know, over 2,500 raids or cases by ED, and the rate of conviction was very little, less than 4% or so. So what about honor and dignity of all those people who were, you know, raided or questioned and then nothing came out? So these are the
Look, Rashid, all I'm saying is, of course, the Congress party has every right to protest, and so they should. As long as it's peaceful, nobody has a problem with it. The only question that's being asked is, I think somebody put this up on Twitter also today, whether Mallikarjun Kharge and Pawan Bansal, who were questioned in this same scam, no one came out to the streets to protest for them. But when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in the same case, somehow life comes to a standstill.
Yeah, but that still doesn't, you know, explain the conduct of Enforcement Directorate. Is it is corruption only taking place in among opposition leaders?
Okay.
How is it that everyone who's named in ED for last 2 years or so belongs to the opposition? I'm talking about in the political spectrum.
Okay, fair enough. Abhijit, I mean, this is a familiar charge against this government that they use agencies like the ED, CBI, IT, etc. as veritable arms of.
Fair that I'm given some time to speak.
Yeah. Once I'll come to you. I'll come back to you. I'll circle back to you. But
the
Abhijit,
process is for everybody, na? Just like Supriya just said that Narayanan and Pratibha Patil, etc. Fine. I mean, Modi also sat for hours for sit patiently without BJP jumping up and down. They only, Congress people only come out when, when the Gandhis are touched. Kaun hai? Why can't she submit? She has been given enough latitude for COVID. She has to come. This is not some monarchy or something. Everybody, submits themselves to, Amit Shah has, Chidambaram has, Modi has, everybody has.
Okay.
Who are the Gandhis to demand this kind of exceptionalism? And why does, Congress, this level of fierce protest, we do not see even, on other issues over other leaders. So fine, I mean, if Congress
Mr.
things
Majumdar, I
that
think
this
you're
is the
overstepping your
politics that
brief
is
as
going
an
to.
analyst here
No,
to take
just
pot
let
shots
me
at the
finish.
Congress party.
Yeah,
I think
let
don't
me
30
finish.
seconds more.
I have
30
never
seconds more.
interrupted you.
Let him finish, please.
It's
30
only fair
seconds
I'm
more.
given
I'll
a
come back
choice.
to you,
Because
Supriya.
I didn't interrupt you.
Supriya, 30 seconds more, please. Yeah, Abhijit, finish.
Yeah, so, if the Congress feels that this is the politics that is going to get them forward, best of luck to them. I do not feel, this is terrible optics. This is actually bad politics.
Okay.
And this is the kind of elitism that India has repeatedly rejected and will reject in the future.
Supriya, respond.
There are 36 people in this country who have defaulted on banks of at least 1,000 crore rupees. Today morning's big headline in newspaper. 255 people cumulatively have defaulted nearly 2.5 lakh crore rupees, which is more than the GDP of 87 countries. The BJP, its frontals, the CBI and the ED find no time to question any of these people. The reality is that the ED, the CBI and the income tax have become frontal agencies of the BJP to settle their personal petty political scores. If you are an opposition leader, you will be hounded, fabricated cases will be filed against you, or you will be put behind jail where bail is the norm. If you join the BJP, आप गंगा नहाकर सर्फ से दाग धब्बे धोकर साफ होकर पवित्र होकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी में शामिल हो जाते हैं. हेमंत बिस्व शर्मा, मुकुल रॉय, नारायण राणे, शिंदे, I can go on and on and on. And how these agencies are used to topple democratically elected governments is another debate for another day. So let us not. 1 second.
I'm getting live
What is this
pictures. I'm
business
really
about the
sorry.
Congress
I'm really sorry to interrupt. I'm getting live pictures. This is Droupadi Murmu coming out and meeting with all the people who were the polling agents, some of the ministers who were in charge of our election. You can see Law and Justice Minister Kiran Rijiju there. You can see the Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, all of them greeting her with a bouquet. And of course, this election, like I've been saying, represents a historic candidature and a historic election because for the very first time, the occupant of Rashtrapati Bhavan will be a tribal woman. It goes beyond the symbolism of that election. It is about aspiration. It is about inspiration. And I think you can see that in the people who have turned up there to congratulate her because they realize that this story goes far beyond just one individual, in this case, Droupadi Murmu. You can see Arjun Munda there. You can see all other leaders of the BJP and also leaders from other political parties who have come there because this candidature and this election represents a certain historicity which, of course, is not to be missed. We leave you with those pictures. Quick break. Right on the other side, we'll have Brass Tack Superfast.
ਨੂੰ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the two gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered one pistol and one AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement. But they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly also interfere with radio and GPS signals. Consequences such as signal outages can be seen through today because of this rare event. There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them.
ABVP workers have taken out a protest march outside the state secretariat in the issue where NEET aspirants had to go through a harrowing and humiliating experience where girl students were asked to remove their innerwear before entering into the exam center in Kollam. Water cannons were also used on these ABVP workers. There is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the state secretariat.
Several women have complained that they were forced to take off their innerwear before entering the exam hall in Kollam as the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a 3-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කරේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore. Our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil Hachanaye. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody
Welcome back to Brass Tacks. Bengaluru's Traffic Police Commissioner shared a chilling video to drive home an important message.
It starts with a two-wheeler skidding at a turn and the rider being flung off and falling under a bus coming from the opposite direction. The wheel of the bus hits the biker's head, which thankfully is covered with a helmet. As the bus comes to a stop, the biker's helmet is seen stuck under the wheel. The bus then reverses, which helps release the biker's helmet, and then people gather to help him. Moral of the story is that helmets save lives.
The TMC has decided to abstain from voting in the upcoming vice presidential elections. The NDA's candidate is former Bengal governor and Mamata Banerjee's arch-rival Jagdeep Dhankar. But the TMC will not vote for the opposition candidate Margaret Alva either, because the party says they were never consulted on her candidature. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has declared that he will go ahead with his Singapore visit despite not being given permission by the Lieutenant Governor to attend a summit abroad. The LG has advised Kejriwal not to attend the conference since it is a conference of mayors. Cloud bursts in Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur have caused widespread destruction.
Cloudburst triggered landslides in several places. Loose stones and rocks fell from the mountains and blocked several roads. And incessant rains made any rescue and relief operations virtually impossible. The cloudburst also led to increased water level in drains and created a flood-like situation and blocked road connectivity. Several homes were damaged due to torrential rains and the mayhem caused by the cloudburst.
2 days after he drank a glass of water directly from a river, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was today admitted to a hospital in Delhi. But the Aam Aadmi Party has denied that Mann had a stomach infection and claimed that he was discharged right after a routine checkup. A day after two of Sidhu Moosewala's killers were gunned down in an encounter in Punjab, the late singer's father has reportedly been receiving threat calls. The number has been traced to Pakistan. Sidhu Moosewala was killed in his hometown Musa back in May. The United States Navy says one of its destroyers sailed through the Taiwan Straits. The USS Benfold conducted what is being termed as a routine transit. The destroyer is part of the US Navy's 7th Fleet. The powerful fleet includes 70 warships and submarines. Chinese forces tracked and monitored the vessel. China, in fact, slams the frequent provocations by the US across the Taiwan Straits. The Jammu-Srinagar highway continues to be blocked because of shooting stones.
Incessant rains triggered the shooting stones and blocked the 270-kilometer-long national highway. Nearly 1,000 vehicles, including a convoy carrying Amarnath Yatris, are stranded at different points of the highway. Officials from the National Highways Authority of India have been trying to clear the affected stretch. But shooting stones and small landslides are making things difficult. The Jammu-Srinagar National Highway is the only all-weather road linking Kashmir with the rest of India.
A seer in Rajasthan's Bharatpur set himself on fire to protest illegal mining. The police team doused the fire with a blanket, but the seer has 80% burn injuries. The BJP held the Ashok Gehlot government responsible for the suicide rate. The Maharashtra government has lifted the stay order on the construction of the Mumbai Metro Line 3 car shed at RA Colony. This will effectively pave the way to resume building the controversial shed in the area. The stay order was issued by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray soon as he assumed office in 2019. A shocking video has surfaced from Jodhpur of a school bus falling into a sinkhole.
The bus carrying children was on its way to the school when it encountered the sinkhole. The rear tires of the bus were submerged in the sinkhole even as the front portion of the vehicle was raised in the air. Inside the bus were two terrified children, the driver and the conductor.
बस आ रही थी उसमें दो बच्चे और एक चलन वाले ड्राइवर बैठे थे और पीछे से खड्डा एकदम ही खड्डे के अंदर गाड़ी आके गिर गई नीचे.
The children were evacuated safely, but the driver and conductor suffered injuries. Eventually, the bus was extracted from the sinkhole with the help of a crane.
Meanwhile, it was a narrow escape for 21 children after their school bus caught fire in northwest Delhi. Fire tenders were rushed to the spot to douse the blaze. All the kids and the bus driver escaped unhurt. The cause of the fire has not been determined yet. Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as the president of Sri Lanka after winning the elections yesterday, but the protests against him continue because he is seen as an ally of the Rajapakshas. Wickremesinghe is assured that he will work with all parties to bail Sri Lanka out of this unprecedented economic crisis. Russian forces bombarded the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, killing at least 2 people and wounding more than 20. Russia is shelling a struck mosque, in fact a medical facility and also a shopping area. Kharkiv is one of the most densely populated cities in the war-torn country. 7 missiles struck critical infrastructure in the southern Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv. 2 of the missiles hit and destroyed a warehouse full of humanitarian aid. Fighting has intensified in southern Ukraine after the US recently bolstered the military capabilities of Ukraine. Russia has resumed gas flows to Europe after fears of a total shutdown. The Nord Stream 1 has resumed flow to Germany, a key pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The flows are running at reduced volume as compared to before. This is a welcome relief to European countries who are struggling to find alternative suppliers. Wildfires are raging in Spain because of the searing heat across Europe.
This video captures the magnitude of the wildfires that have been burning in Spain over the past few days. All along the highways in Zaragoza and Lugo provinces, wildfires have been burning. Firefighters are struggling to extinguish the blaze due to high temperatures and strong winds. More than 30 forest fires around Spain have forced the evacuation of thousands of people and blackened 220 square kilometers of forests. Helicopters dropped gallons of water in an effort to douse the flames.
So what exactly is behind these seething temperatures across Europe? Climate change happens to be the single biggest factor. In fact, this is the hottest since the 1880s. The last 8 years put together, the hottest in over a century. A low-pressure system over the European region. There is unusual warming across the Arctic Ocean as well, and that is a big factor. There's dry soil too, which can be blamed, which cannot absorb a lot of heat. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi has resigned after key coalition allies boycotted a confidence vote. This has paved the way for early elections and a renewed period of uncertainty for Italy. At a critical time, Draghi had an uneasy coalition of right, left and populist leaders. US President Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. According to the White House, the 79-year-old leader is experiencing mild symptoms and will carry out his full duties while isolating himself. Biden is fully vaccinated. He's also taken 2 booster shots. An explosion shocked visitors at the Hoover Dam, one of the largest hydroelectric facilities in the US. A video showing a thick cloud of black smoke and flames was posted online by one of the tourists who was present at the site when the explosion happened. A team rushed to the site and discovered that the fire was reported in one of the transformers installed at the dam. That's a wrap. Maria Shakil is here with News Epicenter. Lawrence Bishnoi, operating from inside the Tihar jail with impunity, had no qualms ordering multiple hits on Salman Khan.
The sculptor himself, the main man behind this, is saying that there is actually no difference.
Drugs to try and fund their terror operations and to also try and radicalize young, impressionable minds while confining them to the throes of drug addiction.
What is becoming increasingly worrying and problematic is that issues related to education is becoming so polarizing. Hello everyone, you're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. It is a historic day in India as Droupadi Murmu is now the president-elect and the first tribal woman to take the reins of the top office. Droupadi Murmu started out as a school teacher before entering state politics and has an exemplary public service record of over 25 years. Her candidature drove a wedge through the opposition as many in the political spectrum chose to be on the right side of history. Before we get to our guests, here is the inspirational story of a woman's rise from humble beginnings against all adversities to become the first citizen of the country. India's 15th president, India's first tribal president, first president born after independence. Droupadi Murmu is a woman of many firsts.
इसी कालखंड में देश को नए राष्ट्रपति, नए उपराष्ट्रपति, उनका मार्गदर्शन प्रारंभ होगा.
Nearly 5,000 MPs and MLAs across the country voted on 18th July to elect the newest occupant of the Raisina Hill.
श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू, इनको राष्ट्रपति का प्रत्याशी घोषित किया गया है एनडीए की तरफ से.
An announcement that did not come as much of a surprise, as in 2017 too, her name had figured in the NDA's shortlist for India's top constitutional office. Ramnath Kovind had then emerged as the dark horse. With the numbers stacked overwhelmingly in the favor of the NDA, Droupadi Murmu's election was high on symbolism and less about the numbers game. An election which is witnessing the changing political axis. A selection that has placed the opposition camp in a quandary. Uddhav Thackeray, forced by the Shiv Sena MPs, broke ranks from allies in Mahavikas Aghadi to back her. TDP's Chandrababu Naidu came out to even campaign for her in Andhra Pradesh. Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, India's only tribal party, had to support as well. After all, she had served as the governor of Jharkhand.
मेरे जो फैमिली बहुत गरीबी है, गरीबी थोड़ा मैं फाइनेंस सियाली उनको सपोर्ट करूं, इसीलिए थोड़ा पढ़ लिख के ऐसा बन जाऊं कि मुझे थोड़ा नौकरी मिल जाए, लेकिन मुझे पॉलिटिक्स में जाना, ये गवर्नर बनना, ये मैं कभी सोची नहीं थी.
64-year-old Droupadi Murmu, low profile and soft-spoken, has generally steered clear of controversy. She was also the only governor to complete a full term in office in Jharkhand, which has had 10 governments in its 2 decades of existence.
जो सेंट्रल ने हम मेरा बहन का नाम लिया ना, हम लोग बहुत खुश में, रायरंगपुर के बासिंदा सब खुश में है. आदिवासी महिला की पहले जो चुना गया ना, वही सबसे खुशी बात है.
पूरा रायरंगपुर के साथ ही उनका बहुत अच्छा संपर्क रहा है. सबका उन्होंने हमेशा साथ और सहयोग दिया और बहुत ही प्यार भरा संपर्क रहा है उनका सबों के साथ में. हमारे किसी भी प्रोग्राम में वो हमेशा आगे रहते थे और सबकी बातें सुनते थे.
तो काउंसिलर से होके विधायक भी बन गए. विधायक बन के वो बेस्ट अवार्ड भी उनको मिला है, नीलकंठ पुरस्कार मिला है उनको. उसके बाद वो मंत्री भी बने. सबका साथ मिल के काम करते हैं.
Born into a Santhali farmer's home in Uper Beda village of Mayurbhanj district, Murmu persisted with her studies even though she had to leave her village after class 7 in order to do so. With the help of relatives, she completed her schooling in Bhubaneswar and then joined Ramadevi Women's College. After her studies, Murmu got a job with the Odisha's Irrigation and Power Department. She, however, quit the job after she got married to Shyam Charan Murmu, a bank employee, and moved to Rairangpur, a town about 20 kilometers from her native village. She started teaching at the Sri Aurobindo Integral Education and Research Center in Rairangpur. It was here that her work with a Santhal organization, where she had enrolled in the 1990s, caught the attention of the BJP's Raj Kishore Das. Back then, it was a party that did not have much political influence in the state. Seeing potential in Murmu, he asked her to contest for councillor in the Rairangpur Notified Area Council. In 1997, she became councillor and later vice chairperson of the Rairangpur Corporation.
2000 में 97 5 साल का ये तो आप जानते हैं टर्म होता है, लेकिन बीच में मुझे जब जनरल इलेक्शन आ गया, मुझे 2000 में टिकट दिया गया. उन्होंने कहा आपको तो लड़ना है. मैंने बोला मेरे बच्चे छोटे छोटे हैं, मुझे ये तो काउंसिलर में थी, वाइस चेयरमैन थी, तो टाउन के अंदर मुझे घूमना पड़ता था. फिर अभी तो मुझे पूरा क्षेत्र में घूमना पड़ेगा, तो टाइम नहीं दे पाऊंगी. फिर मुझे थोड़ा, मैंने बोला ठीक है चलिए. बच्चे भी बोले ठीक है माँ, तुम लड़ना चाहती हो तो लड़ो.
She served twice as a BJP MLA in Odisha and also worked as a minister in the Naveen Patnaik government from the 2002 to 2004, when the BJP and Biju Janata Dal ran a coalition government. She was awarded the Neelkant Award for the Best Legislator by the Odisha Legislative Assembly. Droupadi Murmu's candidature signifies the BJP's efforts to bring the tribal and other marginalized communities to the mainstream. A convincing example of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. It's an outreach to the strong 10.42 crore scheduled tribes population of India, who are largely in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Jharkhand and Maharashtra and other states in Northeast. The BJP hopes the message of the first tribal woman president of India will help them expand their footprints in tribal belts across the country and earn immediate electoral dividend in the upcoming polls. The move comes ahead of assembly elections in Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. The four states have 128 seats reserved for scheduled tribes, of which the BJP had won just 35 in the last assembly elections. The BJP is also hoping that her candidature will strengthen its political hold in Odisha and get a foothold in Jharkhand, where it lost the elections in 2019.
आज भी हम कहते हैं कि आदिवासियों में ओडिशा में संथाल प्रोग्रेसिव है, लेकिन इतना भी प्रोग्रेसिव नहीं है कि वो दूसरों के साथ कॉम्पीट कर पाए। इसीलिए और भी थोड़ा अभी भी फाउंडेशन स्टेज में है। आगे जाने के लिए महिला को और पुरुष को दोनों को आगे आना होगा। जैसे परिवार चलाने के लिए दोनों की आवश्यकता है।
In 2017, as governor, Murmu returned two controversial bills, the Chotanagar Tenancy Act and Santhal Pargana Tenancy Act, in view of the widespread agitation from tribes after the state sought to dilute their rights over their land. This move against the then CM of the BJP, Raghubar Das, cemented her as the real custodian of tribal aspirations and tribal cause. Droupadi Murmu got support of MLAs across party lines, polling over 60% of votes. Her elevation as the president reflects the triumph of the spirit of new resilient India, where any citizen can rise to occupy the highest constitutional office of India. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. And we have an all-women panel today. Aprajita Sarangi, Member of Parliament of the BJP, Dr. Amiben Yagnik, Member of Parliament of the Congress, Dr. Mahua Maji is the Member of Parliament of JMM, Sushmita Dev, Member of Parliament of the TMC. Dr. Amiben Yagnik, is this a case of missed opportunity? Could 2022 have been 1977 when Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy was elected unopposed? On 75th year of India's independence, when the country was getting its first tribal president and a woman too, could all political parties have come together and ensured that she goes to Raisina Hill unopposed?
Maria, today, first of all, instead of getting into all this, I would like to give my heartiest congratulations to Droupadi Murmu ji. She is the first tribal woman to be the president, 15th president of our country. And I think I have so much hope that she is an embodiment of women empowerment, and she would, apart from preserving, protecting and defending the constitution, will also look at the twin object. One is that women empowerment, and which is very, very, very much needed, though we are in the third decade of the 21st century. And secondly, all the forest rights and the tribal rights, which are really needed to be boosted by the acts that are in place but not implemented. And that is what I think is very important today, rather than talking about what would have been and why should it have been and why it has not happened.
Fine enough, ma'am. I really appreciate you taking that line. Sushmita Dev, Mamata Banerjee has always positioned herself as the champion of women's rights. She often says that she is a woman leader, woman chief minister. Again, this was a case of second woman president, but the first tribal woman president of India. Would you have wanted to vote for her?
See, Mamata Banerjee, Chief Minister of Bengal, made it very clear that she was not voting against an individual. It was a fight of ideologies. She made it very clear that the opposition was on one side, and they had a joint meeting. As you know, all the 17 opposition parties came to a conclusion. This was not a fight against Droupadi ji. This was a fight against the ideology And let me tell you, Droupadi Murmu ji winning to make it into a BJP's victory is completely the wrong narrative. This was a fight, a democratic fight. And in a democracy, you can contest any position, whether it's presidents, whether it's vice presidents, whether it's a member of parliament or an MLA. So to make it about a certain community, about a certain gender and a certain caste is absolutely wrong. This is a larger fight about protecting the constitution. This is the highest post. This is the highest post and supposed to be the protector of the constitution. And what Mamata Banerjee has faced from the governor of Bengal, this was a fight against a certain mindset. It was not against any individual, any caste, any community. And I join the nation in congratulating Droupadi Murmu ji. She has won the election. She's the president-elect, and we wish her well. And I hope she fights hard to protect the constitution.
Yes, I'm going to ask what does it really mean to women MPs at large in just a bit. But before that, Aprajita Sarangi, you have worked with Droupadi Murmu at some stage in her career and your career. What was it like? You know, it's often said that these constitutional offices, be it the president's office or the office of governor, are largely rubber stamped. What's your experience been with Droupadi Murmu?
A very good evening. I think this is a day of jubilation, a day of celebration. And such moments are very rare in the history of a nation, when all people of a country unite to celebrate the victory of an idea, a thought, a principle. And let me tell you categorically, without any hesitation, that we are celebrating the idea of Antyodaya today. Madam Droupadi Murmu has been a wonderful person, is a wonderful person, and I'm sure she would be a source of inspiration for hundreds and thousands of us. And yes, I would definitely say that I am more lucky than many. When she was the Minister of Animal Husbandry and Transport with the state government of Orissa, I was director in the Orissa Secretariat. And at that point of time, with some work I had gone to her, very important work, and I remember I could see the kind of efficacy with which she handled the issue that I had raised before her. And let me tell you what an affable person she is. She has always been. 2 months back, she had just come from the governorship of Jharkhand, and she was in Rairangpur, and she was kind enough to send a message to me saying that she was wanting to talk. And I called her back, and she said, long time we haven't spoken to each other, and then we had a good long chat. So this is the person that she is, very simple, empathetic, and very positive. So I think the country is very lucky, very fortunate. And I can only say that, you know, Rairangpur to Raisina Hill, this journey of hers has been dotted, or rather marked, by struggles, odds and difficulties. Yes. And she had some very grave personal tragedies too, but you know, she has combated all with a lot of courage, with a lot of conviction, and she is definitely a source of inspiration for thousands of us.
Yes, and Mahua Maji, JMM backing her candidature wasn't really a surprise, but because she has also worked as the governor of Jharkhand, in that period she returned to bills because she thought that those bills were anti-tribal. Tell us your story with your former governor.
क्या सबसे पहले तो मैं माननीय द्रौपदी जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामना देती हूँ, और ये हमारे लिए भी बहुत खुशी की बात है। जब मैं झारखंड विमेन कमीशन की चेयरपर्सन थी, उस समय वो हमारे झारखंड की गवर्नर रही हैं, तो उनके साथ कई मंचों को शेयर करने का और राजभवन में विभिन्न कार्यक्रमों में जाकर शिरकत करने का अवसर मिला। तो मैंने बहुत करीब से उनको देखा है, और हमारी पार्टी ने भी उनको वोट देने का निर्णय लिया इसी आधार पर कि उन्होंने हमेशा ट्राइबल हित में काम किया है। वो हमारे रांची यूनिवर्सिटी की कुलाधिपति भी थी, तो ट्राइबल डिपार्टमेंट में शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भी उन्होंने अच्छा काम किया है। और सबसे बड़ी बात कि वो बहुत सीधी, सरल और अच्छी महिला है, नेक इंसान है, और कभी उन्होंने किसी को तकलीफ़ नहीं दी। और जो ट्राइबल बिल आया था, संताल परगना टेनेंसी एक्ट और छोटनागपुर टेनेंसी एक्ट, उस पर वो अड़ी रही और अपने सरकार के खिलाफ भी जाकर उसमें जबरन उसमें साइन वगैरह नहीं किया। उनकी ये खूबी, इस खूबी ने पूरे झारखंड के आदिवासियों का मन मोह लिया, और हमारी पार्टी ने हमारे दिशम गुरु आदरणीय शिबू सोरेन जी ने और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने निर्णय लिया कि उन्हीं को वोट करना है, क्योंकि हमारे देश में पहली आदिवासी महिला को ये सम्मान मिला है और हमारी पार्टी की जो आइडियोलॉजी है वो आदिवासी हित में काम करती है। हमारा पूरा संघर्ष ही उसके लिए है, हमारे गुरु जी की, तो इसलिए हम लोग इसका स्वागत करते हैं और हम सब में बहुत खुशी है। पूरा झारखंड इसका जश्न मना रहा है।
तो जश्न तो बहुत सारे स्टेट्स में हो रहे हैं, उड़ीसा और झारखंड में खास तौर पर। सुष्मिता देव, नॉट एज अ टीएमसी एमपी बट एज अ वुमन एमपी, व्हाट डज टुडे मीन टू यू?
See, today is not the first time that I'm proud to see a woman in such a top position. We had Meera Kumarji, who was in the Lok Sabha Speaker. We've had Pratibha Patil ji, who's been the President of India. And I only hope that the Prime Minister's office and the cabinet allows her to work freely and take decisions like she should as the protector of the Constitution. You see, she comes from a certain community which needs to be promoted, no doubt. And the fact that she holds a position is I join the nation in congratulating her. But I hope that her primary duty, which is to protect the Constitution, is the need of the hour. And I hope she will rise to the occasion, like Mamata Banerjee tweeted. Because believe me, whether it's federalism, whether it's civil liberties, whether it's freedom of speech, whether it's freedom to write and speak by journalists, a lot of things are under threat. So this position is extremely important.
Yes.
It's a position that has to protect the nation and our huge legacy of being the largest parliamentary democracy with the longest constitution. So obviously, how it pans out will also depend on how she handles it. Like you just said in your show, that in the past, she has returned 2 bills which she thought was anti-tribal. And like Amiji said, there's lots to be done for the tribal community. Like, for instance, if the farm bills had been returned by the president's office, we wouldn't have seen the kind of year-long protest that we saw in the country, which eventually the Prime Minister of India had to take back.
Okay.
So the president's post is becoming increasingly important, and I hope she rises to the occasion.
Okay, Ami-ben Yagnik, the point being made by Sushmita Dev of the first woman president, Pratibha Patil, but this one, you know, of the story of Droupadi Murmu, she represents the majority of women. Women who come from downtrodden sections of India. Life of struggle. The first girl from Santhal community to leave her village, to leave her district and travel all the way to Bhubaneswar to study. Do you think she signifies that majority women, which is very different from the story of Pratibha Patil?
We may not differentiate the struggles of one woman from another. Struggle is a struggle, but yes, you can see that she's born in 1958, at the late 50s, post-independence, and the opportunity that was given post-India for education to girls, and she had that resolve to be a schoolgirl and then leave the village and go after 7th standard to another place and to study further and be a teacher. I think that is the struggle of a woman, and that struggle she did, but she had also the opportunity of the education system post-independence. She made the best of it. She took that resolve, and I firmly believe and wish that that same resolve will help her to be in this highest position in the country, to see that she becomes the protector of the Constitution, to preserve the Constitution. And today is the need that this kind of a resolve is necessary. Yes, I think I find that resolve in her. And yes, we may not compare struggles of each woman or of one woman with another woman. They are very different, but they are struggles ultimately. And when a woman takes a resolve and she made herself to that, she brought herself to that situation or to that position that she could stand in society, and that is why she is where she is today. So I think we have to give her that credit and woman's resolve, and I'm sure and I hope very sincerely that she would contribute to protect the Constitution, which is, as said, that it's a need of the hour.
Yes, and you're right. I mean, a woman's struggle, every woman has her own story, and women in public life, all of you are in public life. you understand what your daily struggles and daily, maneuvering actually means. Aparajita Sarangi, one more anecdote from you.
See, there are many anecdotes with her. I would just say that we had been interacting at regular intervals, and she has always been so very helpful, I would say, and so very compassionate in her approach, and she's so soft spoken. I think there's a lot to learn from her, a lot of courage, a lot of conviction, as I said earlier. And you know, she has always looked at all the hurdles, all the problems that came her way, not as problems but as challenges. And you know, today I must, through you, thank all those 104 MLAs and 17 MPs who have cross-voted, who
that
have
number
listened
has
to
gone
the
up.
voice of the conscience.
Yes, that number, in fact, Aparajita, has gone up to 126 MLAs cross-voted.
Fantastic. So, Mr. Yashwant Sinha ji had told everybody to listen to the call of the conscience, and I think these people have done, and I'm sure they deserve congratulations. And at the same time, another thing which I would like to very well submit, that with a lot of pride I would say that, but at the same time with a lot of humility, that Prime Minister Modi's government has always stood for the underprivileged, the vulnerable, the deprived and the poor. And today, you know, I can say with conviction that we walk the talk. It's not just that we have been saying this, but we are also demonstrating in our actions by choosing Madam Droupadi Murmu as the NDA presidential candidate. I think Prime Minister has displayed that whatever he says, whatever he means, he does. So I think today is a day of celebration, and 50% of our population in the country is women. So I'm sure the women of the country must be doubly happy. And this is a day to celebrate. Let us all unite together, forgetting all our differences, to congratulate her and wish her well.
Amiben Yagnik, how are you looking at the number of MLAs who have cross-voted? And that number is pretty high in the Congress ruled states as well. In Chhattisgarh, for example, there is a significant number of MLAs who have cross-voted. Let me tell you, 6 MLAs. You have a alliance government in Jharkhand. JMM had already announced. So those 10 MLAs who have cross-voted are perhaps from your party.
See, I think you should go back to what the candidate Mr. Yashwant Sinha said when he was asked these questions. And he also, when he said that one should listen to the voice of the conscience and vote. And today I am hearing this in this wonderful debate of women empowerment, and suddenly the cross-voting aspect is brought in, and that the people have voted, the MLAs or whoever has voted has heard the voice of the conscience. I am unable to understand, because I am hearing this new words coming in the political arena, Antaratma, and Maine Meri Awaaz Suni. So I am unable to understand or analyze this concept, and what is this suddenly pressurizing somebody to listen to one's voice. We all listen to our voices and make
voice of conscience meant cross-voting is the point being made. I have just enough time for the final words.
I am just explaining the reason. The reason and the excuse given in the word of Antaratma and conscience. That is what I am trying to tell you.
What
is it? It is subject.
Yes,
let's not go into the analysis of that.
Mahua Maji, one view certainly was that what option did Hemant Soren have if not back the tribal president of India, the first tribal president of India?
Maria, can I come in for a second?
Yes, I'm going to come to you. He really understood that he has to be, he cannot be on the wrong side of history. He has to be backing someone that his party represents.
Yes, but actually हमारे झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा की जो आइडियोलॉजी है, शुरू से ये आदिवासियों के लिए काम करती रही है, और हमारी पार्टी सुप्रीमो आदरणीय गुरुजी भी संथाली हैं, और चूँकि हमारी पार्टी का आधार ही है आदिवासी हित में काम करना, इसलिए भी हम लोगों ने इस माननीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को सिलेक्ट किया। और हमारी एक मांग भी है कि सरना धर्म कोड के लिए काफ़ी दिनों से हमारी झारखंड के आदिवासी लड़ रहे हैं कि वो अपने आप को हिंदू धर्म में नहीं रखना चाहते, वो एक्चुअली सरना पूजा करते हैं। तो सरना धर्म कोड की जो मांग है, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि माननीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी उस पर विचार करेंगी और इसे लागू करेंगी। ये झारखंड की मांग है।
Okay, 20 seconds to you, Sushmita.
Very quickly, I want to say that if it's a vote of conscience, all the people who cut across party lines to vote for Droupadi ji have very high expectations. And what my learned friend from the JMM is saying, only time will tell whether she will return that gesture and whether Prime Minister Modi will let a constitutional post holder like Droupadi ji pay back that with same grace to the people, the expectations of the people who cross-voted. Time will tell that.
Okay, let's see. Sushmita Dev, Dr. Maua Maji and Abhiben Yaknik, thank you so much for joining us. Prajita Sarangi continues for the second discussion as well. And that is on the new twist that has come in the vice presidential polls. Shifting focus now to the widening divide in the opposition camp, now even in the vice presidential race. Just days after the joint opposition candidate Margaret Alva was picked, remember, the TMC has decided to abstain from the vote, which will take place on August 6th. The TMC has said that the decision to choose Margaret Alva was taken in haste and the party was not kept in the loop. All the TMC claims this won't hurt opposition unity. Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary labelled the TMC as the BJP is the Lal, adding that the party's move is primarily aimed to help the NDA candidate Jagdeep Dhankar win the election. So is Mamata Banerjee's move aimed as a message to the opposition, particularly the Congress, or has there been some kind of backroom understanding between the BJP and the TMC? Prajita Sarangi, Member of Parliament of the BJP, continues to be with us. Nasir Hussain is a Member of Parliament of the Congress Party. Dr. Shashi Panja is a Cabinet Minister of West Bengal. Dr. Panja, you have been, I would say the TMC has been the most vociferous voice against the BJP, the most belligerent as well, taking on the centre on every possible issue. So aren't you displaying softening of stand in this move that you will be abstaining rather than voting against Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar?
Certainly not. We will continue to be the vociferous and the belligerent voice against the BJP because there are so many issues troubling the country. There are plenty of issues and those are people's issues. Now, vis-a-vis the Vice President polls which are coming, and our National General Secretary has clearly, in fact, there was a press after this, which is so unusual with the NDA. They hardly do any press. The Prime Minister has not. But our party very clearly did a press today and clearly mentioned the reasons. Essentially, the NDA candidate is the candidate Jagdeep Dhankar. He was also the governor of Bengal, and it has been very clearly mentioned that we did not have a very pleasant experience with him because his work or strategy was always against the government of Bengal, and it was very biased towards the political party, which should not be in the position of a governor, which is a constitutional post. But on the other hand, we have also very clearly defined that we have nothing against the candidate. We have anything against even the presidential candidates of NDA, the candidate of NDA. But it is wrong to say, as again in Abhishek Banerjee, he mentioned that it is a wrong thing to say that by not supporting the opposition candidate, TMC is not supporting the opposition unity. We just wanted to say, which is again being said, that we have 35 MPs, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha MPs, Trinamool Congress has. But of course, the process of consultation or deliberation was not proper. And rather the declaration was also very done with much haste.
No, but in
And, that
abstaining,
is why,
we
are
you are
abstaining
helping.
from it.
So in abstaining, you are actually helping the NDA candidate sail through. So in that, you're not voting for one side, but you're giving a bigger message in trying to say that a governor who had been taking on your government rather publicly, you have decided to abstain in his election for the vice president.
No, Mariaji, we are very much against. I mean, everybody knows what it was like in Bengal.
Yes.
With him. So that dissent is there, and I don't think that just because Trinamool Congress has decided to abstain is going to influence the decision of all the other allied parties in the opposition.
This is another example of chink in opposition's armor. You know, we have seen the high percentage of cross-voting that has happened in presidential elections, and now even in vice presidential polls, you have failed to get the TMC on board. For Margaret Alva.
Maria, I think we had lots of discussion on political parties shifting towards the NDA candidate in the presidential election. And on your show, I have given examples how Shiv Sena and JDU voted for the opposition candidates. Let us not get into it. Here, I think now clearly the BJP's spokesperson Sarangi ji is in all smiles because the kind of stand TMC has taken. Congress party, being one of the most responsible parties, a national party, has always tried and pursued continuously that there should be some sort of an unity among the opposition parties, at least on issues. Because obviously TMC is a different party, Congress is a different party, RJD is a different party. We are all different parties. We have our own ideologies, and we all.
Do you see this as a setback?
We are all one part. And then, see, I would say, these kind of examples can be given in the vice presidential and presidential election for the past 70 years. N number of examples are there. But the point here is, if a party as important as TMC says that a decision was taken in a hurry, the presidential candidate was a member of TMC. Congress supported, all other parties supported. It was a decision taken by the TMC and the other political parties. Here also, all the other political parties sat together and took a decision. And this candidate was not proposed by Congress party. This was proposed by left party and other parties. Then we said it's okay, fine. If you think that Srimati Margaret Alva can take on the NDA candidate, it's fine. So that's how a consensus was built up. And Mr. Sharad Pawar was given an responsibility to talk and discuss this with the TMC leadership, and he has done that. But now if TMC, despite having such an bad experience with the vice presidential candidate of NDA, they still want to help him indirectly to sail through. So it is up to them. We can't say anything. Okay. But the fact remains that...
So the Congress is very upset.
Just one second. Whether it's in... Just one second, Maria. See, whether it's a presidential candidate or the vice presidential candidate, generally what happens, the ruling party has its say or they win the election. But this election is used as a platform to air their views and the ideological formulations which they stand for.
What are you sensing?
That is what we did in the presidential election.
So then what are you saying an ideological position?
This should have been...
What is that ideological position vis-a-vis the TMC?
I think the TMC should clarify that now.
Okay. So Dr. Shashi Panja,
whom are they helping?
The political circles are a buzz about some kind of backroom dealing. What exactly is this backroom dealing that has happened between the TMC and the BJP?
Maria, rest assured, there is no backroom dealing. We don't need to do that. We defeated the BJP in the state of West Bengal just last year. It's very fresh in everybody's minds. And today the presidential poll results were out. You know, none of the Trinamool Congress MLAs cross-voted or the MPs cross-voted.
In West Bengal, there has been no
cross-voting. So there are other issues of other parties. They have to look into those issues as to why their MLAs or MPs
Since Aparajita Sarangi is smiling, She's a very pleasant person, and that is the reason why she smiles, Nasir Hussain. Let me just highlight that. But I think this is a smile of a different nature. This is a smile of a different nature, because there must be some kind of understanding. So Aparajita Sarangi, is the BJP happy that all those meetings that may have perhaps yielded some result with this message that the TMC is going to abstain and not vote for Margaret Alva?
See, with all humility, I would say that BJP is generally very happy. Not because of this particular incident we are happy, but generally we are all happy people. Now, this is Congress versus TMC. We are nobody to actually comment on what transpired and why did it happen. And but let us
But they are saying that something has happened between you and the TMC, and that is the reason why the Congress is upset. That's what they are saying.
Not at all, that I can say with all conviction. Not at all.
What was that meeting that took place in Darjeeling?
Saving its face. So Congress will come out. The fact remains that Mamata Banerjee is the lady who actually tried to bring all the opposition parties together, and maybe she had some national ambitions too. Okay. And that is why she tried to go to Tripura.
So this is the spin of national ambition.
Maybe she was eyeing the chair in Delhi. But unfortunately, you know, all her ambitions, all her aspirations have gone for a toss. Now, even the Congress, which is a very important opposition party, is not with her. That's very clear. So, basically, it is division within the opposition ranks. And I tell you, our party has always been wanting a very strong opposition. You know, I am a Lok Sabha MP. I know how very bad it is not to have an opposition and not to have a proper, meaningful debate in the Lok Sabha. Okay. From the side of the opposition. There is absolutely no facts, no arguments. Okay. What I am trying to say is that for a democracy, for a thriving democracy, it's very important to have a strong opposition. But unfortunately, because of all these misunderstandings or miscommunication,
no, but you're fishing in troubled waters. If anything, the problem that is happening between the TMC and the Congress party, it has been playing out for the last few months. Mamata Banerjee has openly said that Congress party lacks that fire in the belly to take on the BJP. She has some mantra, she knows how to bell the cat, but the Congress party is not able to take that message from her. Nasir Hussain, if anything, why can't that be this move of Mamata Banerjee be seen in the same direction, that it's in that direction only that Mamata Banerjee has been taking on the Congress openly? Look at what happened in state after state, including Goa.
Maria, please give me some time. Let me first respond to what the BJP spokesperson said. See, BJP doesn't want a strong opposition at all. What is happening in Parliament, I have been seeing for the past few years, and what has happened for the past 3 to 4 days in the Parliament. See, the BJP doesn't want any kind of discussion, any kind of debate in the Parliament, any kind of opposition to their bills. So that is the reason. We have been, most of the opposition parties, including TMC, has also given notices both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha under the different rules, asking for discussion on important issues like price rise, for security of the nation, for the falling rupee, so many other things, unemployment. For the past 3-4 sessions, not a single issue was taken up by the chairman or the speaker in the either houses, and no discussion was allowed. So if there is no discussion, if there is no opposition speaking, how will you have a strong opposition in the houses? So that is the BJP doesn't want any kind of opposition in both the houses. And coming back to TMC, see, if somebody wants an opposition unity, somebody wants all the opposition parties to get together and take on the BJP in the present day, I think there is something called an institution of LOP. There are opposition parties meetings, there are opposition parties agitations and protests. I think first the party which claims to be fighting the BJP should become the part of these all opposition party meetings, should become the part of the joint protest, should become the part of the joint strategies, and then say that chalo, we'll take on the ruling party. That is how it happens. Even when Congress was in power, that is how all opposition parties used to get together and fight against the ruling government with the Congress.
The TMC had proposed the name of Yashwant Sinha. All opposition parties, including the Congress, backed him. Yes, it may be a losing battle, but yes. In case of Margaret Alva, if it was the left parties which had proposed, what was wrong why couldn't Mamata Banerjee have backed her if she also says that her politics is about women empowerment? Here is a woman who's taking on the BJP. BJP's nominee.
Mariaji, Mamata Banerjee did take the initiative when the presidential poll candidate was being decided, and you know that there was a first choice, there was a second choice, there was the third choice, and then Yashwant Sinha. These names were all floated by the platform itself. So it's not something that is my candidate, it's your candidate. But that did go through a process. It was that very process which was not followed here. And just one thing which I need to tell the BJP also, that they should not get very busy with the fact that there is something between the Congress or the TMC, that they're fighting and all that. There are so many issues in the country which need very urgent attention. And precisely I agree with the Congress spokesman that there is a gag order in Parliament. There is a gag, there is a demonstration, you cannot demonstrate outside. So somehow, if BJP was so confident, why was it running away from discussing these issues?
Dr. Shashi Pandya, you're not standing with the Congress and other opposition parties on a very important election.
Why is it
you're sending a message that something has been worked out, and in this abstention,
that is
it's a bigger message.
Misinterpretation. I'm sorry to say. You cannot
as a
interpret.
political journalist, I'm going to read into your the reason why you decided to abstain.
Not agreeing with the opposition candidate does not mean there is a dent in the opposition.
Fine enough. All right. Dr. Shashi Pandya,
the interpretation.
Nasir Hussain and Prajita Sarangi, thank you so much for joining us. We are slipping into a short break. After that, we'll have a newsmaker. Sachin Pilot joins us on Sonia Gandhi's day 1 of questioning.
There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them.
ABVP workers have taken out a protest march outside the State Secretariat in the issue where NEET aspirants had to go through a harrowing and humiliating experience where girl students were asked to remove their innerwear before entering into the exam center in Kollam. Water cannons were also used on these ABVP workers. There is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the State Secretariat.
Several women have complained that they were forced to take off their innerwear before entering the exam hall in Kollam as the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief minister will face in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a 3-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කළේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksas SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
රනිල් හච්චන් අයියේ So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Rupa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Patna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
A team है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement, but they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly also interfere with radio and GPS signals.
Sonia Gandhi was questioned for nearly 3 hours by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the National Herald case. Congress leaders staged massive nationwide protests against the ED summons, accusing the BJP of vendetta politics. Party workers stopped trains in Delhi and burnt cars in Bengaluru. Several senior Congress leaders were also detained by the police and later released. Sonia Gandhi is likely to be summoned on Monday for second round of questioning. Joining me now is Congress leader Sachin Pilot, who was part of this agitation. Mr. Pilot, really appreciate your time. You say that Modi government's aim is character assassination to trample opposition's voice. But why do you feel that probing any charge is political vendetta when the fact is that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi did not get any relief from the courts?
Okay, there are two things here. One, this country is actually facing many crises. One is high food inflation, highest unemployment. We have an economy that's in tantrums right now. We have the dollar historic lows, highest to the rupee. And at the same time, you have a government that is wishing to distract the attention of the media and, of course, of the public. Now, this is what we should be talking about. But what's happening in the last few years is that the agencies of government of India have a singular focus and attention, that is to somehow muzzle the voice of anybody who asks these tough questions. If you have agencies of government like ED, CBI, etc., the only job will be to target people, to harass them, to demoralize the opposition, to make sure that no one is strong enough to ask the right questions in parliament or outside parliament. So our opposition primarily is not just because one person or one party or of any individual. It's about how the government has become insensitive to the fact that in a democracy, an opposition space is required. What's happening now is that curtailing that space. We were sitting outside a party office in New Delhi, and we were rounded up, members of parliament, all of us, and taken to a police station for 6-7 hours. Point is that if you don't allow petitions, dharna, sit-in, protest, non-violent ways of protesting, and we are within our rights to protest. Mrs. Gandhi has subjected herself to questioning. Rahul Gandhi has done it 5 times. So no one is running away from that. But the principle behind our agitation or satyagraha is that government of India has decided that if you oppose the BJP ideology, you will be targeted. That's not the way a healthy republic functions. And that's something that people of India need to know, and that's what we did.
Mr. Pilot, you talked about certain issues that impacts the Aam Aadmi, the rising inflation being one of those. The last time around when Rahul Gandhi was summoned and questioned by the ED, at that time opposition parties were protesting against the Agnipath scheme, but Congress party was protesting against these summons. Similarly, this time around, yesterday, the Congress raised the issue of GST in Parliament, and today it was about central agencies allegedly targeting the Gandhis. The question is, do you really stand with the Aam Aadmi, or is your priority the Gandhi family?
Okay, I think the Congress party has been in power for many years. We've been in opposition now for many years. And I can tell you that despite whatever may be the judgment that you may wish to pass, for any issue that we feel that people's voice needs to be heard on the streets, we have always been there. Of course, Mrs. Gandhi being summoned by the ED after her being the Congress president for 20 years is bigger news. So you show it differently. But Congress workers, leaders, MLAs, MPs, Pramukhs, Pradhans, we have done it all the last 7-8 years. And we have always focused on what we think people need to get from us as opposition. But if any political party's president and top leaders are targeted and singularly targeted, then any political party will do that. But more so because of the Congress party, BJP fears that pan-India, the only party that can take on the BJP is the Congress party. So let's try and target the leadership. Let them be confined to this answering questions and, summoning and, questioning so that, they don't do the real political work of an opposition. But that's not going to happen. Today, all of us across the country, not just Congress party workers, but people generally feel that there is an excess from the government of India, the income tax, the CBI, the ED. If you oppose, you will be targeted. There's no semblance of justice in the functionality of these agencies. That's a primary concern. And I think it's not healthy signs for our democracy. It's not healthy signs for our country. And people of India, civil society, and even the media needs to understand that it's okay to be in government. It's okay to be in opposition. But you can't try and finish off the opposition or attack people and not allow the voice to be heard. That's just not acceptable.
The BJP says that the Congress party, in fact, harassed then Gujarat Chief Minister Narendra Modi post the 2002 riots. When Mr. Modi was questioned by the SIT, he did not really mobilize the cadre. There were no protests that were held by the BJP. The manner in which the Congress is doing, isn't that a fact as well? He cooperated with the agencies.
I think it's wrong to compare the two events. And even this case, there is no question of anybody not answering the questions given by the ED to Mrs. Gandhi or Mr. Rahul Gandhi. And we, I think, are within our rights because the excessive and blatant misuse never happened earlier. It's only the last 6-7 years that we've seen that every agency, as long as Government of India controls it, it'll come after you. That never used to happen. There was a case, that time Chief Minister or whatever leader was called, but the country knew at that time that it was not politically motivated by New Delhi. That was unfortunate what happened in Gujarat, and then there was questions and inquiries and court cases. But this is it's not the first time. It's happening consecutively, sustained, and it's too consistent to be an accident that all these agencies are targeting every single opposition leader. If you comply with the Delhi's diktats, then you're okay. If you align with the ideology, you're okay. But if you oppose, you will be taken to task. That sort of mindset never operated earlier. So this is totally different what's happening now from Delhi.
Last question to you. The Congress party says this is some kind of satyagraha. The BJP says that this is duragra against the country, the law and its agencies. What is your counter to this?
I think the BJP can't be the judge and jury. The BJP leadership has to say something. They never talk about bringing the prices down. They never talk about creating jobs. They don't talk about the Chinese incursion into India. They don't talk about how the farmers are in distress. There's the agrarian crisis. They don't talk about all those things. They talk about religion, caste, divisions. The kind of violence we've witnessed in India has never happened before. And instead of giving a soothing message, a message of calm and unanimity and all living and working together, there is a silent approval of kind of activities we've seen. So the BJP really is looking at political gains in every move that it makes. The country is bigger than Congress and BJP. This nation's society has a future. Young people need to go forward in this century. You can't be bogged down by mindsets that are so narrow in thinking that ideology and nothing beyond that is acceptable. That's not fair. I think BJP may have won a few elections, but it doesn't mean that they represent every single person in this country. We are also in the opposition. We have a right and we have a space that can't be taken away.
All right, Sachin Pilot, thank you so much for your time. Let's see how events play out on Monday now. I appreciate your time. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll be seeing you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Breaking news coming in from Kerala, where Swapna Suresh has made a stunning charge of anti-national activities against CPIM MLA and former Kerala Minister KT Jalil. Now, in an affidavit filed in the Kerala High Court, Swapna Suresh, accused in the gold smuggling case, has said that the Consul General informed her that KT Jalil promised the diplomat of full support from the Chief Minister in furthering unauthorized business activities through the misuse of diplomatic channels. She alleges that the Consul General told her that he and KT Jalil planned several business activities inside and outside Kerala. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. Another stunning charge coming in from Swapna Suresh against the ruling party in Kerala. Now, she has taken a direct shot at KT Jalil, former minister in the Kerala government. She has said that he is involved in anti-national activities. In that affidavit, which she has submitted to the Kerala High Court, Swapna Suresh has accused KT Jalil, saying that the Consul General informed her that KT Jalil promised the diplomat full support from the Chief Minister in furthering unauthorized business activities through the misuse of diplomatic channels. She has alleged that the Consul General told her that he and KT Jalil planned several business activities inside and outside Kerala by using those diplomatic channels illegally. That's another charge coming in against KT Jalil from Swapna Suresh, who has also accused the Chief Minister of Kerala, saying that he is also directly involved in the gold smuggling case. So another charge coming in from Swapna Suresh, who is only upping the ante against the left government in Kerala. Now she has once again taken on KT Jalil in that stunning affidavit which she has submitted in the Kerala High Court. I'm joined by Neetu Rayukumar on this piece of breaking news. Neetu, give us the details.
So this was an affidavit that she filed in connection with the case that was registered against her in the local police, where KT Jalil had filed her case stating that her statements was part of a conspiracy, and they were aimed at insulting him. So on that case, on that complaint by KT Jalil, police have registered a case, and Swapna Suresh is the accused on this. So in High Court, she had approached stating that the FIR should be quashed, as this was the vendetta that is being done against her by the left government, and they will be conducting a parallel investigation to whatever has happened as far as the 164 statement that she has given before the court in Kochi, in Ernakulam. So now she has filed this affidavit. She's also mentioned something against the NIA, stating that Shiv Shankar had told her that Chief Minister wanted NIA because the officials of NIA are, the current officers are all from Kerala cadre, and they have a close relation to Kerala Chief Minister. But these are all allegations that Swapna Suresh has made. But in this particular issue where she has said that she has proof of KT Jalil's anti-national activities and she cannot release much, she had actually submitted a WhatsApp conversation between her and Jalil before the High Court.
Right. Thank you, Neetu, for joining us on the broadcast and getting us that piece of breaking news. So the Kerala gold scam case continues to get bigger and bigger as Swapna Suresh continuously makes more and more stunning charges against the top brass of the left government in the state of Kerala. The latest coming in against former Minister KT Jalil. Now, more breaking news coming in. Now, this is the tussle between Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. Now, Chief Minister Kejriwal has replied to the LG who advised him not to go to Singapore to attend the World City Summit. Now, in his letter, the Chief Minister has said that if the visit of each constitutional authority in our country were to be decided on the basis of what subjects fall within the jurisdiction of that authority, it would create a funny situation and a practical logjam. Then the Prime Minister would not be able to go anywhere because in most of his visits, he also discusses subjects which fall in the state list and do not fall in his jurisdiction. Then no CM would be able to make any visit anywhere in the world. Arvind Kejriwal also tweeted saying, in 75 years, many countries have overtaken us. Why? Why did we lag behind? Because some people of their own country do not want India's name to be in foreign nations. India will not stop at this stage, no matter how hard these people try. This is the India of the 21st century. India will now remain the number one country in the world. That tweet coming in from Arvind Kejriwal. He has now even applied to the MEA for political clearance. The LG, remember, had told the Delhi Chief Minister that he does not have exclusive domain over the issues to discuss at this summit in Singapore, and it will be inappropriate for the Chief Minister of Delhi to attend that meeting. That's the pitch which came in from the Lieutenant Governor, and now Kejriwal has replied to him. I'm joined by my colleague Akash on the phone line. Akash, so this is another tussle between a new LG and the Chief Minister of Delhi. Could we see this fight go to the courts? Because Kejriwal has said, no matter what the LG says, I am still going for this summit in Singapore.
So I want not to quote, but this is a fact that it's a new face-off kind of situation between Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi over Singapore visit. In fact, Vinay Kumar Saxena, who is the LG on Thursday, rejected Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's proposal to visit Singapore, where he was going to attend the World City Summit. In fact, the LG said that you have rightly mentioned that Delhi government does not have exclusive domain over the issue, and it will be quote-unquote inappropriate for a chief minister to attend it. However, Aam Aadmi Party, on the other hand, said that, in fact, Arvind Kejriwal said that, he differs with what LG has said and thus rejected it. He has also maintained that he's going to be a part of the summit and has asked for a political clearance now. So this has sparked a new kind of debate in the national capital, where now, in fact, the BJP is questioning the Kejriwal's eagerness to go to Singapore. On the other hand, Aam Aadmi Party is saying that this decision of LG is a result of mean politics. So we are expecting some more development, but definitely, we cannot say that this is going to court as of now, Aishma.
Thank you, Akash, for joining us on the broadcast and getting us that piece of breaking news. So this tussle between the Chief Minister and the LG only going to escalate. More breaking news coming in, and this is in connection to the Iqbal Mirchi money laundering case and more trouble for the NCP. The ED has attached 4 floors of CJ House belonging to former Union Aviation Minister and NCP leader Praful Patel in Worli. Patel was questioned for over 12 hours in the case. In October 2019, a company belonging to Patel and his family developed CJ House, and on that plot, some property belonging to Iqbal Mirchi was located. Now, 2 floors in the building were given to Iqbal Mirchi's family members. Iqbal Mirchi, remember, is a key member of Dawood Ibrahim's crime syndicate. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. I'm joined by Ashish Mehrishi on the broadcast, who tracks the Enforcement Directorate. Ashish, take us through the modalities of this entire case.
So if you remember, the Enforcement Directorate found that CJ House, at least 2 floors of the CJ House, belong to the underworld. That is, the close aides of Dawood Ibrahim basically were the real owners. And finally, the Enforcement Directorate, when they found that the money basically through which this property was purchased were proceeds of crime, they had no option but to attach those properties. In this case as well, they have found that at least 4 floors that were developed by a company which is owned by Praful Patel. That company, they have found that the money that landed into that company and the property that has been built by a company which has been owned by Praful Patel, there are certain proceeds of crime, and against that they have decided to attach those properties. So as of now, as we speak, 4 floors of CJ House in Worli stands attached by the Enforcement Directorate and the Prevention of Money Laundering Act.
Right. Thank you, Ashish, for joining us on the broadcast. So more trouble for the NCP as now ED has attached those properties connected to former Aviation Minister Praful Patel. Now, history has been scripted as Droupadi Murmu has been elected as India's 15th president. Murmu is also the first tribal president of the country. Her journey from a school teacher in a small village in Odisha to the Rashtrapati Bhavan has been nothing less than extraordinary. To congratulate her on this historic feat, Prime Minister Modi was among the very first who reached Murmu's residence, accompanied by BJP chief JP Nadda. Murmu will take oath as the President of India on July 25th. Meanwhile, on the political front, opposition unity crumbled in the election. It has emerged that as many as 17 opposition MPs and 126 opposition MLAs cross-voted.
आपको तो कभी ये अंदाज नहीं होगा कि आपकी बहन एक दिन राष्ट्रपति बनेगी. अब जब बनने जा रही है तो क्या महसूस होता है आपको?
कभी हम नहीं सोचा था कि मेरे बहन राष्ट्रपति एक दिन बनेगा करके, लेकिन अभी तो बनने वाला है करके मैं भी सुन रहा हूँ, तो हमको बहुत खुश है. उसका खासियत तो मतलब लोगों से मिलता जुलता है, और ये जो जितना वो जो ये टाइम में काम किया हुआ है उसका चलते भी इसको 100 आदमी अच्छे सोच के, मतलब 100 आदमी आता है कि उनसे बात करने के लिए. ये मतलब कोई भी बात हो जाएगा तो उससे पूछता है ये करने से क्या होगा नहीं होगा, उनको मतलब पूछने आ जाता है.
गरीब किसान, झुग्गी झोपड़ी का इंसान भारत महान का राष्ट्रपति बन सकता है, तो सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक पद होता है किसी भी देश का. मैं समझता हूँ कि इससे बड़ी खुशी देशवासियों के लिए और कुछ नहीं हो सकती है आज के दिन. द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को बधाई देने के लिए हम लोग यहाँ पर आए थे. उनको पुनः मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाई है.
लगातार हर राउंड में द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी आगे चल रही हैं. भारत की पहली महिला और ट्राइबल महिला जिनको देश के राष्ट्रपति के पद पर सेवा करने का अवसर मिलेगा, ये हम सबके लिए सौभाग्य की बात है. जब भारत आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष मना रहा है, उसी वर्ष में भारत की प्रधानमंत्री कोई और नहीं, एक महिला, और वो भी अनुसूचित जनजाति वर्ग से आने वाली, जिन्होंने बहुत कष्ट अपने जीवन में सहे भी. प्रेसिडेंट की पोस्ट तक आना, ये यात्रा बहुत कुछ कहती है, और ये संभव तभी है जब देश आगे बढ़ रहा है. मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक विधायक के रूप में उन्होंने शानदार काम किया, एक गवर्नर के रूप में शानदार काम किया, एक बहुत सफल राष्ट्रपति के रूप में भी वो सफल होंगी. मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं.
मां बहन श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को मैं हृदय की गहराइयों से बधाई देता हूं. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने आज जो हमारे जनजातीय समाज, आदिवासी भाई बहनों को और पूरे देश के 135 करोड़ लोगों को गौरवान्वित किया है, माननीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी हम सब के लिए एक नया इतिहास रचेंगी, देश के लिए नया इतिहास रचेंगी और आगे चल के देश को एकजुट करना, देश को एक साथ पिरोने में इनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहेगा।
पहली बार एक आदिवासी महिला का इस देश का राष्ट्रपति पद पर चुनना हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है। साथ साथ मैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उनके सोच और उनके कोशिश के वजह से आज एक आदिवासी महिला इस देश का राष्ट्रपति के पद पर चुन ली गई है। और ये सिर्फ आदिवासी समुदाय नहीं, पूरे देश के लिए बहुत बड़ा एक मैसेज है कि एक आम महिला इस देश का राष्ट्रपति बन सकती है।
मैं माननीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को हृदय से अभिनंदन देता हूं। आज का दिन में ही हमारे देश की अति सरल, सकारात्मक, कर्मठ और काबिल महिला नेत्री देश की सर्वोच्च पद के लिए निर्वाचित हुई है। ये हमारे हर भारतीय के लिए गर्व की बात है।
I wish to congratulate every Indian because this is a message of one nation and becoming a better place, Shresth nation, the best country in the world, where people who were marginalized are going to lead the country. द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को बेस्ट विशेस, सादर प्रणाम और इस देश की जनता को सबसे बड़ा संदेश कि एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत सिर्फ नारा नहीं है, ये एक सिद्धांत है जिसके लिए हम सब काम कर रहे हैं।
मैं आदरणीय बहन द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी जो भाजपा गठबंधन की ओर से राष्ट्रपति पद की प्रत्याशी बनी और आज विजय प्राप्त की। मैं तो उत्तर प्रदेश की 25 करोड़ जनता की ओर से, अपनी ओर से, हर गरीब की ओर से, हर किसान की ओर से, हर मजदूर की ओर से, हर माता बहन की ओर से हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं और बधाई देता हूं। मैं बहुत बधाई देते हुए, शुभकामना देते हुए आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति जी के नेतृत्व में हम उनके मार्गदर्शन में उत्तर प्रदेश को भी आगे ले जाएंगे, उनके मार्गदर्शन में देश भी आगे बढ़ेगा।
Shifting focus to the widening divide in the opposition camp now, even in the vice presidential race, just days after the joint opposition picked Margaret Alva as their candidate, the TMC has decided to abstain from the vote which takes place on the 6th of August. The TMC has said that the decision to choose Alva was taken in haste and the party was not kept in the loop. Although TMC claims this won't hurt opposition unity, Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary labelled the TMC as the BJP's dalal, adding that the party's move is primarily aimed to help NDA candidate Jagdeep Dhankar win the election. Now, Congress President Sonia Gandhi was questioned for nearly 3 hours by the Enforcement Directorate in connection to the National Herald case. Congress leaders staged massive nationwide protests against the ED's summons, accusing the BJP of vendetta politics. Party workers stopped trains in Delhi and burnt cars in Bengaluru. Several senior Congress leaders were also detained by the police and later released. Sonia Gandhi is likely to be summoned on Monday for another round of questioning.
Clashes, vandalism, detentions. As Congress President Sonia Gandhi faced the Enforcement Directorate for questioning over alleged money laundering in the National Herald newspaper scam, her party workers hit the streets with a vengeance. Sonia Gandhi made her way to the ED headquarters accompanied by son Rahul and daughter Priyanka, who was given permission to stay in the ED building while her ailing mother was questioned. While she was questioned for 3 hours, high drama unfolded outside. At the AICC headquarters, where senior Congress leaders clashed with police and were eventually detained.
Here outside the AICC headquarters, where senior leaders of the Congress party have been detained, Sachin Pilot, Jairam Ramesh, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, all of them have been detained by the Delhi police and they are being taken away.
The protests were not restricted to Delhi. The same script played out in multiple states.
The Congress party trying to show its strength across the country, and in Lucknow here we still see a lot of congressmen standing here and you know, watching the entire proceedings. So clearly there is still the protest that is going on.
In Bengaluru and Hyderabad, Congress workers set vehicles on fire as a mark of protest. But the Congress defended the indefensible and targeted the BJP and ED.
Now the entire ED has been translated by the BJP party into a group of idiots. They only know when and how to dance to the tune of the ruling dispensation. This is the crux of this problem. Not only Congress party, all the opposition parties.
The BJP accused the Congress of being scared of a probe.
अगर गांधी परिवार बेदाग है तो अब बेहाल क्यों? अगर गांधी परिवार ने भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया तो हंगामा क्यों?
We saw similar protests when Rahul Gandhi was questioned 5 times by the ED last month. So is the Congress digging itself into a bigger hole?
Getting you a wrap of all the other news, 2 more accused have been arrested in the NEET Centre controversy. Total 7 arrests have been made so far. The girls at a college in Kerala were asked to remove their innerwear to prevent cheating during the NEET exam. The National Women's Commission has also taken cognizance of the issue. The global outbreak of monkeypox has grown to nearly 14,000 cases, including 5 deaths. Though the outbreak is heavily concentrated in Europe, the 5 deaths have been reported from African nations. The Jammu-Srinagar National Highway has been closed due to landslides at several places triggered by heavy rains. Restoration work is being hampered due to continuous rainfall. Heavy rains triggered flash floods in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district. Several homes and schools have been damaged. No loss of life has been reported so far. As incessant rains continue across different parts of the country, around 1,90,000 cusecs of water was discharged from the Ukai Dam on the Tapi River in Gujarat. Remember, Gujarat is one of the worst flood-affected states. And in a major setback to the BJP, the Congress has won 5 mayor seats in Madhya Pradesh's municipal elections. BJP retained 9 out of 16 seats. Aam Aadmi Party managed to grab 1 seat. Meanwhile, 7 corporators from the AIMIM have won the municipal elections for the first time in the state. We're going to take a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Near Doklam, a Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing two of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Droupadi and Murmu, a massive police force was rushed into village Bhakna as reports of the two killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
A team है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the two gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered one pistol and one AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement, but they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly also interfere with radio and GPS signals. Consequences such as signal outages can be seen. Lawrence Bishnoi, operating from inside the Tihar jail with impunity, had no qualms ordering multiple hits on Salman Khan.
The sculptor himself, the main man behind this, is saying that there is actually no difference.
Drugs to try and fund their terror operations and to also try and radicalize young, impressionable minds while confining them to the throes of drug addiction.
What is becoming increasingly worrying and problematic is that issues related to education is becoming so polarizing.
Hall in Kollam as the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka polling 134 votes in a three-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කරේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil अच्छा नहीं है.
So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next?
And now it's up to Vikramasinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Musa
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Breaking news coming in from Kerala, where Swapna Suresh has made a stunning charge of anti-national activities against CPIM MLA and former Kerala Minister KT Jalil. Now, in an affidavit filed in the Kerala High Court, Swapna Suresh, accused in the gold smuggling case, has said that the Consul General informed her that KT Jalil promised the diplomat of full support from the Chief Minister in furthering unauthorized business activities through the misuse of diplomatic channels. She alleges that the Consul General told her that he and KT Jalil planned several business activities inside and outside Kerala. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. Another stunning charge coming in from Swapna Suresh against the ruling party in Kerala. Now, she has taken a direct shot at KT Jalil, former minister in the Kerala government. She has said that he is involved in anti-national activities. In that affidavit, which she has submitted to the Kerala High Court, Swapna Suresh has accused KT Jalil, saying that the Consul General informed her that KT Jalil promised the diplomat full support from the Chief Minister in furthering unauthorized business activities through the misuse of diplomatic channels. She has alleged that the Consul General told her that he and KT Jalil planned several business activities inside and outside Kerala by using those diplomatic channels illegally. That's another charge coming in against KT Jalil from Swapna Suresh, who has also accused the Chief Minister of Kerala, saying that he is also directly involved in the gold smuggling case. So another charge coming in from Swapna Suresh, who is only upping the ante against the left government in Kerala. Now she has once again taken on KT Jalil in that stunning affidavit which she has submitted in the Kerala High Court. I'm joined by Neetu Raghukumar on this piece of breaking news. Neetu, give us the details.
So this was an affidavit that she filed in connection with the case that was registered against her in the local police, where KT Jalil had filed her case stating that her statements was part of a conspiracy and they were aimed at insulting him. So on that case, on that complaint by KT Jalil, police have registered a case and Swapna Suresh is the accused on this. So in High Court, she had approached stating that the FIR should be quashed, as this was the vendetta that is being done against her by the left government, and they will be conducting a parallel investigation to whatever has happened as far as the 164 statement that she has given before the court in Kochi in Ernakulam. So now she has filed this affidavit. She's also mentioned something against the NIA, stating that Shiv Shankar had told her that Chief Minister wanted NIA because the officials of NIA are, the current officers are all from Kerala cadre and they have a close relation to Kerala Chief Minister. But these are all allegations that Swapna Suresh has made. But in this particular issue where she has said that she has proof of KT Jalil's anti-national activities and she cannot release much, she had actually submitted a WhatsApp conversation between her and Jalil before the High Court.
Right. Thank you, Neetu, for joining us on the broadcast and getting us that piece of breaking news. So the Kerala gold scam case continues to get bigger and bigger as Swapna Suresh continuously makes more and more stunning charges against the top brass of the left government in the state of Kerala. The latest coming in against former Minister KT Jalil. Now, more breaking news coming in. Now, this is the tussle between Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. Now, Chief Minister Kejriwal has replied to the LG who advised him not to go to Singapore to attend the World City Summit. Now, in his letter, the Chief Minister has said that if the visit of each constitutional authority in our country were to be decided on the basis of what subjects fall within the jurisdiction of that authority, it would create a funny situation and a practical logjam. Then the Prime Minister would not be able to go anywhere because in most of his visits, he also discusses subjects which fall in the state list and do not fall in his jurisdiction. Then no CM would be able to make any visit anywhere in the world. Arvind Kejriwal also tweeted saying, in 75 years, many countries have overtaken us. Why? Why did we lag behind? Because some people of their own country do not want India's name to be in foreign nations. India will not stop at this stage, no matter how hard these people try. This is the India of the 21st century. India will now remain the number one country in the world. That tweet coming in from Arvind Kejriwal. He has now even applied to the MEA for political clearance. The LG, remember, had told the Delhi Chief Minister that he does not have exclusive domain over the issues to discuss at this summit in Singapore, and it will be inappropriate for the Chief Minister of Delhi to attend that meeting. That's the pitch which came in from the Lieutenant Governor, and now Kejriwal has replied to him. I'm joined by my colleague Akash on the phone line. Akash, so this is another tussle between a new LG and the Chief Minister of Delhi. Could we see this fight go to the courts? Because Kejriwal has said, no matter what the LG says, I am still going for this summit in Singapore.
So I want not to quote, but this is a fact that it's a new face-off kind of situation between Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi over Singapore visit. In fact, Vinay Kumar Saxena, who is the LG on Thursday, rejected Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's proposal to visit Singapore, where he was going to attend the World City Summit. In fact, the LG said that you have rightly mentioned that Delhi government does not have exclusive domain over the issue, and it will be quote-unquote inappropriate for a chief minister to attend it. However, Aam Aadmi Party, on the other hand, said that, in fact, Arvind Kejriwal said that, he differs with what LG has said and thus rejected it. He has also maintained that he's going to be a part of the summit and has asked for a political clearance now. So this has sparked a new kind of debate in the national capital, where now, in fact, the BJP is questioning the Kejriwal's eagerness to go to Singapore. On the other hand, Aam Aadmi Party is saying that this decision of LG is a result of mean politics. So we are expecting some more development, but definitely, we cannot say that this is going to quote as of now, Aishma.
Thank you, Akash, for joining us on the broadcast and getting us that piece of breaking news. So this tussle between the Chief Minister and the LG only going to escalate. More breaking news coming in, and this is in connection to the Iqbal Mirchi money laundering case, and more trouble for the NCP. The ED has attached 4 floors of CJ House belonging to former Union Aviation Minister and NCP leader Praful Patel in Worli. Patel was questioned for over 12 hours in the case. In October 2019, a company belonging to Patel and his family developed CJ House, and on that plot, some property belonging to Iqbal Mirchi was located. Now, 2 floors in the building were given to Iqbal Mirchi's family members. Iqbal Mirchi, remember, is a key member of Dawood Ibrahim's crime syndicate. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. I'm joined by Ashish Mehrishi on the broadcast, who tracks the Enforcement Directorate. Ashish, take us through the modalities of this entire case.
So if you remember, the Enforcement Directorate found that CJ House, at least 2 floors of the CJ House, belong to the underworld. That is, the close aides of Dawood Ibrahim basically were the real owners. And finally, the Enforcement Directorate, when they found that the money basically through which this property was purchased were proceeds of crime, they had no option but to attach those properties. In this case as well, they have found that at least 4 floors that were developed by a company which is owned by Praful Patel. That company, they have found that the money that landed into that company and the property that has been built by a company which has been owned by Praful Patel, there are certain proceeds of crime, and against that they have decided to attach those properties. So as of now, as we speak, 4 floors of CJ House in Worli stands attached by the Enforcement Directorate and the Prevention of Money Laundering Act.
Right. Thank you, Ashish, for joining us on the broadcast. So more trouble for the NCP as now ED has attached those properties connected to former Aviation Minister Praful Patel. Now, history has been scripted as Droupadi Murmu has been elected as India's 15th president. Murmu is also the first tribal president of the country. Her journey from a school teacher in a small village in Odisha to the Rashtrapati Bhavan has been nothing less than extraordinary. To congratulate her on this historic feat, Prime Minister Modi was among the very first who reached Murmu's residence, accompanied by BJP chief JP Nadda. Murmu will take oath as the President of India on July 25th. Meanwhile, on the political front, opposition unity crumbled in the election. It has emerged that as many as 17 opposition MPs and 126 opposition MLAs cross-voted.
आपको तो कभी ये अंदाज नहीं होगा कि आपकी बहन एक दिन राष्ट्रपति बनेगी. अब जब बनने जा रही है तो क्या महसूस होता है आपको?
कभी हम नहीं सोचा था कि मेरे बहन राष्ट्रपति एक दिन बनेगा करके, लेकिन अभी तो बनने वाला है करके मैं भी सुन रहा हूँ तो हमको बहुत खुश है. उसका खासियत तो मतलब लोगों से मिलता जुलता है और ये जो जितना वो जो ये टाइम में काम किया हुआ है उसका चलते भी इसको 100 आदमी अच्छे सोच के मतलब 100 आदमी आता है कि उनसे बात करने के लिए. ये मतलब कोई भी बात हो जाएगा तो उससे पूछता है ये करने से कि क्या होगा नहीं होगा, उनको मतलब पूछने आ जाता है.
गरीब किसान, झुग्गी झोपड़ी का इंसान भारत महान का राष्ट्रपति बन सकता है तो सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक पद होता है किसी भी देश का. मैं समझता हूं कि इससे बड़ी खुशी देशवासियों के लिए और कुछ नहीं हो सकती है आज के दिन. द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को बधाई देने के लिए हम लोग यहाँ पर आए थे. उनको पुनः मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाई है.
लगातार हर राउंड में द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी आगे चल रही हैं. भारत की पहली महिला और ट्राइबल महिला जिनको देश के राष्ट्रपति के पद पर सेवा करने का अवसर मिलेगा, ये हम सबके लिए सौभाग्य की बात है. जब भारत आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष मना रहा है, उसी वर्ष में भारत की प्रधानमंत्री कोई और नहीं, एक महिला, और वो भी अनुसूचित जनजाति वर्ग से आने वाली, जिन्होंने बहुत कष्ट अपने जीवन में सहे भी. प्रेसिडेंट की पोस्ट तक आना, ये यात्रा बहुत कुछ कहती है और ये संभव तभी है जब देश आगे बढ़ रहा है. मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक विधायक के रूप में उन्होंने शानदार काम किया, एक गवर्नर के रूप में शानदार काम किया, एक बहुत सफल राष्ट्रपति के रूप में भी वो सफल होंगी। मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
महामहिम श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को मैं हृदय की गहराइयों से बधाई देता हूं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने आज जो हमारे जनजातीय समाज, आदिवासी भाई बहनों को और पूरे देश के 135 करोड़ लोगों को गौरवान्वित किया है, माननीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी हम सब के लिए एक नया इतिहास रचेंगी, देश के लिए नया इतिहास रचेंगी और आगे चल के देश को एकजुट करना, देश को एक साथ पिरोने में इनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहेगा।
पहली बार एक आदिवासी महिला का इस देश का राष्ट्रपति पद पर चुनना हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है। साथ साथ मैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उनके सोच और उनके कोशिश के वजह से आज एक आदिवासी महिला इस देश का राष्ट्रपति के पद पर चुन ली गई है। और ये सिर्फ आदिवासी समुदाय नहीं, पूरे देश के लिए बहुत बड़ा एक मैसेज है कि एक आम महिला इस देश का राष्ट्रपति बन सकती है।
मैं माननीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को हृदय से अभिनंदन देता हूं। आज का दिन में ही हमारे देश की अति सरल, सकारात्मक, कर्मठ और काबिल महिला नेत्री देश की सर्वोच्च पद के लिए निर्वाचित हुई है। ये हमारे हर भारतीय के लिए गर्व की बात है।
I wish to congratulate every Indian because this is a message of one nation and becoming a better place, Shresth nation, the best country in the world, where people who were marginalized are going to lead the country. द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को बेस्ट विशेस, सादर प्रणाम और इस देश की जनता को सबसे बड़ा संदेश कि एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत सिर्फ नारा नहीं है, ये एक सिद्धांत है जिसके लिए हम सब काम कर रहे हैं।
मैं आदरणीय बहन द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी जो भाजपा गठबंधन की ओर से राष्ट्रपति पद की प्रत्याशी बनी और आज विजय प्राप्त की। मैं तो उत्तर प्रदेश की 25 करोड़ जनता की ओर से, अपनी ओर से, हर गरीब की ओर से, हर किसान की ओर से, हर मजदूर की ओर से, हर माता बहन की ओर से हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं और बधाई देता हूं। मैं बहुत बधाई देते हुए, शुभकामना देते हुए आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति जी के नेतृत्व में हम उनके मार्गदर्शन में उत्तर प्रदेश को भी आगे ले जाएंगे, उनके मार्गदर्शन में देश भी आगे बढ़ेगा।
Shifting focus to the widening divide in the opposition camp now, even in the vice presidential race, just days after the joint opposition picked Margaret Alva as their candidate, the TMC has decided to abstain from the vote which takes place on the 6th of August. The TMC has said that the decision to choose Alva was taken in haste and the party was not kept in the loop. Although TMC claims this won't hurt opposition unity, Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary labelled the TMC as the BJP's dalal, adding that the party's move is primarily aimed to help NDA candidate Jagdeep Dhankar win the election. Now, Congress President Sonia Gandhi was questioned for nearly 3 hours by the Enforcement Directorate in connection to the National Herald case. Congress leaders staged massive nationwide protests against the ED's summons, accusing the BJP of vendetta politics. Party workers stopped trains in Delhi and burnt cars in Bengaluru. Several senior Congress leaders were also detained by the police and later released. Sonia Gandhi is likely to be summoned on Monday for another round of questioning.
Clashes, vandalism, detentions. As Congress President Sonia Gandhi faced the Enforcement Directorate for questioning over alleged money laundering in the National Herald newspaper scam, her party workers hit the streets with a vengeance. Sonia Gandhi made her way to the ED headquarters accompanied by son Rahul and daughter Priyanka, who was given permission to stay in the ED building while her ailing mother was questioned. While she was questioned for 3 hours, high drama unfolded outside. At the AICC headquarters, where senior Congress leaders clashed with police and were eventually detained.
Here outside the AICC headquarters, where senior leaders of the Congress party have been detained. Sachin Pilot, Jairam Ramesh, Adhiranjan Chaudhary, all of them have been detained by the Delhi police and they are being taken away.
The protests were not restricted to Delhi. The same script played out in multiple states.
The Congress party trying to show its strength across the country, and in Lucknow here we still see a lot of congressmen standing here and watching the entire proceedings. So clearly there is still the protest that is going on.
In Bengaluru and Hyderabad, Congress workers set vehicles on fire as a mark of protest. But the Congress defended the indefensible and targeted the BJP and ED.
Now the entire ED has been translated by the BJP party into a group of idiots. They only know when and how to dance to the tune of the ruling dispensation. This is the crux of this problem. Not only Congress party, all the opposition parties.
The BJP accused the Congress of being scared of a probe.
अगर गांधी परिवार बेदाग है तो अब बेहाल क्यों? अगर गांधी परिवार ने भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया तो हंगामा क्यों?
We saw similar protests when Rahul Gandhi was questioned 5 times by the ED last month. So is the Congress digging itself into a bigger hole?
Getting you a wrap of all the other news, 2 more accused have been arrested in the NEET Centre controversy. Total 7 arrests have been made so far. The girls at a college in Kerala were asked to remove their innerwear to prevent cheating during the NEET exam. The National Women's Commission has also taken cognizance of the issue. The global outbreak of monkeypox has grown to nearly 14,000 cases, including 5 deaths. Though the outbreak is heavily concentrated in Europe, the 5 deaths have been reported from African nations. The Jammu-Srinagar National Highway has been closed due to landslides at several places triggered by heavy rains. Restoration work is being hampered due to continuous rainfall. Heavy rains triggered flash floods in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district. Several homes and schools have been damaged. No loss of life has been reported so far. As incessant rains continue across different parts of the country, around 1,90,000 cusecs of water was discharged from the Ukai Dam on the Tapi River in Gujarat. Remember, Gujarat is one of the worst flood-affected states. And in a major setback to the BJP, the Congress has won 5 mayor seats in Madhya Pradesh's municipal elections. BJP retained 9 out of 16 seats. Aam Aadmi Party managed to grab 1 seat. Meanwhile, 7 corporators from the AIMIM have won the municipal elections for the first time in the state. We're going to take a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
The past few days. All along the highways in Zaragoza and Lugo provinces, wildfires have been burning. Firefighters are struggling to extinguish the blaze due to high temperatures and strong winds. More than 30 forest fires around Spain have forced the evacuation of thousands of people and blackened 220 square kilometers of forests. Helicopters dropped gallons of water in an effort to douse the flames.
So what exactly is behind these seething temperatures across Europe? Climate change happens to be the single biggest factor. In fact, this is the hottest since the 1880s. The last 8 years put together, the hottest in over a century. A low-pressure system over the European region. There is unusual warming across the Arctic Ocean as well, and that is a big factor. There's dry soil too, which can be blamed, which cannot absorb a lot of heat. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi has resigned after key coalition allies boycotted a confidence vote. This has paved the way for early elections and a renewed period of uncertainty for Italy. At a critical time, Draghi had an uneasy coalition of right, left and populist leaders. US President Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. According to the White House, the 79-year-old leader is experiencing mild symptoms and will carry out his full duties while isolating himself. Biden is fully vaccinated. He's also taken 2 booster shots. An explosion shocked visitors at the Hoover Dam, one of the largest hydroelectric facilities in the US. A video showing a thick cloud of black smoke and flames was posted online by one of the tourists who was present at the site when the explosion happened. A team rushed to the site and discovered that the fire was reported in one of the transformers installed at the dam. Bengaluru's Traffic Police Commissioner shared a chilling video to drive home an important message.
It starts with a two-wheeler skidding at a turn and the rider being flung off and falling under a bus coming from the opposite direction. The wheel of the bus hits the biker's head, which thankfully is covered with a helmet. As the bus comes to a stop, the biker's helmet is seen stuck under the wheel. The bus then reverses, which helps release the biker's helmet, and then people gather to help him. Moral of the story is that helmets save lives.
The TMC has decided to abstain from voting in the upcoming vice presidential elections. The NDA's candidate is former Bengal governor and Mamata Banerjee's arch-rival Jagdeep Dhankar. But the TMC will not vote for the opposition candidate Margaret Alva either, because the party says they were never consulted on her candidature. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has declared that he will go ahead with his Singapore visit despite not being given permission by the Lieutenant Governor to attend a summit abroad. The LG has advised Kejriwal not to attend the conference since it is a conference of mayors. Cloud bursts in Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur have caused widespread destruction.
Cloudburst triggered landslides in several places. Loose stones and rocks fell from the mountains and blocked several roads. And incessant rains made any rescue and relief operations virtually impossible. The cloudburst also led to increased water level in drains and created a flood-like situation and blocked road connectivity. Several homes were damaged due to torrential rains and the mayhem caused by the cloudburst.
2 days after he drank a glass of water directly from a river, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was today admitted to a hospital in Delhi. But the Aam Aadmi Party has denied that Mann had a stomach infection and claimed that he was discharged right after a routine checkup. A day after two of Sidhu Moosewala's killers were gunned down in an encounter in Punjab, the late singer's father has reportedly been receiving threat calls. The number has been traced to Pakistan. Sidhu Moosewala was killed in his hometown Musa back in May. The United States Navy says one of its destroyers sailed through the Taiwan Straits. The USS Benfold conducted what is being termed as a routine transit. The destroyer is part of the US Navy's 7th Fleet. The powerful fleet includes 70 warships and submarines. Chinese forces tracked and monitored the vessel. China, in fact, slams the frequent provocations by the US across the Taiwan Straits. The Jammu-Srinagar highway continues to be blocked because of shooting stones.
Incessant rains triggered the shooting stones and blocked the 270-kilometer-long national highway. Nearly 1,000 vehicles, including a convoy carrying Amarnath Yatris, are stranded at different points of the highway.
Lawrence Bishnoi, operating from inside the Tihar jail with impunity, had no qualms ordering multiple hits on Salman Khan.
The sculptor himself, the main man behind this, is saying that there is actually no difference.
Drugs to try and fund their terror operations and to also try and radicalize young, impressionable minds while confining them to the throes of drug addiction.
What is becoming increasingly worrying and problematic is that issues related to education is becoming so polarizing.
The bus carrying children was on its way to the school when it encountered the sinkhole. The rear tires of the bus were submerged in the sinkhole even as the front portion of the vehicle was raised in the air. Inside the bus were two terrified children, the driver and the conductor.
बस आ रही थी, उसमें दो बच्चे और एक चलन वाले ड्राइवर बैठे थे और पीछे से खड्डा एकदम ही खड्डे के अंदर गाड़ी आके गिर गई नीचे.
The children were evacuated safely, but the driver and conductor suffered injuries. Eventually, the bus was extracted from the sinkhole with the help of a crane.
Meanwhile, it was a narrow escape for 21 children after their school bus caught fire in northwest Delhi. Fire tenders were rushed to the spot to douse the blaze. All the kids and the bus driver escaped unhurt. The cause of the fire has not been determined yet. Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as the president of Sri Lanka after winning the elections yesterday, but the protests against him continue because he is seen as an ally of the Rajapakshas. Wickremesinghe is assured that he will work with all parties to bail Sri Lanka out of this unprecedented economic crisis. Russian forces bombarded the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, killing at least 2 people and wounding more than 20. Russia is shelling a struck mosque, in fact a medical facility and also a shopping area. Kharkiv is one of the most densely populated cities in the war-torn country. 7 missiles struck critical infrastructure in the southern Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv. 2 of the missiles hit and destroyed a warehouse full of humanitarian aid. Fighting has intensified in southern Ukraine after the US recently bolstered the military capabilities of Ukraine. Russia has resumed gas flows to Europe after fears of a total shutdown. The Nord Stream 1 has resumed flow to Germany, a key pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The flows are running at reduced volume as compared to before. This is a welcome relief to European countries who are struggling to find alternative suppliers. Wildfires are raging in Spain because of the searing heat across Europe.
This video captures the magnitude of the wildfires that have been burning in Spain over the past few days. All along the highways in Zaragoza and Lugo provinces, wildfires have been burning. Firefighters are struggling to extinguish the blaze due to high temperatures and strong winds. More than 30 forest fires around Spain have forced the evacuation of thousands of people and blackened 220 square kilometers of forests. Helicopters dropped gallons of water in an effort to douse the flames.
So what exactly is behind these seething temperatures across Europe? Climate change happens to be the single biggest factor. In fact, this is the hottest since the 1880s. The last 8 years put together, the hottest in over a century. A low-pressure system over the European region. There is unusual warming across the Arctic Ocean as well, and that is a big factor. There's dry soil too, which can be blamed, which cannot absorb a lot of heat. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi has resigned after key coalition allies boycotted a confidence vote. This has paved the way for early elections and a renewed period of uncertainty for Italy. At a critical time, Draghi had an uneasy coalition of right, left and populist. US President Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. According to the White House, the 79-year-old leader is experiencing mild symptoms and will carry out his full duties while isolating himself. Biden is fully vaccinated. He's also taken 2 booster shots. An explosion shocked visitors at the Hoover Dam, one of the largest hydroelectric facilities in the US. A video showing a thick cloud of black smoke and flames was posted online by one of the tourists who was present at the site when the explosion happened. A team rushed to the site and discovered that the fire was reported in one of the transformers installed at the dam. Bengaluru's Traffic Police Commissioner shared a chilling video to drive home an important message.
It starts with a two-wheeler skidding at a turn and the right. Good evening, hello and welcome to The Right Stand. I'm Anusha Soni. Droupadi Murmu, having crossed 5 lakh vote value mark, now stands officially confirmed as the 15th President of India. It's a matter of only official announcement now. Now, the choice of Murmu and her backing by various opposition parties like JMM, JDU and the cross-voting that has happened, it has only exposed the ideological deficit of the opposition party. While the journey of Droupadi Murmu from a village in Orissa to India's top constitutional office deserves accolade and celebration, but the politically suave and emphatic statement by the BJP cannot be ignored. After making massive gains in the earlier elections and winning the Dalit vote bank, with this choice, the BJP makes it amply clear that the outreach to the tribals will not just be a lip service. Tonight on the broadcast, we celebrate the journey of a Santhal woman to the top constitutional office of our country and discuss whether this choice is yet another reflection of BJP's sustained efforts to rewrite
the political grammar in the country. First, let's tell you more about the numbers which have come out. Just few seconds ago, we had the officer who had come out and read out the numbers. That's how this stand. Droupadi Murmu crossing the 5,70,000 mark. It's 5,70,000. 7,077. Yashwant Sinha at over 2,61,062. The lead is massive, over 65% of vote. Not to forget the cross voting that has happened. It has happened from multiple states. You name it and it's there, whether it's Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, any state with substantial chunk of tribal population, especially Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand, where in Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand you do have the Congress government either in power or in alliance. The cross voting only reflects how divided the opposition house really is right now. Well, this show today deserves to celebrate the journey of Droupadi Murmu. Let's also get you some breaking news which is coming in right now, and these are the latest numbers under cross voting. Yashwant Sinha, we are hearing, has conceded defeat. That's the word really coming in. Yashwant Sinha, the opposition candidate, had officially conceded defeat. Prime Minister to reach Murmu's house very, very shortly. The last chunk of votes from the remaining states are yet to be counted, but Droupadi Murmu, having crossed that 5 lakh figure, that magic figure, it's only a matter of official announcement that's yet to happen. And that's the reason you have the veteran leader, Yashwant Sinha, who was fielded by the opposition party as the opposition candidate. He has yielded. He has conceded his defeat. That's the word coming in. Big development as we await the final numbers to come out. So far with the announcement that has come, it is abundantly clear that Droupadi Murmu, having crossed the 5 lakh vote value mark, now stands officially confirmed as the 15th President of India. That's the tweet on your screen right now. Yashwant Sinha making that statement. Joining us on the broadcast are my colleague Pallavi and Rupashri, getting us more details on that story. Pallavi, first to you. Yashwant Sinha conceding defeat.
Yes, Yashwant Sinha conceding defeat, and look at the margin of victory for Droupadi Murmu. And more interestingly, Anusha, the fact that there seems to be a cross-voting, which means that even political parties which had made the commitment to vote for Yashwant Sinha did not end up voting en masse for him. He concedes defeat, but look at the last line of the greeting to Droupadi Murmu, saying, I hope you do it without any pressure, and I hope you do it without any fear. This has also been a point of criticism of Yashwant Sinha during the campaign time. The kind of language he used, the kind of attacks he would make, and he had actually gone ahead and called her a rubber stamp who's going to work under pressure of the Prime Minister. One is usually very generous, one is usually very graceful. I think this comment of Yashwant Sinha could, in fact, possibly invoke a little bit of a controversy, but the fact remains that when officially he has congratulated her and concedes defeat, it's also an acknowledgement of the fact that it was not exactly an equal battle he fought against her.
Yeah, I'm also cutting across to my colleague Rupashri Nanda. Rupashri, all day across we have seen celebrations in her home state, also in Delhi, especially the people from the Santhal community and the entire tribal population of the country very keenly looks at this development. It's almost official. We're waiting for that announcement to happen.
Well, absolutely. In fact, as I have been reporting since yesterday itself, all the posters that were put out in Rangpur actually said that declaration of a victory is a mere formality, and announcement that she has already won were already put out. However, people were cautious. Like for instance, her brother is there in the inside this residence. He's been waiting for the results, closely watching, but he's still cautious. Does not want to completely say anything without an official confirmation of those results. Now, as far as the Santhal community is concerned, let me tell you that yes, it is a moment of affirmation for the Santhal community, political affirmation for the Santhal community, a leap in self-belief, and Droupadi Murmu becoming the president has actually triggered a lot of hope in the poorest of the poor community here in Mayurbhanj. It is not a small matter at all. As I was reporting earlier, also the village that she comes from, both Uparbeda and Paharpur, those are very traditional villages. You can today, unlike in Punjab for instance, you can see houses that still have mud walls and thatched roofs. paintings on the walls, poor roads, bad electricity, not sufficient water, irrigation, completely dependent on irrigation, that too on one crop, dependent on forests. So that is the kind of community that we are talking about. And it is not just the tribal community, it is also the non-tribal community in the same village. In these particular two villages, for instance, there had been massive celebrations organized by both the communities, non-tribal and tribal, where a tribal community came out in huge numbers to sing and dance and also to feast on food that they like, especially rice and chicken, for instance. And that sort of celebration has continued throughout the evening. However, in Rarangpur, the celebrations are nearly over because, like I said, they had been anticipating this moment long ago, and after the burst of crackers, distribution of sweets and the play of colors on each other's cheeks, that moment has subsided. The buzz over here is that Droupadi Murmu is going to come to Rarangpur, and the buzz